All right, and we are recording. Welcome, everybody. This is next Myth Podcast episode. We are going to be covering the Myth World Cup 2020 finals. And just as a reminder, this is a continuation of our series of episodes, kind of covering a historical retrospective and celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. I'm joined here today with my co-host LSO, and also we have three guests. We have Dantski, Arzenic, and Ephemeral, aka Helicopter Monkey Pilot HMP. So, welcome everybody to the podcast.
Happy to be here.
Thanks.
Before we kind of jump into QA, I just have a couple updates from our last episode. So we missed last week. We've been kind of getting a lot of interest from a lot of different people to come on as guests. As I mentioned, we're becoming MWC 2020 today. Last episode was 2001, so we're kind of like jumping out of chronological order. We're gonna start doing that. Yeah, we're gonna start doing that just because we're trying to line up guests. We got a lot of different guests that we're trying to get scheduled, and we'd like to have more participation with the guests. So, and trying to get people that are actually in the match that we're covering. So that's kind of what's on the agenda with that. And while we're jumping around, and that's about it. We're going to jump into some QA here now with our three guests. First, let's go in order with everybody. So we'll have like ours go first, then Dant, and then F. First question. Let's go with this. Yeah. First, how do you describe the game of Myth, and kind of like, just how do you describe the game of Myth? Let's go with that first. I'm always curious to hear people's thoughts on this.
Well, for me, it was like the first online game I mainly played. So I started quite young, as we all all did, and I kept playing quite consistently throughout, even like school and university, whenever I could. So it definitely has brought a bunch of friends also, who I still keep in touch. So it's kind of, in that way, kind of special game for me.
Yeah, let's also kind of like group into this, like what year did you start playing? How old were you? You kind of touched on that a little bit. Ours, what year are we talking about here?
I think I started 99 with TFL. I think it came out in 98, but I think I bought it like around like beginning of 99. And then I kind of switched a little bit to Myth 2 when it came, but my computer was so bad at the time that I couldn't really run it that well. So I just kept, actually I mainly kept to TFL for like until maybe 2002 or something.
Wait, hold on. Then I didn't realize there was actually a problem with actually running Myth 2 compared to TFL.
Well, I mean, running, of course it runs, but it was like just more enjoyable to play it when it like doesn't chop.
Was it like low FPS basically? Is that choppy?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
I remember. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I remember. Yeah, like fire arrows, like flame on the ground. That kind of graphic would cause a lot of issues early on. Do you remember that at all, ours?
Yeah, I think they like added more particles in the game in general. So it's So.
And how old were you, ours, when you first started playing?
Let's see, if it was 99, then I was about 14 or 15.
Gotcha.
Something like this.
And
we
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we saw the game review, TFL review, in this local gaming magazine with a bunch of my school friends, and then we like thought that might be a cool game to play together. So we all got it and played it for a while, and then we had like this group of 4 guys initially, but then 2 maybe played for like 6 months or something like this, and then one other friend played for a few years more, but not that actively. So I kind of just found some other groups to play then after that.
And if you told them now that you still played it, would they remember what game it is?
Yeah, sure. For that one dude that actually kept playing for a few years, what was the tourney that was live broadcast? It wasn't that long ago. I don't remember when Karma was streaming it live. I think.
That's a 2020 thing. It was probably right after this World Cup.
Yeah, I think so. So I actually linked him that cast, and he watched most of it actually. So he still remembered.
And ours, real quick, because like Myth is such a unique game that I'm trying to like introduce it to other, like anybody who might be watching this who might not understand what it is as a game. Like, how would you describe Myth as a game to somebody who doesn't know, is unfamiliar with it?
I don't really have like a way to put it to words.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
because,
it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess the main difference to compare to most like strategy games is that you have the point value system and the units you buy at the beginning, and then you are stuck with those units for the entire game or map. So I think I don't remember seeing any other game with like that interaction. So usually you build up your army during the game, but in Myth it's kind of different.
Yeah. Don, we'll jump to you. Kind of a few different questions grouped together here. When did you first start playing? How old were you? A little bit of your origin story with the game, and then like how do you describe the game of Myth to somebody who's unfamiliar?
Okay. Well, I started with a TFL demo. I didn't play online for several years after that, because I mean, still one of my fondest memories of Myth is still just watching a TFL demo background where the AI plays itself on Grave. It's always really fun to watch back then.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen that since, just the AI playing against each other. I think it was like 4 or 5 teams. They just auto into each other.
Oh, I didn't even know it had that function. That's cool. Just learned something new.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, I moved on. I never actually bought TFL. It was my brother that initially introduced me to the game off a magazine disc, demo disc with Age of Empires was on it, and a couple of other games. And I mean, I played Myth TFL a bit, the campaign anyway, though I never finished it because my brother went to university and took the disc with him. After that, I got Myth 2 back in, was it late 98? But again, I didn't have internet until late 2002, so it was just playing campaign, finishing that. Then I moved on to Myth 3, played campaign. And then, yeah, eventually I got internet late 2002. So I got on GameSpy, where I first started playing with a bunch of the Myth 3 guys, of which the only ones that still play, I think, are Ghengis and Homer. But there are plenty of others there. And then shortly in 2003, we made the exodus generally to play Myth, thanks to Contri, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And yeah, more or less from there, we just kept playing.
Yeah.
And how do you describe the game to somebody unfamiliar?
I think the easiest way to do it for me is, I think most people are familiar with stuff like StarCraft. So you say, look, it's like StarCraft, but you take away the building, but like ours said, you give them the ability to choose their army at the start of the game.
Yeah.
And then it's just about micro and macro in your units to defeat an enemy to achieve some objective within the game.
Right. F, we'll move to you next. Again, throwing like a few different questions in here. if I can pull them up again. So, what year did you start playing? How old were you? A little bit of your origin story with that, and how do you describe the game of Myth to people unfamiliar?
Yeah, so I started playing probably in I started playing on the demo disc, the TFL demo disc, probably in I don't even know. It would have been somewhere between 98 and 2000, probably. I think probably around 98, 99. I didn't get the full game until a couple of years later, until probably 2000. I got the total codex, but I really only played the single player. I never played online with Myth 2 or TFL. Then, 2001, 2002, whenever Myth 3 came out, I got that, and my computer could not run it. And I kind of forgot about Myth for a little while. I think then probably 2003, 2004, something like that, is when I kind of finally got a computer that could run Myth 3. And I didn't know anything about the online community or anything. So that's kind of when I first.
If I can butt in, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did you actually play on GameSpy?
I played one game on GameSpy, and my computer lagged so hard that it was unplayable. So
okay,
then
and a quick follow-up to that. How did you find Play Myth then?
I don't actually know. I think I just was probably Googling or something. So I was born in 89, so I was only 11, 12, something like that. And not sure how I found it. I remember initially also I didn't have, I had trouble getting an account because Playmyth required you had to have a ISP email or something, and I couldn't use my whatever I had, Hotmail or something like that. So I didn't have an account for a while, and I didn't really play online, but I kind of just lurked around the community and played single player basically. Then it wasn't until that Myth Dev Flying Flip created came out with the new Myth 3 update, the 1.3, and I got on Play Myth, and I finally started playing online with some people. I was sorry to hear that Contra passed away. He was I think one of the first people I played a game with online.
Yeah.
So,
He was kind of I assume most people don't know him very well because he is mainly a Myth 3 player. But I think GKG, you probably know him through playing Maz with
Yes,
him.
yeah.
He was basically the catalyst for people to move from Myth 3 on the GameSpy to find the Play Myth server in the first place. And he was a very friendly guy.
I do remember that about him. Yeah, super nice guy. You say catalyst, is that because he was on the Myth 3 server just telling everybody, spreading the word about how to transition?
He was basically messaging everyone, getting them to try and move over, and even after basically everyone had moved over, he was still on the GameSpy, still trying to get stragglers who didn't know about the new server. So
gotcha. And F,
sorry to interrupt.
No. Interruptions are welcome. Yeah. F, how do you describe the game of Myth? Just kind of similar to what Dant was saying, or anything else to add to that?
The one thing I'd add is kind of the focus on terrain and physics, which is pretty unique, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, the StarCraft analogy is very imperfect and flawed, but it's always, of course, the thing people are most familiar with is a baseline starting point. but then you have to like
Yeah,
layer on all these other things that are like not quite similar to StarCraft.
Yeah, because you have to remember with StarCraft, it's basically 2D.
Yeah,
This is a 3D game.
yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the terrain is not. I mean, so the thing with the terrain in StarCraft, right, is like it's 2D with like some layers, right? There might like be like two or three, primarily just two. There's like high ground and low ground, basically. Maybe three.
Yeah.
There might be three layers technically, but each one of those layers is 2D, and like yeah, there's some interaction between those layers. Like the game will put a accuracy penalty on units that are shooting uphill and they need sight uphill and things like that, right?
Yeah.
But that it's just totally different. It's not anything with Myth. You know, it's true 3D terrain, which is so crazy, right? Like it's crazy that a game like 20 years older, you know, than StarCraft 2, and StarCraft 2 still uses the same terrain framework, if you will, as StarCraft 1, but like this older game has like a far more advanced terrain feature to it, right? With the 3D, like true 3D, and then obviously the other big thing to mention is how each aimed range attack is like its own object and projectile with its own physics in the world, in the game engine. So it's can be blocked and dodged, and there's no like percentage like inaccuracy in Myth. Like you have to aim the shots yourself, and the player is responsible for their accuracy, right? So
Yeah. The only inaccuracy is stuff like ghouls, like some melee attacks from some units can miss.
True. Yeah, good point. Yeah, there is some inaccuracy with melee units because it's unaimed shot. Those are unaimed, right? Obviously, so.
And of course, anyone that had played TFL knows how inaccurate the archers are. So.
Right. Yep. Yeah, TFL melee was more dominant in TFL because the arty units were just so wildly inaccurate, and that was actually one of the big changing points, big gameplay changes between TFL, which is Myth 1, and Myth 2. So yeah, that's a good point to add too. Forgot what else I was gonna mention.
So that means everybody's been playing this game for nearly 30 years.
Whew, yeah, 90.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about that?
Everybody but you, LSO. It sounds like almost everybody started around a 98, 99 time frame.
At the latest I've heard is like 03. So
Don, remind me.
I didn't make the switch to Myth 2 until like 05 or so.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I played Myth 2 for just before the Myth World Cup 2003. But I mean, even then, I was still probably playing Myth 3 more.
Yeah. One thing to add about the game, I think also, well, I don't play that much like other RTS games or whatever, but I think also like the way the captaining thing works in Myth is quite unique. Like the captain distributes the units and makes the trade and has also control or can control the whole team basically if he wants to, and so on.
Yeah, that's
and also the players, of course, themselves can redistribute the units afterwards if they need to or something.
right, and that all ties into like the teamwork aspect of Myth, which is way more sophisticated. It's honestly like more sophisticated. I mean, you can argue MOBAs. For like the MOBA super fans, they might try to argue that MOBAs have equivalent sophistication to their teamwork. I don't know how I feel about that comparison, but I'm not a big MOBA guy. But yeah, definitely like to an RTS. RTS has never really successfully had team play, right? Everything's been 1v1. The entire esports scene over there competitively is 1v1. The whole like trying to do team 2v2, 3v3, whatever. They try to do like Archon mode with StarCraft, which was like you have one base, but it's two players controlling it. So you could have one person focused on the building and the units, like building everything and resources gathering, and then another player focused on the fighting. But apparently that never really took off as I understood it. So yeah, that's a huge difference there too. You have to almost blend it with MOBAs. MOBA's got its own similarities to Myth as well. So
It's just but MOBAs, everyone's got their one little dude with all the special abilities and everything.
Yeah.
Myth is that aspect where everyone's got a handful of different units and
Yeah,
can micromanage
you
all
could
of them
easily-
individually.
Yeah, you could easily take Myth, make a plugin that basically makes it a MOBA.
exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
Myth-
games like Mazarin and Gladiator's Depredation are kind of like that style where you have your one character that has like 10 different abilities and they're nearly invincible.
Yeah, the
You could
MOBAs
easily
are
make a Myth MOBA.
Myth you could easily transform into like you could imagine like a modern version of Myth if it had like a custom map editor that was as powerful like as the modern ones today in like say StarCraft or the other RTS games. You could easily convert Myth into any number of things, an RTS, an RPG, even a MOBA. Like it's almost like it's very adaptable in that way, right? It just kind of like transcends any genre in a sense.
I mean, it's crazy. You have World War II plugins. You have with like full artillery and tanks. You can have this. There's I think John God made like a zombie attack plugin. There's a Vietnam, a Civil War classic. There's a Lego Myth too. There's unlimited possibilities for the game.
Yeah, and that's with a 20-year-old game engine. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like a lot of the popular co-op plugins with Myth remind me a little bit of RPGs, right? Like you could have just a really powerful hero unit that's like just fighting waves and waves of enemies like you do in RPGs, and you pick up items that power you up and you level up and things like that. Like Myth already has some like plugins that are quasi RPGs in a sense, right?
Yeah, it's very capable of it. You can, as long as you have a 3D model or I guess 2D model, you could port and create like any unit in the game you want. That's why there's like the Fallen Gods. I don't remember what. I don't know. There's some plugin where someone's ported in all kinds of new units that function with the game too. There's
Oh, you mean the
tons of
Seventh God?
The Seventh God,
Yeah.
that's the one. Like it's basically the same engine, but all the units are different, and it just works. It's still pretty balanced and functional. You can just create brand new units out of scratch with the engine of the game. It's very different than everything.
So remind me, forgive me if I got this wrong, but Dant and F, did you guys meet on Myth 3? Is that right? First, before Myth 2?
Yes.
Yeah, we did play against each other on Myth 3 before Myth 2. That's why I asked him about the GameSpy question, because I don't remember HMP playing him on GameSpy. So, yeah, it's probably an early play Myth day, probably sometime 2003. Of course, that was back when you used that was back when you used your full name, Helicopter Monkey Pilot.
Such a good name, by the way. Do you want to share where that name comes from at all? Is it just randomness or what?
So back then in Myth 3, I didn't use Helicopter Monkey Pilot. That actually came later. So I just used. I had the if you remember, I had the yen characters.
Yeah, I remember those.
HMP. And that was just because I was like young and I thought it looked like a cool symbol, and I just couldn't think of a name or something. So, but then like later, that I didn't start using Helicopter Monkey Pilot until later in Myth 2. And it was because Propagandy, if any of you remember him, he was just like guessing what it meant, and like he was coming up with names, and I was like, oh, that's a good one. I'm just going to switch to using that.
So you didn't even come up with it.
That's so funny.
Yoink.
Just let somebody else name you, essentially, is what happened.
Basically, yeah.
Nice.
The 3-part names are pretty common too. I think all 3 of us have a 3-part name.
Yeah. Except Dant's and ours, yeah.
Oh, the 3 of us.
Yeah, the 3 of us.
Yeah, no, those 2 are boring. What is Dantski anyways?
Well, originally I had a completely different name when I started Myth 3, but that was quickly discarded. And then I think I watched the film Dante's Peak sometime in 2003, so I just thought, oh, I'll name myself after that. And then just through a process of elimination, I went down to Dante, but then there was the NP Dante, so I went down to Dant. And then we had the IGMO FFA tournament, which was I can't remember exactly the theme. It was about, was it pimping and stuff like that? So I did the ski to my name just for the sake of it, and it just stuck.
Interesting.
Okay, I was really curious about where people get their names from. Some of them, like Arzenic, is almost like arsenic, but with a Z. So I figured that was the thinking there. But Dantski just couldn't figure it out.
Like many of you, I had an older name, just like a few months when I was on TFL in like '98. Like, what I would have been like 13 or so years old. Ulrich, which I took from Warcraft 2, because I was like a big Warcraft 2 guy. There's Ulrich, the Lightbringer, I believe is the full name.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's right.
Yeah, actually, I also had a TFL name for a while before I switched to Arsenic.
What was it?
It was your guys are gonna laugh now, but it was actually Arwen, and the story behind that was that I had the Lord of the Rings book, but I hadn't read it yet. So I thought that at the end of the book there was like this collection of all the characters in the book or something like this. I don't remember exactly. But I just went through the list there and hey, this name seems cool. Let's do that. Arwen, yeah.
The woman elf.
It's a female character. Yeah,
it wasn't illustrated.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, and then I used it for like several months, and then I was wondering why people keep asking if I'm a woman or a female. And then at some point fuck me, and then I switched to.
That's funny, Asmo took his name from a book he didn't read either, and it's spelled incorrectly, and he has no idea the character. So it's kind of similar story there. Asmodian is a character from the Wheel of Time. Yeah, he never read it. He just took a random name the same way.
Since it was like way before all the movies came out, so it was like in 97 or 98. I don't remember exactly when I started the GFL, but anyway.
This is like how teenage boys name themselves, right? Like, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Next question. Let's go back to ours again. How do you guys describe yourself as a myth player, both personally and competitively? So, like, just there's different styles of play. What's your style? How do you describe it?
Well, I guess everyone who knows me knows that I'm usually not that aggressive player. So I usually like to, let's say, pick my spot where to fight and when to do it. So usually sometimes I get critique for that, not pushing. But actually I don't agree fully with that. I know when to or how to push if it's needed. But I've always liked more of the tactical side of myth. So that's like my bigger interest in the game. It's not like the clicking and
tactical as opposed to micro.
Yeah, exactly.
I get you.
I mean, I was okay at the clicking side also, like way back when I played a lot and things like this. But you can, even though I don't play much anymore and haven't like been active for past few years, you can still kind of compensate that lack of, or let's say rust, with like if you are aware of stuff that is going on the map and if you like can choose where to fight and things like this. So that's one of bigger points in myth for me and why I like the game so much.
I agree. Well, not completely. I love clicking, but I agree with you a lot. The tactical aspect is amazing in the game. And you're very correct. You can get a long way just being tactical.
Totally agreed, yep.
So Dantski's
you're
turn.
Next. I'll just repeat it. How do you describe yourself as a myth player, both personally and competitively? What's your style of play?
Well, I'm someone that's definitely always been more on the competitive side of things, which is going to sound a bit strange since I mainly started Myth in Myth 2 mainly as a co-op and unranked player. But I'm competitive in terms of I want to win, even if I'm playing co-op. But as a player,
I'm shocked by that, by the way.
I mean, I've gotten less competitive as I've gotten older. But yeah, I'm fairly similar to ours, as in I'm somewhat of a passive player. I let the game play out around me and then try and pick my spots. But if you put me on the right units, archers, I do get very aggressive with archers, fetch. I think the very first game I played in the Mythical Cup this year was literally my first 2-team game in like 4 years. And it's like, I'm immediately got warlocks and I'm immediately fighting HMP. It's like, as far as I know, HMP's kept playing. This is my first game in like 4 years. And I'm still trying to be aggressive with warlocks. It's like, that was not a good idea.
Yeah, that playing consistently helps a lot too.
Yeah.
And you come back just assuming you're in the same spot as you were, and you're like, oh shit, I don't click all the time like these people.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing of Rust is just you just lose sight of the distances and gaps.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Don, were you considered a top Myth 3 player at the time?
Was that even a question that people had, or did people play that game mostly casually?
He was by the time I was playing.
I mean, we did technically have. I can't remember. Yeah, we didn't have ranked on GameSpot. It was only on PlayMeth. So, I mean, I was one of the best, I would say, in Myth 3 by the time we kind of had its peak of popularity on PlayMeth. But I don't know if I'd say I was the best. I know there's another guy called Jet who didn't play much Myth 2, but he was probably the best Myth 3 player there was.
F, do you remember anything about that? Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I remember like when I was playing, like whenever Don would show up, he was always like the best player. But that was fairly later, I think.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
when I started playing online, there were very few Myth 3 players left.
Yeah, we did occasionally have people like, I think, Flatline played Myth 3 occasionally. This was obviously the Flatline back in 2003 when he was still probably a full 4-ball player. Retless played occasionally. I think one day the NP guys like Rab, Tirri, and I think it was Justice all came and played Myth 3, and they like 3v3'd me and a couple of other Myth 3 players, and we got stomped. Which was
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So the guys that like Myth 2 veterans at the time, they could come into Myth 3 and succeed very quickly, huh?
Some of them, yes. Like Flat and Ret weren't really noticeably better than the best Myth 3 players when they came in. But the NP guys probably were better.
Interesting. Do you think they were better more just from like teamwork and tactics perspective, just because like maybe they had more competitive experience from Myth 2 that could translate from Myth 3, but maybe like the unit control and whatever differences there are in the unit control and micro, they may not have been necessarily better. In other words, maybe the teamwork was better, but like not the BC skills maybe as much, or were they just as good at the BC skills too?
I mean, I think it was hard to say much about the teamwork because it was generally 3v3 and you sort of went to one person to each flank.
True.
So
yeah, it's small team. It's closer to 1v1. Small team than big team.
But yeah, I'd say the main differences were their multitasking. They consistently dodged, whereas I would say quite a lot of Myth 3 players back then would probably not much different to early TFL, early Myth 2 players in terms of they just didn't do a lot of dodging. Main bit of dodging I did in Myth 3 was probably microing dwarfs, because dwarfs were much, much better in Myth 3 than they were in Myth 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would say like kind of the one advantage I would ever have against like when Myth 2 players would come play is like with some of the units that they just weren't familiar with how good they were, or just some of the new units on there. And like, so I did I could sometimes do like pretty decently well against like good Myth 2 players. That didn't really translate at all initially when I moved to Myth 2. So
Yeah, I think one of the big things to realize is pus is basically the most important thing in Myth 2 for the most part. Especially, well, on light maps anyway. Whereas in Myth 3, quite often you wouldn't get pus at all.
Interesting. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? What was it? Because why was pus less effective, you think, in Myth 3?
Pus was less effective for a few reasons. One is Myth 2 you can clump your units, whereas Myth 3 is like TFL, where your units just can't get too close to each other.
There was no custom formations in Myth 3.
I think there was. Yeah.
There
But
was, but there was a limit on the
anti-clumping.
clumping. Yeah, there's like
Yeah.
anti-clumping.
They have to have a space between their 3D models.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That was the first 3D model one. I think isn't that correct? Myth 3 had 3D models. They were like all square and
I think that's
clunky
right.
and yeah, so I guess they couldn't interfere with each other, so they had to sit there spaced apart. I played a little bit. That's kind of what I remember.
Yeah, and the main other difference why pus wasn't as effective in Myth 3 was simply it did less damage. Like, I think a direct hit from a pus in Myth 3 did like half the damage to an archer or a dwarf.
So the main value would have been just the freezing effect that it had and whatever follow-up damage you could get on it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 100%. But at the same time, it was probably more effective than us Myth 3 players actually thought it was. Because you have to remember, pus wasn't used as much in the earlier days of TFL or Myth 2 either.
Right. That's a really interesting connection there. Yeah, it really seems like it is a similar enough game. I definitely can see how a lot of the skills will translate over, and like just the sheer experience in Myth 2 seems to have translated very well into Myth 3, which makes sense. It makes sense to me, yeah. I am shocked to hear you say, Dant, that you're a very competitive player, or at least you were. I'm gonna probably have to follow up on that later. Ars, can you just real quick, because I didn't actually ask this, but I think it's a good point. Do you consider yourself a very competitive player?
How would I put it? Well, sure, in that sense that even when we would like play only scrims or just like casual games or whatever, I'd still always try to win the game, or in that sense. But I don't think I put that much effort into like Myth in years anymore. So in that way, I guess not that competitive anymore, at least. But every time I play, I still like I do always my best and try to win, but I just don't put in the effort anymore, I guess.
Sounds about right to me. I would agree with that. I never saw you.
I think everyone still tries to win, but you're not trying the same way you did 15 years ago.
Yeah, I mean,
like all that mattered was winning.
The way I look at well, let me ask F first, and then I'll comment. So F, shoot over to you. How do you describe yourself as a Myth player, both personally and competitively? What's your style of play, and how competitive are you?
I think I would describe myself as a very creative and opportunistic player. I think some of that comes from like my background being like heavily in like third-party game types, co-op, that sort of thing. I really didn't get into competitive Myth 2 until like 2007. And even then, it was really kind of secondary. I was primarily like a Maz co-op or UTP, Wars of Reckoning, blue and gray type player. So, but I feel like I'm pretty like creative with like tactically creative, just always looking for things, weaknesses, that sort of thing. I can be either defensive or offensive.
I would agree with that as well. So yeah, the thing I was gonna say is, I mean, just to compare to myself, like I guess most people who know me would consider myself like pretty far on the competitive personality spectrum, right? Um, I would say everybody who's like a good player has to be like somewhat competitive, I would think. I mean, that's the kind of theory I have to go off of. Like if you didn't have like some competitiveness, you wouldn't become good, right? Like that. I don't know. Do you guys agree or disagree with that? Can
Yeah, you
anybody
have to
become
want to
good
win.
without being competitive? I don't know.
You don't just get good on accident. You have to like try and want to win to be able to get good. Because getting good is losing and going, "What can I do to win next time to be better?" Because if you don't
Yeah,
have that, then you plateau and stay the same level for years and years, like a Renwood or Jaw Roll, like where you're doing the same things every game. You may be having fun, but until you have that drive to go, okay, I'm going to be better than the opponent that just beat me, and I need to beat them, and then do that so I can win is the driving competitive nature to become good at the game.
yeah. Or you can just hate losing. So that's what you
Yeah,
can
Yeah,
either way, I mean,
exactly.
it's still the same.
That's
Yeah,
such a good
exactly.
point, Don.
You want to win because you hate losing.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's like almost the very definition of it, right? Like if you hate
Yeah.
losing, then you're just gonna like you are gonna put more effort into like, hey, I don't want to lose as much, so I'm gonna get better at this, right? Like, yeah, that's really I think what it is. You either it's kind of like this. It's kind of like human nature, right? Like you're gonna keep nobody likes to lose really, and you're either if you just keep losing over and over, just getting like beat up all the time, most people are going to quit in that situation, and then you're just a non-participant, non-player of that game anymore, right? So
Yeah. Well, I think if you look at something like Meth, I think when basically any of us has played, we've all gone through the stage of being bad at the game, and then you look at it and you go, I want to get better because I didn't like losing the game. So you go, okay, I'm going to control these units a bit better. You learn how the units work. And there's lots of little layers you can go through, levels you can go through to improve. And I think basically everyone here, we've put a lot of time into this.
Yeah.
And for some players, I think they go through some of those levels. And if you take some players they've never really got to the stage where they're great players, they've kind of got to a stage where they've gone, okay, I've put enough effort in, I'm just going to just chill out and play from now on.
I
Yeah.
totally agree with that. I think this is true. What I really like about this topic, because I think it just translates to so many things in real life too. Is like your career or whatever, right? Or just whatever other skills you want to develop. There's like levels to any kind of skill, and you can see just like some people will stay at a certain level for like a really long time and never break out of it because there's like certain plateaus, right? Like in order to break through those plateaus, progression in any skill is not linear. It's a series of plateaus that you have to break through to reach the next level, essentially, right? That's just kind of how I guess I look at it. The way I would describe the three of you, I don't know. I kind of put you in all three of you into like a similar category of player, which makes sense because I've teamed with each of you, especially F and R's, quite a bit. Which is like you guys are like moderately competitive, not quite as hyper competitive as me. Like I definitely have to tone it down. I feel around you guys a little bit just because I don't want to annoy. I think you guys have more chill personalities that might get annoyed by somebody who's trying to be more intensely competitive like me. So I'm aware of that kind of thing. But you guys are moderately competitive for sure to be as good as you are at the game. And you all are like these like really smart players, especially on the team side. Like your strengths are clearly in like the large two team aspect of the game. Not that you actually, Don, I've 1v1 with you before, so you're actually a pretty good 1v1er too. Solid 1v1er. Just a few games that I remember. And R's and F, maybe you guys didn't specialize as much in 1v1. F might have been, you might have been a decent 1v1 or two. I can't remember, but like definitely still like the two team aspects of the game. Even for me, like even me as a good 1v1er, like the two team aspect, I'm just so much better in. You know what I mean? Like so that's just still my strength. So I consider you all in that category. Like as ours was saying, like not the most aggressive players, but clearly smart enough to know when you need to be aggressive too. So I put you guys kind of in the same category as like an East Wind. I don't know who else. I don't know. What do you guys agree or disagree with anything that I just said?
Oh, I
Go
would
ahead.
say like, yeah, I mean, I agree about like being a competitive player. Um, I think there's also like a difference between like being a competitive player in game and people who like take that competitiveness like, outside of the
Yeah, like
actual
kind of an
in-game fighting.
unhealthy attitude towards the competitiveness, right? Yeah, I know what you mean. Kind of like unsportsmanlike, or they take it outside the game a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Not
there's room for.
necessarily even like outside, like not necessarily, I don't want to say it's like unhealthy or anything, but just like I feel like all three of us probably really um were not have never been known as like players with like, you know, that are would get into fights or,
I think
be
I think what Ev's trying to say is they don't have any enemies. The three of them. I don't think anyone in the
Yeah,
game would say
that's
I
true.
hate ours, Dantski, or Ephemeral. Like
Right.
Oh no,
whereas
I've made myth enemies for sure.
okay, well then maybe you're the exception to the three. But whereas GKG and I could clearly each write down a list of people that dislike us very very verbally and would team with us, etc.
I am a contributor. I accept my own responsibility for that.
Oh, me
So,
too. I'm not putting the blame. I mean, you and I definitely have a list of people that we wouldn't play with and that wouldn't play with us. And there are people that when I log on, they just tell me I hate you first thing, just to get it out of the way, even though they do it every time. And I think these three players don't have anyone that would do that to them that still plays. I don't know, Dusky. You said you do, but I don't see it.
I mean, I still get Paris going from he loves me one day to he hates me the next. So
Oh well, that's just Paris. Don't worry about that.
that's probably me criticizing the tournament for 15 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Don, I have to follow up a little bit more on this. So you say you consider yourself competitive. It's just like why you were always known as like the top mid player that would always team and lead these like newbie teams for the longest time for so many years. Like help
Yeah,
explain that. Connect the dots for me, man.
well, it's mostly because it was before I got that good.
I don't think
Because
so. You were good like for at least several of those years. I feel like clearly could have made it onto a top team if you wanted to. Like I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you have to remember I didn't play a ton of ranked or anything in the early Myth 2 days, so I only really started doing that probably mid to late 2004, probably after the Myth World Cup then. But even then, I played 2005 with RMA. And that's mainly because I kind of just still wanted to play with Cheese.
Cheese is
And
funny
then,
guy. Yeah.
yeah, then 2006 I made my own team with a bunch of people I played unranked with still. And yeah, I played with basically the same guys in 2007 until I ended up leaving that team midway through to join NC. So,
Did you,
and after that, I think I only really teamed with, or I only made a weaker team once more. That was with was that 2010? That was one where Dak joined me. That was back when Dak was still a bit of a noob to Myth 2. So.
Yep. I remember that.
Dak's still a noob.
True.
Nice.
But yeah, I
If
mean,
you're listening, Dak, you know it.
I said
Don't disrespect your
competitive.
father, LSO.
Well, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm said I'm competitive, but at the same time, I still want to have fun with it. So that's why I've like played with Order of H-Pack, leading their team one time. It's why I played with, I think, Voss just after he came back with a really weak team. No, sometimes I just feel like doing something different and just playing with the same, like 5, 6, whatever players.
So you're generating yourself some interest in
Yeah.
staying in this really ancient game.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I
Change
thought
it
about
up a little bit. Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes I think about why don't I just make a team now and just do some crazy strategies that just aren't going to work. But,
Did you captain some of those teams, Don?
which ones?
Like some of those,
Any
like
of the ones you mentioned, the teams you're putting together.
I don't want to call them newbie teams, but less competitive teams. Like,
Well, I think. Well, if I go through the Myth World Cups, 2003, I didn't captain because I was Nitro captaining the Mythriers. 2004, I captained most of the games. Then I didn't captain on RMA. I captained all of the really cool guys.
right. That's the one I really remember a lot. Yeah, LRCG. Yeah. What year was that?
That was 2006.
That's the tag that Scratch wears. The Scratch on that team.
Yeah.
Okay. Gives me a pretty good idea what kind of team it was.
Yeah, then most of the teams after that, which haven't been like the contenders teams, I've done some captaining for, but captaining has never really been a focus for me after, I guess, mainly after I stopped making my own teams in like 2006 regularly. After that, it's just been an occasional thing.
Do you enjoy capping at all? Is it an itch that ever strikes you, or it's just like you only did it out of necessity kind of thing?
It's a mix. I used to enjoy it more. I think now it's more of a, if I have an idea, I don't mind captaining like random games, but committing to captaining every game of a tournament, it just feels like too much now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same for me these days, or
Because
been for 10 years at least, or 15 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we recently just had the TFFA tournament finish, and it's like that was back to me before the games, looking at every map, trying to figure out what the trade should be for every map, and it's like this is way less than what I would be doing if I was just captaining a Myth World Cup match and all that writing.
Oh yeah, putting together strategies for 6 to 8 people. Yeah. The other thing too now is usually captains are also team organizers. So not only you're strategizing, but you're trying to make sure everyone's showing up or who's showing up, and you got to plan accordingly. Yeah, because sometimes, especially with the way people play the game nowadays, it can be a bit of a headache trying to figure out who's available. If you can have 6 people or 8 people, or if you're gonna have 7, or which of your 6 or 7 or 8 are showing up, and then making strategies and figuring out. Yeah, it's
and the main thing I don't miss from being captain is asking your team who's going to show up this week. Then no one says anything, and then sometimes you have 8 people show up, sometimes you have 2.
Yeah, well, at least these days, like reaching the people is so much easier than
Discord
back in the day. Like you have to email and hope that they read it or something because.
Yeah, there was no Discord until around 2015 or something. So in a year before that, you either had to forum message them or email them, I guess, or be friends with them enough to have their contact or play other games. So
I missed the forums.
Discord makes things a lot easier to communicate and contact people, but there's still a significant number of people that rarely check it or use it for anything other than Myth. So even if you message them, you might not even get a response at all.
Yeah, I think many captains go through a phase, well, especially like top players who become captains, where they'll lead some weaker players. I definitely went through that phase. I want to say in like the early 2000s with a team called the War Dwarfs, aka TWD was our tag. I captained them for like a couple tourneys, and it's like you kind of want to see what you can do, like if you how far you can elevate these players, like if you can help them reach the next level kind of thing. At least that's how I thought of it, and why it was interesting.
Like we mentioned a minute ago, unless they want to reach that next level, there's really nothing you can do to propel them there.
Yeah, I mean, the conclusion I reached was like I could have a marginal positive impact. Like it's a positive influence, but
it's
only if they want the influence. So
Yeah, but didn't that team have like Magne and Loyal and
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if they were part. This might have been either before. I don't remember them being part of it.
at least they played in 2001 Mid World Cup in the TVD team.
Did they? Okay, interesting.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, I think it would have been after that. I'm guessing they moved on. I don't remember them being. It was definitely weaker players than that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think they switched to Loa or Legends of Avatar after that.
I want to say this was like maybe 2002 to 2003 time frame, somewhere in there maybe. Well, yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't remember those guys being part of it. It would have been a bunch of actually. Oh, shoot, I can't remember if like Tai Kung was part of it or some other some name like that. But anyway. The other thing I wanted to mention was, this is kind of a good time to bring it up. I wanted to ask you, Don, because again, I'm still surprised how competitive you consider yourself. Because like I asked you to join my team twice, and you're the only person I've ever asked to join my team that turned me down, and you did it twice. I think you did it once in 2013. I was putting together the TMNT team. You were the perfect type of player, just like everybody else here. I was actually shocked to remember that F wasn't part of the original TMNT in 2013, just because he wasn't around. Because I actually thought he was. If he was around, if they were around, I would have had them on the team too. But ours was there. I was definitely trying to get you. I think I invited you again, maybe a couple years later on the second iteration of TMNT. Why did you turn me down twice, Don? Let's hear it.
I remember 2013. I wasn't super active that year because I think it was the year after 2012 where I played with Ducky and a lot of the mix of NP and T-Cox guys that left, like Grim. I don't know if Tirri was on that team as well. I know ours was. But yeah, I kind of had the big year in 2012 where I was active, and then I kind of took a bit of a break, wasn't as active for a year or so leading up to 2013, and I kind of wasn't. That was probably a time where I wasn't feeling that competitive about Myth. And I think, yeah, I do remember you asking me, and the thing is, up to this point, we hadn't had much to do with each other in Myth.
That's true.
Because I think one of the main interactions I remember with you was back when you were playing with Name Changers, and I was on a weak team in a winter tournament, and you told our team, I think, oh yeah, you guys can play with 9 if you want, because we're going to beat you anyway. so my impression was you're kind of an arrogant son of a bitch.
Too much testosterone back then. Too much testosterone.
Yeah. So
I wasn't a dick back then. That's true.
So yeah, it was kind of that, and I wasn't super interested in playing necessarily. Like, I didn't actually play as Dantski that year at all. I ended up playing as a dummy on Genghis' weaker team. And then I got lots of low ratios, so people started noticing. But after that in 2015, again, I wasn't super active, and I think I only played like the finals in 2015. And I didn't actually play any other match. So that's probably why I didn't join then.
Man, these are not very good reasons Don should play with us. So I mean, whatever. I don't like to overstack either, but man, yeah, you were like prototypical TMNT player. That was the style of player. That was like the style of team I was trying to put together. And yeah.
I mean, the main reason I think I ended up joining in 2018 was because, I don't know, I think I'd been thinking prior to that it would be nice to team with you at least once, just because I've basically had Rabican captain me, I've had Ducky captain me, I've had just about every other good captain me at that point. So I just kind of wanted to see what was different about your captaining and why you were so successful. So I think that's one of the main reasons I joined you in 2018.
Yeah, and as I mentioned to you earlier, I still kind of like have regrets that was the one year we teamed, because I was not very happy with myself that year. I didn't do a very good job, but so be it. I mean, technically
still won, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very bittersweet victory, but yeah. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, we got third with our little underdog team. That was pretty good results for that year.
Which team was that?
The Schlong Dong McCongs, the Rat King team.
The Rat King team. That's right. Okay.
The two best players in the team were me and Roar. They're Verminix.
Verminix, yeah. I would put
Me, Roar,
Verminix
and
above
Verminix
Roar probably,
were-
but yeah.
We were the heavy hitters. Yeah, we got third.
Don, my impression of why you didn't join me was, yeah, definitely felt like you probably had thought I was a dick, probably from something I said. By the way, when I know what you're saying, I definitely think I remember saying that to you and your team. I really genuinely was just trying to make the games more competitive, but I'm socially inept at the time, still somewhat today.
Yeah.
I
think we all understand that. But at the time when you're already like 3-0 down in a 7-game series, you're not feeling so.
Yeah, my delivery of things, I could have worded things better for sure. Let's see. Let's find another. Okay, let's start digging into the MWC 2020 since we're going to start reviewing this match here soon. So I'm just gonna kind of on my screen, people can see the rosters a little bit here. LSO, you are the captain of one of these teams. We got Blade, Spoon, Drizzt, aka Tirri, Arzenic, Karma, PK, Dantski, probably some other names.
And Argos.
Argos. Okay. Did I miss anybody that you know of? Off the top of your head?
No, I think that's everybody.
I think Zell showed up in the last.
Zell was around some matches. Yeah,
I think he showed up like at the end of the match.
Gotcha.
Zell that tournament. I think Zell plays. What is it? Ours World of Warcraft. Is that what it is?
Yeah. He still does.
Yep. So our match times for this tournament were the exact same times they had World of Warcraft raids. So he would raid, and then when they were done, he would show up for whatever match was left. So Zell was pretty much like I'll show up when my raid is done kind of player. So some matches when they were on different times, he would play, or he would get their 4th or 5th game, 7-game series, 5th, 6th, 7th game, something like that. So yeah, Zell. I kind of forgot about Zell being on the roster because he wasn't super big of he wasn't super active.
Yeah,
but
all good.
Pretty much everyone you read on the roster was the most active in the team, and then there was Argos and Zell.
Gotcha. And then to go over the other team roster, again, names are changed here, so I'll kind of identify people here. Texas Pete is Limp. By the way, hang on. Before I do that, LSO, what was your guys' team name again?
It was the Mystery Men.
The Mystery Men. Okay, thank you.
That's based off
MM
of the
was the tag.
superhero movie. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
The super cheesy comedy superhero movie.
Okay.
They're like generic heroes with they're like terrible super abilities.
Oh yeah, actually, I remember the movie.
Yeah.
I didn't even remember that when you made the team.
Yeah.
Did you insist on us changing our names for heroes in that movie?
I don't think there's that many, at least.
There's
the
like
movie.
5 of them, and there were 10
of
us. Yeah, so there weren't enough to go around, unfortunately. Gotcha. But I'm all for name changing, but I think it didn't fit with that theme.
All right, and then the other team here is Hot Sauce. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, just to clarify, the reason I'm like somewhat unfamiliar is this is actually a rare year where all 4 of you were playing, and I happen to not be. It's like a very rare year. I was out during this period, like 2-year absence from Myth essentially, because I had a 1-year-old at home, so I was busy with that shit. So yeah, going into Team Hot Sauce here, Texas Pete is Limp, right?
Yeah.
SecretAardvarkSauce is Thalander.
Yep.
HMP, aka Ephemeral. Eastwind is Eastwind. Shaiquanda is Shy. Ghengis and everybody else has their normal names. So Ghengis Khan,
and
Asmodian.
I would like to mention that their team had about 4 more players on it.
Okay. Yeah. What other names?
I think it was Clank, Zach, Garrick, and maybe one more player, Retless.
Okay.
But
gotcha.
For the finals, Limp was such tryhard mode at the time that he sat everyone else on the team and only played those 8 players for the full finals.
Gotcha.
So he sat half of his team in such a late year in Myth, which I think is ridiculous. Where our team, we subbed in people throughout the entire match, even our quote unquote lower lower skilled players, our 3 ballers.
Yeah,
So
and
our team had 10 players, and so 2 people subbed out every match, 1 or 2 people until Zell got there. And Limp chose his top 8 and sat everyone else for the rest of the finals and didn't sub out anyone.
yeah, and if you look at the names, I mean, I don't want to put down like our team or the players, but if you look at the names, they have like, I'd say, much better team. Like,
They're a full stack team, not a
Yeah.
single
Agreed.
weak link. Where
Agreed.
At this time, Spoon was still like 2 years into competitive myth. Blade had just come back after 10 years, and he's not the greatest. He was still a good player. Argos
Guys, it's 4 years later. Why are we making post uses now?
Argos.
Yeah.
Argos is. I probably wouldn't team with Argos again. He ends up being a really weak player, and then Zell was so concerned with World of Warcraft that he wasn't the strongest player. So I agree with ours. They had a completely full stacked roster. We were subbing in and out everyone, and we had a couple more probably weaker links. But that being said, we still had the capability of winning the series.
Oh yeah, sure. It was just
It was very close.
I don't want to spoil anything if people haven't seen the what happens, but it's a super competitive finals.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
just
it was
to give some context here, so this is when COVID first hit. Everybody's at home playing way more video games, and so we had a sort of resurgence in the myth community with like
It was
a
an
bunch of
8-team Myth World Cup, and there were many more people online that weren't on a team. So probably the most active year in the 2020s for Myth.
yeah 20 oh
In the later teens,
for sure, like the most active. Yeah, I
since
remember
like
kind of watching it a little
2012 or
bit.
something.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember watching it from afar, and I was like, wow, yeah, stuff is popping off. It was
And
huge for sure.
There were probably, Paris had a full team where there were 3 really competitive teams where each of the 3 could have won the series.
Right.
They're very
That's right.
rare that happens. There was a 4th team that Seeker put together that was competitive enough to win games, but probably not to win the tournament. So, there were some good matches throughout the year. And
Yeah.
there were scrimmages going on and other tournaments being played throughout. My very famous 1v1 with Asmo that got streamed to like 100 people.
So
Yeah, I forgot about that.
oh,
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
1v1, the 2v2 series, the 3v3 series, the Karma and Clank put together.
By the way,
All that was going
I
on.
remember watching that, and like people, I think I was watching even Karma and Clank's stream, and they were like, it was so funny to me that people thought that this was like actually a competitive match. Not Asmo, I love you. He's not here to defend himself. But I knew from 1v1ing you, LSO, that like you were very challenging even for me. So I was like, this is not a competitive 1v1. Like LSO is gonna smash him, which is what happened.
Yeah, it was like completely one-sided. And Asmo was making a bunch of big talk, and then afterwards he messaged me and told me, he was like, yeah, I knew you were gonna win the whole time.
Well, that's what I love about Asmo. Like he will go in there super confident, and he will fall on his sword, right? So yeah, I love that.
But yeah, that's just to say it was an extremely active year. So right here you rarely see 3 teams with this caliber, like all in a full 10-man roster on each team, all capable of winning.
Yeah, and Blade
I
and
do want to
Karma.
mention one thing about that 3v3 because you were talking about how stacked our team was. So I put my playership up as a bet as a prize for that for your 1v1 with Asmo, and you never took me up on it. So
Your playership? What do you mean?
yeah, like I said, like people were like putting up bets and stuff,
Yeah.
and I was like, I'll, put up my,
Like your spot on the team?
my spot. I'll join whatever team wins this, but.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't even know you did that.
I remember that.
I honestly
Yeah.
don't remember that at all. I had no idea. I really genuinely don't remember that. Or maybe at the time I was aware of it, but we already had 10 people on our team or something. I really don't remember that though.
You're saying you're betting if LSO wins in the 1v1 against Asmo, or was that the 3v3?
That you would join my team?
Yeah, I basically just put me as a player as like a prize for the winner, because I think that year LSO had asked me to join. A few other people had asked me to join.
For MWC.
I ended up being on Limp just because he just added me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Didn't even ask?
Well, he asked. I hadn't been expecting to play, so I've kind of been non-committal. Like, yeah, I'm probably not going to play. I'm working weekends, and then with COVID, I ended up getting weekends free.
I
Like
want
right
I want to
before.
add some background for this tournament. So Limp hosted the tournament, and he already had the idea for it like months in advance. So Limp, in the shadows, assembled his team with no opposition because the tournament wasn't announced. So Limp assembled his whole team, got everyone ready, had his full 8-man roster stack done, and then he announced the tournament and posted his team. So Limp kind of had that zero competition team building period. I mean, there's several of these names on his team that probably would have played for him regardless. I'm not saying that it was like cheating or whatever, but it was kind of this like he had it all in his basket, like ready to go from the get go. And then our team was lucky enough to assemble. Paris and I were going to make a team together, but as things started to progress, like Karma showed back up, Blade showed back up. I think like ours and Tirri were kind of around, but not on a team yet. Probably both invited by Limp at some point. And then I think Dantski joined later in the series, didn't you, Dantski? Didn't you join after like the QRs or something?
I mean, it's 2020 myth. I don't remember what happened. So.
All right. Well, my memory is that we kind of had a team started, like maybe 7 of us, and as the tournament progressed, like we picked up Karma and Dantski, and then like got a full fledged team together, and then ended up having a super good shot at winning the tournament some point through. So it was kind of just by happenstance and mainly due to COVID that like Karma and Blade showed back up and Dantski joined, and then we had the roster that we did have. Before that, it was like I think the first 4 original members in the team were like me, Spoon, PK, and Argos, and then everyone else is added after that.
Yeah, so let's go through it. Like Blade, Karma, Shaister, maybe were those the 3 players that kind of came back from just like because of COVID, basically. Am I missing anybody else?
I mean, there were several players that hadn't played the year before that came. I mean, there were a bunch of people online. Retless came back. Clank came back. There were several people on Paris's team that came back and played. That was the first year we'd seen like Kilgrath, Lizard King in a while.
No, I know, but just on these 2 rosters.
Oh, and these 2?
Yeah.
I think Shai's been around. I think Shai played with us in 2019.
Oh, that's
before.
right. Okay, so mostly
but Shai's one of those players that's
Yeah.
like kind of like ours and Dantski
Pretty
now, where they might
inactive.
play, they might not.
Yeah.
You know, only playing in tournaments.
But so
otherwise,
Karma's a better, like, what considered a pretty good player. Was he rusty at all from coming back from after so long? Or because there was so much activity before this finals
we were
match?
playing almost every day.
Yeah,
This year was insane. Our team would get together and play 4v4s and 5v5s like almost every other day. So I don't think there was any rust whatsoever by the time the finals came around.
Gotcha.
We were just playing Myth all summer. So yeah, I remember that. Just for hours at a time, our team would log on and play 4v4s, 5v5s, ours, Karma, Tirri, Dantski, all there, PK. Whoever had time to would just log on and we would play. There's scrimmages going on. So maybe at the beginning of the tournament he was a little rusty, but Karma's one of those players that was the first year he was back in years, and throughout the tournament he would consistently insist that he was no good and didn't need good units, and would deny every role I tried to give him. So he was being very humble about it, but I think he played completely fine, and he was a good player in that tournament for me.
Also, did you organize this team, or was it?
Yeah.
This is all you. It's all you.
It was me with the names that did join. I was able to convince others. So when Karma first came back, like just as an example, I was like, "Hey, play on my team." He said, "I don't know about that," and I said, "Well, Tirri, ours, and Rab said they would play," and then Karma said, "All right, I'm in," like immediately. So
right.
It's kind of that snowball effect. Once you can get one name, you can kind of convince the others. So I don't remember if it was ours or Tirri I had first to convince the other, and then Karma, and then Blade saw those, so Blade joined, and then Dantski later joined because of the names. So
how did you
like
guys
I said,
get Spoon? Because Spoon, for me at this time,
Spoon
is a
and
very
I have
unknown name. So
Spoon, he came around in 2018. Apparently, Spoon played early years of Myth as a different name, Wonka or something.
I recognize that
Spoon
name.
came back in 2018 or something and was interested in playing in tournaments, and so he played on a couple teams with me in Paris. And Spoon was one of those players I decided that had the potential to be better than he was, so I would start adding him to all of my teams and to play with me. And Spoon and I pretty much teamed in every World Cup since 2018.
Interesting. That's very generous of you. Like he was like kind of an unknown, and he kind of like
He's
rapidly
completely
rose to a
unknown.
finalist team.
Yeah, he was hanging around kind of like a two-ball player, and I was like, and I like Spoon too. He's fun to play with.
Yeah,
He's a chill
me too.
guy. So,
Yep.
I was like, and like I said, at first Paris and I had a team together, and then all these names started showing back up. So we decided to split up and make two competitive teams for the tournament's sake.
Gotcha.
And so most of the guys stuck with Paris, and then it was like me, Spoon, and PK broke away, and I just had to kind of gather names as they were available. So I think I remember inviting Ars and Tirri at the same time, telling them both that I invited the other, and they both kind of joined. And then Karma and Blade show up after years of being gone, and they saw that I had Tirri and Ars and PK, and I also Rabikin also said he might play, so I threw his name in there, but he never showed up. I mean, unsurprisingly. So Karma and Blade joined, and then they kind of just snowballed from there. We had a full team ready. Dantski joined sometime later. So, yeah, I mean, I say I put the team together. I did all of the organizing and inviting and everything, but once the team was together, I mean, it was a pretty group effort tournament, and everyone was active, and it was kind of just one of those things based on the situation of the tournament and who was on what team already. I was kind of just picking up people that didn't have a team already.
F, since you're kind of the only one here to represent Team Hot Sauce, is LSO's description of the team formation of Hot Sauce accurate or not? To your recollection, like, was the team kind of already organized? Were you invited before the tournament was invited or started, for example?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I feel like Limp had probably told me a while back before the tournament, and like I said, I wasn't expecting to be able to play until like I changed my hours at work due to COVID. So I don't know how early he put it together.
I have a very clear memory of it. When he posted the tournament, he had a full team he posted to, like all ready to go, wrapped up and ready to present.
That's fair, but I know Limp has a bit of a reputation for just asking players and then putting them on his team before they confirmed. So.
Well, he may have done that, but when it was time to start, and then all of them saw their names on the list, they kind of all just joined and played with him, I guess. Like I said, I mean, Ghengis and Shai and Thal probably would have played with Limp regardless, and Asmo was probably super down for it. Eastwind's probably another. Like, I don't think there's any cheating or bad intent going on or whatever, but he did have it all like pre-prepared for it, because this was the year that Limp, he made a new server, he had trophies ready, he hosted the tournament, he had his team ready. This was like his gig that he was all putting together. So
yeah, pretty much just the maps too.
Oh yeah, he made a bunch of maps. He reworked a bunch of maps.
With him on, and like kind of basically, I kind of taught him enough, and then he just like went through and like did a bunch of new maps himself too.
He reworked a bunch of classic maps, like moving the camera back a little bit, moving some trees around, adding new meshes to classic maps. Now we have things like Creep Tro.
He did do a really great job, I will add. Like,
I like a lot of his maps.
His maps are really great for tournament play. Yeah.
And I mean, if you look at people who create maps, Limp is a great tournament player and has a very competitive.
Yeah.
Like,
you definitely
Limp is a very great player, so he has the mindset to make good competitive maps.
You need somebody who understands that when building those. Yep.
So he understood what was good for the tournament side of games and made a bunch of good maps. And I mean, he put together a great tournament, and he had a good team, and he made great maps. So I think altogether it's one of the most fun tournaments I've ever played in. So Limp did a really great job. But
I will just also note that per a couple brief conversations I had with Limp early on, around this time frame, before the tournament, he seemed to be under the impression that I was going to participate and form a team. Probably he didn't know I had a kid yet, and he would have knows my personality well enough that I would have been very eager to compete in this, given the all the returning players and a lot of competition going on. So I don't know if he was expecting me to put a team together, but he did already have like some of my players, right? Like Asmo and Eastwind. I mean, I don't know about Asmo, but for sure Eastwind and definitely HMP would have teamed with me if I was forming a team. You know what I mean? Like I have my team, pretty loyal bunch for the most part. So, well, except for 2018 when Asmo and Ars ditched me, but we'll get to that another time. But I mean, yeah, there's some players here that actually on both rosters, if I had formed a team, I probably would have had some of those guys too. So, all right, F, can you explain a little bit of the team dynamic on your side of things? Like, was Limp doing all the strategizing? What was going on with that?
It was a pretty much a group effort. Definitely like, I guess more of like the core really would like show up to strategy sessions, and that would mostly be Limp, Asmo, I think Shai and Ghengis, both of them, and then like I would sometimes show up for them. I don't think I always did, but maybe occasionally someone else like Eastwind, Thalander. I think, but really the core was like Asmo and Limp, and then Ghengis and Shai.
Yeah, that makes sense. F, I do seem to recall that, like, I remember commenting at the time, like, kind of following the tournament a little bit, like, how you were given, like in this 8-man roster, like, you were given, like, the, like, 7th or 8th most important role, like, pretty consistently. And I remember commenting to you at the time, like, they're really underutilizing you, I felt. Like I just felt like you should have been given more important unit sets. I remember commenting to you at the time. LSO, how was the kind of strategizing and team dynamic on your side of things?
Well, at first it was just me in the QRs, and then I think at some point it started to transition where really almost everyone on the team started to kind of get involved and have opinions about things, and it turned really into a huge group effort, especially with like Karma and Blade being very vocal about a bunch of things. And I'm not saying negative or positive in any way, just like started contributing more. And at some point in the late QRs, early DE, they all decided that I should be heavy hitting and not captaining because I couldn't do both. Like I shouldn't do both at the same time. So we would still strategize together, but then we had Spoon and Blade captain a couple maps where they were essentially just trading and handing out units, and everyone else was focused on fighting. They were focused on coordinating. But, excuse me, I don't think we had amazing success with that. So towards the end, I went back to captaining and also tried to heavy hit and captain at the same time. But there's still a lot of pressure on me taking certain units and whatnot. But as far as strategizing goes, I would pretty much set up strategy sessions, and whoever wanted to show up would show up. And I think pretty consistently we had I think ours was there pretty usually, Tirri, Karma, and Blade. I think Dantski might have shown up once or twice, and Spoon once or twice, but it's pretty much me going through strategies and then getting a lot of feedback from Karma, ours, Blade, and Tirri. And it turned into really like a group effort, a group strategy session, and we kind of agreed on a lot of our strategies together. I remember some maps where I said, like, I don't like these ideas, we're doing this, and on a lot of maps saying, all right, we can change it for this or that, and go with what everyone feels like is the best option. So kind of transitioned and changed a lot throughout the tournament. We probably should have figured out something early and stuck with it, but I think for the most part it worked.
Yeah, I think Blade might have actually done a decent job if he had like a little bit more time to like get into the captaining thing.
I think so too. I mean, as
It
far
was
as
so
what we were,
the switch was kind of sudden. We tried to like put you in the, because you were, I think, still like the most with Tirri and Karma, like you needed to have the critical units also. But yeah, I think he might have actually done a bit better if he had a little bit more time to prepare.
I agree with you. I mean, as far as like trading, distributing, and then watching the map and coordinating people, I mean, Blade is a very vocal player and he was coordinating very well. So I do agree. If he had more, if maybe from the get-go Blade did more captaining, like from the start, I feel like he could have done a good job, especially considering that we had all of these players to heavy hit. But as I do now, like comparing now the most recent two World Cups with this one, I'm very quite capable of heavy hitting and captaining and coordinating. And I should have just done that from the start. But yeah, no, Blade was doing fine.
I'm really interested to hear this about Blade because actually Blade and I teamed together way back when in MWC 2001 on Kakra together. Kakra Juice Circle was the team name. And I seem to have a very vague memory of him and I getting into it with each other a little bit, discussing strategy. And now I look back on it, I'm like, it's just clearly like him and I think we're both just interested in strategy. And I didn't know what to make of it much then because we didn't really know each other very much after that point. But now hearing you guys say he's still interested in the strategy side of things, all these years later, that some people are just like that, their personality is such, they're just really interested in it. Blade, open invitation to team on my team sometime if you want to go deeper into strategy with me. It's there. I enjoy players who really enjoy the strategy. So
you won't enjoy how much he loves artillery.
Okay, that's interesting. Well,
yeah, there was a lot of pushback for more artillery in a lot of the strategies.
Yeah, and we'll get into that once we start the films for sure.
There's a lot more. We need a couple more archers. We could use another warlock. Let's get some Solus. That was a lot of the feedback.
Okay, interesting.
Except for, I mean, Karma had a couple ideas that went under the radar that probably could have worked well. Just on some maps where it seemed silly he would advocate for mall rushes and stuff, but looking back on it, would probably have worked really well in the maps and situations they were at. So, I mean, Karma was very into the strategy sessions as well, giving ideas and feedback. I remember Tirri and ours being there, but really the most vocal two players I remember on the tournament, like just in game and in strategies, for Karma and Blade.
Karma and Blade, okay. And it's important to have shot callers on the team, for sure.
Karma's as far as team play and coordinating and shot calling, Karma's very good at that.
I agree.
He may not be as strong of a player as ours or Tirri or Dantski, but he definitely was a lot very vocal and very helpful in that manner.
Yeah, I always try to explain to people that there's really it's not just one role, or there's not just two roles of captain and non-captain player in the game. There's really 3 or 4 roles. It's not just the captain. You have to split it up into who's actually doing the strategies. The strategies is its own thing. That's everything that happens before the match even starts. Then there's the shot caller role, which is everything that happens during the match, right? Those are the two big kind of distinguishing factors. And then you have the just regular players who are not doing shot calling or strategy. So it helps when your shot callers are also strategists, but I've noticed a lot of players who might be just better at one or the other. You get somebody who's really smart but not so talkative. They can be more of the strategist side of things, maybe not so much the shot caller. Shot callers definitely need to be people who want to talk and speak up a lot. So, but a lot of times I've noticed some players they may not. Usually, somebody who's shot calling does have an interest in strategy, but I might contest that maybe they don't have the greatest eye for the strategy side of things. But they still are very effective in coordinating and executing in game as a shot caller. It doesn't hinder their ability to do, even if they're not so great at the strategy. it doesn't hinder their ability in game to execute, it seems to me. So, all right.
Well, we had a very vocal team. I mean, across the board, everybody was talking pretty well. We had very good communication. I think PK is really quiet, and Tirri's kind of quiet, but pretty much everyone else is speaking. Like,
at some point, I think we had to tone it down a little bit because we had too much people calling things out. I think like the perfect dynamic is that you have a captain and then maybe one or two other players who like make their in-game decisions.
I like three personally, but two
like captain and two shot callers is
2 shot callers, 1 captain, so 3 total. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like basically 1 on each front is essentially what you want, so that you get all the information needed on each front. Yeah.
But not to say like if you have a goal pack and you're going into their backfield, you should always say like, hey, I have an opening into their backfield.
Of course, everyone should like call out things, but like
that are happening. Yeah, we're in agreement here.
Yeah.
So, and as far as the team composition, I just want to shout out ours real quick here. I think ours is definitely the best player of the match, of the series, of the tournament. I mean, just like really vocal, always being in great position, and definitely probably my top heavy hitter of this tournament. And then I think the other two for our team were Dantski and tirri as well. So, I mean, I had a pretty strong set of guys that were good at staying in position and communicating and playing well. But especially ours. But just I don't know what happened for us. Not to spoil, but I don't know how it. I think we could have done better on the strategy side of things on a lot of these maps.
I think at least I haven't seen these films since we played these, but or like maybe I watched them once afterwards. But I think I recall that these were mainly very close games all around.
I think so.
So it came down to like small details basically.
I think you're right.
Also, just to put some context on the whole voice comms kind of evolution in Myth, at least for me, I didn't start using voice comms with my team until 2018. And definitely there was an adjustment period there, and I don't think we did a great job that year. By 2020, from what I could see, I think the voice comms had matured quite a bit. You're starting to see like just the more effective use of how to do voice, because it is a very different medium for communication compared to what was done before.
We can return to this point if we remember after the last game, but I'm just going to point out a small detail. At this time, I still used the push-to-talk feature, and my push-to-talk button was the side mouse button. And I realized after this tourney that it's not a very convenient place for it, because if you have to like do some really detailed microing, and while you push the side button, it's not very helpful. Let's say
you have one of those mice with extra buttons.
Yeah, it has like you can push with your thumb on the side.
And you were trying to talk with the button on your mouse.
Yes, I think I did something like that, and it kind of messed my micro a bit.
I can see that definitely. I don't think I would ever elect to do that.
Yeah,
that's what I use though. Yeah, that's how I use it.
That's what I use.
Yeah, I don't know a less convenient or a more convenient button to put it on, because if
I just don't use the push to talk anymore. I just keep the mic open all the time.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
I use
that is
open
nice.
mic.
Yeah, you can use voice activation. Then it's
I have the fortunate circumstance of being in a quiet environment, so I can just be quiet until I'm ready to say something. So I use that too. I don't use push to talk, but I understand a lot of people have background noise and and things going on or something. So they kind of are forced to use push to talk in that situation.
It's a really good point.
Finding a convenient button would suck for.
I never actually thought. Yeah, I always like think just naturally, like if I'm in a voice chat with more than like 3 people, like everybody's got to be on push to talk. I guess that's just coming from my like gaming and like MMOs and like raiding, because there's like huge groups of like you need everybody on push to talk. But You bring up a good point, R, is that like if the voice activation is good enough, or if you're in a quiet enough space, that it definitely can screw up your micro for sure. I remember before using voice, when you're doing just text, the way I would always play is if I ever needed to type out some text, even if I was in the middle of like combat, I would just kind of like back my units off for like 1 or 2 seconds and quickly type whatever I needed to, and then go and then micro back in again, and that's kind of the style of play I got used to. With voice, I don't know if I kind of do that still to some extent, possibly, but yeah.
Ephemeral, y'all were on voice chat for your team, right? I just assumed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing
it's
their
kind of
voice
the normal.
a little bit.
It's the normal now, but I was just making sure. So both teams are voice chatting in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's quite a bit more matured, I think, since I think it's been going on in Myth for a few years at this point. I want to say 2018.
Yeah,
2018 because that was when the year that Mirgard, the Discord server, got set up. And I think that's what kind of kicked it off, didn't it?
Well, Seeker had a Discord server that was open since 2015.
Yeah.
And was it used for team voice chat at all?
I recall using voice chat with a team since 2017, maybe even 16, but I think 17 is the first.
I might have been late to the party for sure. Yeah.
So I mean, regardless.
I just want to point out too that GKG, we were using voice chat, but just for Maz.
Just for Maz. That's right. That's right.
And you were very adamant for a while that like voice worked for Maz, but there's no way it would work for
That's right. That's right. I was wrong about that for sure. I had to change my mind eventually. But like I was just so, again, I had explained this to others previously, but I just remember every time I tried to play Myth with voice, it's not like I hadn't tried to do it before. It would just be so distracting. It'd be so distracting. I would always play way worse whenever I had to be like on voice comms, trying to do like 1v1s or even small 2-team or whatever. And it just like, I don't know. It took me a while. I don't know. It just took some getting used to, I guess. But I was definitely late to the transition. And I was against it for a couple of years for sure.
I also come from a background of playing a bunch of other games with all my friends, so I was pretty used to voice chats at the time, and to me it just made sense. Why would you stop what you're doing to type anything when you could just say it while you're still playing? But I get that for some people maybe that are a bit more socially shy or something, typing's a bit easier than talking, and I think we see that a lot in a lot of people and a lot of teams.
And some.
It's not as much about being socially socially shy about it. It's just obviously when we were gaming 20 odd years ago, we had about TeamSpeak, which a lot of people just didn't use. Like I don't know if any of the teams back in the olden days of Myth even used TeamSpeak and stuff like that.
I doubt it. Yeah, like it's not like voice chat servers weren't available back then. There was, but it was just not. I don't think it was used in.
So y'all were just stuck in your old ways.
Possibly.
All of you old timers.
We were using it on Mental back in like 2007, 2008, occasionally, definitely by like 2009.
Oh, interesting. Well, maybe that's why that team did so well. That is interesting.
I don't know if we were using it. We definitely weren't using it a whole lot early, but by the 2010 tournament, we were using it pretty extensively. So.
I was also going to say it's not just about shyness either. Like some players are European or whatnot that don't, English is not their native. I mean, English is not your native language either, but in Finland, teaching English is very common. So your English is great. But other players come from countries where English is not so common, and
you can just say Shad.
Shad. Well, Shad. Full props to him. He still plays on voice chat with us, and he gets by.
Yeah, but as I definitely have less foreign language experience than all of the guys who have been playing Myth for years, but it's a lot easier in my experience to read a second language than to listen to it.
100%. That's exactly my point. Yeah, like all the like native English speakers,
especially when it's all super quick and panicked
text
and fast,
is way
and you're
easier.
microing and
yeah,
you're microing. There's things going on. You're watching units. Someone's talking like this, and you're just not really, you're like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah. All right, let's dive into these games here. I got the first game loaded up here. I'm just gonna skim through the PT at double speed.
I've gone to 0 seconds.
Yeah, you guys can pause at 0 seconds.
So is this is one of the maps Limp reworked. I think this is Raisin Barn 2020. So this is, I think, a new mesh that Limp added to it, new unit mesh. And I think he might have done some work with some of the houses and trees, but I can't say with certainty whether he did or not. I know on a lot of maps he did, but this, I think, is essentially the classic Raisin Barn, but with new units on it. For some background.
We got some full 8v8s. And yeah, just for context, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but like this hot sauce team is like super stacked, like one of the most stacked rosters in MWC history. And as you guys mentioned, like your roster is still very good, but definitely not nearly as stacked. As
there's not a 3-baller on their team.
Yeah, exactly.
We have at least 1 to 2 every game.
And
they've got Asmodian on their team.
What's that?
They've got Asmodian on their team. That's their 3-baller.
Oh, low blow. Asmo not here to defend himself. He's going to hear this later, though. Yeah, I mean, Asmo, he's like, it's debatable, right? Like, the thing is, Asmo in a team setting, I have to give him the 4th ball just for, like he is definitely better in the team setting. Like, his shot calling ability and just coordination, strategy, that stuff is more of his strength. But like in raw BC skills, it's definitely debatable for sure.
Yeah, it definitely. I think in this roster, he's definitely the 8th there, but he's definitely not a bad player. He's still strong. So yeah, he's the 8th man on their roster, but I think he'll be completely fine in that role with this team.
F, do you remember me telling you that they're giving you some weak roles on your team? Do you remember that conversation we had?
I remember it.
I don't know. I mean, not exactly, but maybe. I don't know.
I remember you had that conversation in one of our team discords, and I think GKG's right. Like starting game 1 here, I'm on 0 planning time, so I see all the units distributed. You're given the most absolutely definitely 8th man role here, which is a thrall pack and some dwarves, where everyone else has some sort of heavy melee or some artillery. And then dwarves too. So you basically have what Gekko has, but without the archers. So you definitely have the 8th man role here.
Did you feel underutilized at all, F, or you're just too chill? You didn't care.
I mean, like you said, it's like a totally stacked. Like there's really no weak links, so
There's
it's
no
not
fat
like
in the team. Yeah,
I was. Even if I was on the 8th man, it's not like I was, being put
on flag defense or something.
Like, it was very solid team all through. So there's kind of, I feel like it was a much more evenly balanced team than kind of what we would see with, today on our team, where it's,
like
it was
3 obvious heavy
in
hitters
terms of squads and stuff. Like you don't see, like, just looking at. I mean, we'll talk about it, but like looking at the split, it's much more even.
And going back
that's true.
to what F had mentioned about them being a very creative player, which I totally agree with. F on our team today is kind of like the go-to goal packer, and on these light maps that is the heavy hitting role, and just super creative with especially goals and just plays in general. So yeah,
I would give you any slow units like this thrall pack here. Not saying you couldn't do it, but like I think out of all the roles Limp has distributed here, you were given like the one role I wouldn't give you in all of the distribution. So kind of misutilization. Excuse me.
So yeah, just to
that's where push to talk is helpful.
Go over these trades a little bit. Also opted for 2 squads of archers.
Yeah, so it's essentially the same, but we have 2 less dwarves than them and 3 more archers. And then I think the difference is made in Thrall and Warriors, because we both max goals, both max Thal. I think they might have maxed Warriors or have one more Warrior than us and 2 more Dwarves. So yeah, I think our points difference is we have a couple more Archers and they have a couple more melee and Dwarves.
In general, I don't mind these trades too much at all. I think these are decent trades. I think I'm probably going to have bigger issues in the later games with the trades, but this seems fine to me. Distributions, you know, well, it's 2020. I gotta remember that, like, we just shifted from like 2001 to now 2020. Like, we're in modern myth now compared to the last podcast episode that we had. So like the distributions, especially, maybe less so the trades, but at least the distributions and everything are gonna be a lot better. I don't expect to see much issues with distributions this day and age in 2020. So yeah, are you guys ready to start the film?
Yeah, so it looks like, just one notice about the distributions, they have a bunch of small warrior packs, each with a dwarf.
Right.
Or we have 3 main warrior packs and a gold pack, and our dwarves are split up amongst
Gotcha.
artillery.
Yeah, so you have some dedicated warrior packs, which I do like. I do like that better. That's a good point to bring out, yeah.
But there are a lot of dwarves on this map, so...
Yes, right.
We'll see.
Are you good, Don? Are you loaded up?
Yeah, I'm at 0.
Okay.
Ours,
F, you guys good?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, going.
Game on.
So I think I'm the only team with stuff drawn on the map here. I think if I recall correctly, we had all of our artillery on the south side, and Karma was supposed to go north with his gold pack and kind of scout out the north there. With all the warriors distributed, and I think Limp's is pretty similar. I think we had very, very similar, like, directional strategy here.
Yeah,
what
I
people
agree.
are doing with their units.
I see some bottle pus being made. Let's see if Limp's team is going to make bottles.
I don't know. Yeah, because
It
we
is
have
a-
a dedicated gold pack, and they don't.
It's a
They
really
have,
prime map for bottle pus, I must say, because the water is
never-
right in the right on the way for the dwarves. So
So Limp has the gold pack, but he's heading mid with it. I don't think he made bottles, so they all seem empty.
yep, you're right.
Flag
And
captured.
I think it's smaller than Karma's gold pack.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
So we got Dant and PK on the
Flag
archers. That's going to be
captured.
important to see how that plays out. And we got for Team Hot
Gekko.
Sauce Gekko. On Thal, the Thal packs are pretty important too.
Flag
So
captured.
for we got ours. And,
Ours, Tirri, and I split them
Okay.
3 ways.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
I like that.
But Limp's got every warrior pack is
Flag
like 1 or 2
captured.
Thal and a handful of warriors.
Flag
so
He
they
makes them up
captured.
more. Yeah, I don't like that
split
as
them
much
up.
in general. When I design squads, I like to keep similar unit types
Flag
together.
captured.
I've experimented with the whole mixing the melee. In general, I like to keep it together, especially when the movement speeds of the units are different.
It's kind of different here since they have 8 dwarves and each of their melee
Flag
packs has a
lost.
dwarf. So
Flag
I think this
contested.
focus is more on the all the melees guarding the
Yeah,
dwarves.
yeah,
and being more
I
mobile.
think that's Limp's idea here.
Oh,
And
of course,
also
yeah.
because of the houses, you can use them like a
Flag
protection
contested.
for the dwarves. So
Flag
it's,
captured.
I
And
understand
then-
what he's
Flag
doing here.
Captured.
And then each of those couple Thal are
Flag
just making their
contested.
little melee pack stronger. And
No, yeah, I totally
Flag
understand the thinking behind it. It's for me personally, I like having 1 or 2 dedicated melee guys though. Always, there's just a different micro and positioning. It creates a more specialized squad that has a different role. The moment you give somebody an arty piece, their melee pack has just fundamentally changed its purpose, right? Like it can't maneuver as much anymore, and the micro is taken away from the melee.
Flag
So,
captured.
in other words, if I have like 2 players matching up
Flag
against other
lost.
2 players, I would much rather have 1 player with the arty and the other player with the melee compared to both melee or both players being split on the arty. In general, there might be
Flag
some exceptions
lost.
to that, but Okay, we got
So already we got
fight.
some archer fighting. PK for some reason went real far and is now just now getting involved.
Yeah, and
Flag
he's picking a 2v1 fight.
Flag captured.
Like 8v5 on the archers and 2v1 on the players. Not a good matchup for that at all. I don't know why he's pushing into that. Well, he's backing off now, but.
Oh, you mean Gekko?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gekko. Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
PK.
yeah.
My bad. No, PK is on your team. Yeah.
Asmo
my bad.
snipes at Tirri's pus already, so we're down 1 pus in the south. I mean, Tirri should be able to push Asmo out of that corner.
Yeah, Gekko being
What he
very
has.
aggressive with the archers there. He should be getting out of there.
Yep,
He lost.
Dantski
Ooh,
snipes
nice.
him.
Dantski just snipes a whole archer in a single volley. Wow.
Yeah, so we're
Flag
pushing south
captured.
here. I think our middle should be pushing to close that
Flag
gap.
captured.
If you see here, immediately in the middle for Team Hot Sauce, Thal is coming to cut off our archers right here, and there's no one there to support them.
Yep,
Our
I see
team's
that.
overextended in the south. I think I remember that happening live.
Yep,
We're calling for some support, but they're not backing up, and no one's going to support.
I don't like what
Late.
Karma's doing in the northeast. He's way out of position, out of the fight. He's too wide
Yeah.
out there. And LSO,
So they're
you're a little behind too. Ours,
They're committing their rush right here.
Yeah,
and we're
they
scrambling
got
to
like
get
a
back.
30-second
Flag
window to get
lost.
some good pinch on that south because
But our archers need to get out.
Yep.
Get out. Get out. Yep, I think we're
Yeah, they got a good pinch
Flag
here. They definitely should
captured.
take this push right here, this fight, and they are. And they're gonna get Don's dwarf.
gonna get Tirri's dwarf is way out in the
Oh,
open
that's
too.
a great pussing on the dwarfs there. Yeah.
Flag
Okay, now they're
contested.
starting to waste a little pus.
Flag captured. Flag
Tirri might get his
lost.
dwarf out of there.
Flag
That's a really good
lost.
push by Team
Flag
Hot Sauce.
contested.
I really like that push and that team
Flag
coordination.
lost.
They had like a good
Flag
3 or 4,
contested.
like a good 2 extra players in that push.
Yeah, it was just too quick for I
Flag
guess anyone to get there
captured.
and stop it. Our archers were way too far away from any.
Well, I
any
also think
melee.
your guys' melee packs were a little
Flag
too far out of
lost.
position, especially Karma's
I'm not
bolt
blaming
pack.
the archers. I'm saying that we were just as a team too spread out.
Yeah. Yeah,
Warrior
they're
getting some free
Team
kills
Hot
and some
Sauce's
archers.
coordination is just a little bit better, I think, a little bit quicker, I should say. Karma,
All of our
again.
dwarves too. I didn't notice it this time, but all of our dwarves are just way out front, getting hit with bus. It's
Some of them were, yeah, for sure.
Cherries and PKs.
Yeah.
Dantski was just unlucky to get pinched.
Yeah, I think this happened initially because we lost vision in the middle
Flag
of their
lost.
like melee packs, so we didn't see them going in
Flag
to the south
captured.
at start.
Flag
Percentages are still pretty even.
Yeah, this is
Flag
basically just
lost.
back and forth trade.
Yeah,
So
ours
pretty
comes
long.
in.
LSO team
Snipes.
is actually up. I met Mystery Men is up 2%, 3%.
Yeah, I
Flag
think it looks like
captured.
we kind of backed off and kind of
Slow down the push.
went down the push.
I did like that engagement from Team Hot Sauce, the initial engagement, but yeah, I don't know what happened there. It's now kind of
But they have a lot more position and flags.
true, but that's not going to matter yet. There's 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so our team has to
Flag
recuperate here and
captured.
get out of this corner in the south. Karma's behind them now.
Yeah, I really wish Karma had made a move earlier
Flag
on
lost.
something. He had to have helped the rest of the team alleviate some pressure. At least just get a player distracted on him a bit more.
Flag lost.
I'm guessing Karma
minutes
still has
remaining.
his pus and bottle.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so he's trying to set up the bottle pus. Which the best time to have done that would have been during Hot
Yeah, well,
Sauce's
we're already
push.
committing forward. Yeah.
Yep,
Flag
exactly.
captured.
I mean, at this point, he's just going to be sniping a dwarf with it.
Yeah. Now
That's pretty
the
much
main
all.
engagement's kind of
Flag
done. Things are going to be more
captured.
spread out. People are going to be less
Flag
distracted. It's going to be harder to
captured.
get.
And now that it's
off.
slowed down, we lost our
Flag
archer
lost.
advantage, and they sniped a lot of our
Flag
dwarves.
lost.
So
Mhm.
there's not really a great place for us to push back into them. So I think our idea here was to spread back around.
With
play
a
for
lot more of the
position.
pus being spent at this point in the game, the dwarf count is going to start mattering. I see you guys got 3 dwarfs left, I think, on your team, and
They have 4.
1, 2. They have 5
Yeah,
at least.
3.
5 at least.
What
Lost.
they've- Oh, yeah, 5. Oh, wow. I missed one behind the building. Yeah, several of our players had our dwarves way out front, and they got sniped.
F is middle. holding the town center, town square.
Flag.
I feel like we
contested.
must be down in melee or
Flag
something.
captured.
It's
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw a couple warriors get
I
blown
did
up in the
see,
south.
yeah, I
when
did
y'all
see some
pushed.
dwarf shots on in that push.
Flag captured.
I flanked H&P
Oh,
here,
Karma
but there's
spent
no
spent
support.
part of his bottle plus on Asmo's war pack. Didn't go well.
He
It
does.
dudded.
Takes
It
a
dudded.
takes
And
a
then
losing
he
fight here.
He takes a melee engagement,
Flag
which he'll probably win, but it wasn't the cleanest melee engagement.
No,
I
he
would
backs
say.
out.
Oh, he backs out. Yeah, he was probably gonna possibly lose that.
Yeah, so
one.
I'm behind
Flag
H&P here, but there's no one pinching
Flag
from
contested.
the middle.
Flag
So there's nothing really I can
contested.
do against that.
Flag contested.
All right, we kind of have a surround on their south now. If I can get into position, I really genuinely don't remember how this game goes.
Yeah, this is why I like having dedicated melee squads, because yeah, like LSO's melee
Flag
squad's able to like
lost.
get deeper in the
Flag
backfield, set up a
lost.
pinch with something. Super close game so far.
Yeah, but our team just stuck in such a horrible position. We're all in the corner.
Yeah, now at 2:20 left on the clock, definitely your team has to start being concerned about pushing out, trying to get control of the middle, and
Yeah, I
getting
think
some
we're
better
Flag
control.
lost.
Well, I'm sure we're calling to push somewhere.
Flag captured.
2 minutes.
Yeah, Tirri's not pushing with his stuff. Our archers probably need to be pushing. Again, I don't remember what we were calling or what was going
Yeah,
on.
I think the call was like try to push through from somewhere so we could get some more flags. And I think I remember giving away my dwarf to someone in the middle so I could like move out with my faster units.
Shai is doing a good job shadowing your melee pack LSO because you don't have any pus
'cause I
to
don't
deal
have
with
any-
that door.
I don't have a
Flag
pus. My pus is
lost.
coming in from the
Flag
east. I think I got one
captured.
from someone.
I would have
Flag
liked to
Yeah,
have
I
seen
can-
Karma's gold pack set something up with you, with your melee pack. Again, I don't know why Karma didn't try to set up a pinch with some. He just took an engagement one-on-one with his gold pack. The gold packs really, they need to like pinch and like find, like they're good for distraction and harassment.
Yeah, well, I mean, Limp's been using his to control the backfield
1
pretty
minute
well.
remaining.
They're just ignoring Tirri in the south. He needs to be pushing towards a flag.
Flag contested.
Yeah, with
pushing into
less
the
than a
corner.
minute left, he's not going.
Flag
He's going towards
contested.
one flag, I guess, but it's kind of far
Flag
out.
lost.
And near the end of the game, you really
Flag
want to be focused
captured.
on mid control, and they
Flag
have mid control
lost.
right now.
Flag
Because that's what's going to
contested.
give you greater map control. Usually, there's a greater density of flags towards the middle of the map compared to the outside.
30 seconds remaining. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested.
It's looking good for Team
Flag
Hot Sauce right
captured.
now with 20
Flag
seconds. Oh, now it's
captured.
evened out. 8-7 in flags. It's going to be really close, actually.
Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag
Super
contested.
close
I think I've suicided in the north.
Sudden death.
Yeah, you ran into the
Flag
size
contested.
You got the best of it, I guess.
Oh, I think I still get him
Flag
somehow.
contested.
Okay.
Flag contested. Flag captured.
Okay, now it's looking good for us
Flag
too.
contested.
But again, we still have a lot of units concentrated in small areas.
Flag contested.
Most of our armies in the south not on a flag.
F doing a great job of giving his team center map control.
Flag lost.
Yep.
On the other hand, Blade is
Flag
fighting him with less
contested.
units pretty well at this flag.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I
Yeah.
mean, he's going to have to give it up, but he's committing way more percent than he's having to fight with.
Flag contested.
Then the south is about to develop into a melee around that flag.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tight, especially
Flag
since we don't have
lost.
a dwarf and they have two.
Flag captured.
It's a losing fight
Flag
there.
contested. Flag contested. Flag
I think there's a
captured.
main engagement at
Flag
south now
contested.
at some point.
Flag captured.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely gonna
Flag
push into that
contested.
flag.
Yeah, problem is
Which
Black
could probably,
always choose to
could probably
engage.
be given up right here.
Yeah, I would have given
It
that
really
flag up
doesn't
because
need to
they
be.
committed a ton of percentage to that one flag, you know?
Now,
Ow.
Thal are just going to get cleaned up south.
Yeah, I think here y'all should have just ran away from it.
Yep, they committed so much percentage to that one
Because
flag in the south.
Karma and I have a lot of the north covered.
Flag
North and
lost.
east. Karma and I won, and
Flag
we have like the entire
contested.
north side of the map.
Flag captured.
Ours
Flag
is zoning stuff
contested.
out. Spoon comes in and stops
Flag
HMP from
lost.
taking that flag completely.
Flag captured.
Feels like the one thing I'm noticing at this point in the game is our team has a lot more thrall situation on various flags, whereas a lot of their flags are empty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like LSO, your team's position right now.
Yeah, me too, but we just need to get a decisive uncontest, and they're
Mhm.
doing a good job of
I don't-
contesting
Where's
it.
the
Flag
contest at? I don't even
lost.
see it.
It just went away.
Yeah, you want to turn on friend foe
Flag
for flags there.
lost.
Limp keeps grabbing flags here and there.
Game.
Okay,
Oh,
so we did
okay.
get it.
Yeah,
Barely,
you guys
but
did win that one.
probably not super deserving, but we did. I think a main thing of it was Karma and I were able to win in the north and have a huge north advantage, while most of their army was focused on fighting our south, where there wasn't a flag. There was one flag, and like half of all of our remaining units were fighting on that flag in the south.
Yeah, wow, unbelievably close game, I must say. You really can't
I'll be right back.
say that like one team had like a big advantage at any point. I did like Hot Sauce's like initial engagement there. I don't know if they just needed to like disengage cleaner to have like kept their percentage advantage that they had, I think, initially, or what happened there, but
Well, from what I saw, they did expend a lot of pus, and half of it was wasted. So I think they lost a lot of their advantage through that initially.
could be. I mean, I always expect some wasted pus. Half is probably a little too much for sure. I thought they like their first 2 or 3 pus were really good, and then definitely they wasted a couple after that. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is actually part of the reason I kind of got a bit sick of Myth towards the end, is because every light map I played, I saw at least 3 or 4 pus at my units.
Yes.
It was always a Limp team doing it. So
Yeah, that is a frustrating experience for sure when you get like 4 or 5 pus spent on your squad for sure. All you can do is just like spread your units out as much as possible, so only one unit gets hit at a time. It's like all you can do, but yeah.
yeah.
All right, let's load up the next game. Does anybody have any final comments before we move on?
I just think that I remember there being a sort of panic in the voice chat when they first started pushing us south, that initial fight.
I agree though. Like I would be a little panicked too. Like what I saw there was like some of your guys'
Get
melee
back, get
squads
back.
were a little out of position. Yeah.
Get back. We gotta hold that. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go just skim the PT on this
But-
next one.
Yeah. While I'm doing that, I'll just say that I mean our melee players did at the end finally manage to get in good positions.
Yeah,
to
the
control
melee
map.
squads, the dedicated melee squads, kind of were more effective at the end there for sure. I think I remember this game. Okay, so LSO, you guys go like basically max souls. Now LSO, question for you.
I would never do that again.
Question for you. Did you take this strategy from one of my strategies that because I remember doing this one time before.
Yeah, I think I saw one in a film years ago, and I think y'all. I don't remember if you won or lost, but I don't know. For some reason, I liked it. I was like, look how many hills and water there are. I mean, it was just a poor strategy, but
yeah.
I do remember leading up to this match that I think half of our strategy plannings was basically around this map. We tried like 3 or 4 different things.
This is one Karma suggested an all melee rush on, which this is the one I was saying that probably would have been a good idea. Then some people wanted artillery, some wanted a mix. I mean, yeah, we couldn't figure out what we wanted to do here at all. But in hindsight, which is always 2020, that many soulless on an enormous flag rally map is just not a good use of points
For
at all.
sure. For sure.
And I don't know. I'm definitely much more against Solus than I am now. I am definitely now much more against Solus than I was then. But even then, I should have realized that was not really a great trade to go with.
When I saw, because I watched these films right after the match, and when I saw you do this, I was like, you took this from me, because I did this strategy, and it was a terrible idea when I did it. Probably makes my eyes bleed when if I ever see myself do it again. But
yeah, I don't even want to look at this right now. It's so bad.
yeah. And no, actually, I think it was a Homer team that punished me hard for doing this trade on like an all melee rush that they did, and it like as soon as they did it, I was like, yep, that was It's just like, man, even I, as much as I like focus on the melee and the trades, will massively fuck it up sometimes, and that was definitely one of them. And this is a rare instance where Karma suggests the more melee focused strategy, and he would have been absolutely right.
I think he was right.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, our strat on this is basically like 2 morts and like the rest mauls.
All melee.
And all melee,
yep.
Yeah. So.
And the enemy team here, looking at the trades, they're very low on artillery and they have a bunch of mauls, and we're very high on artillery, and we have probably just, I'm gonna guess, those 3 mauls set on the flag. So.
Yeah, so just based on the trades alone, you can kind of already make a prediction that Hot Sauce is probably going to win this. But
and we split Tro 3 ways, and they do it 2 ways. So I guess my thinking was that each Tro would go a different direction and have a full Solus pack to support them in the Tro fight. But that's better in theory than in practicality, because the Tro has to be super mobile to be aggressive in a 3-way, and the Solus are immobile. Maybe if each Tro had, like, I don't know, 4 Solus or something, it would have been better in theory, but just there's like maybe 1 in 100 maps where all Solus is the way to go. And that's only because the map is just loaded with hills or whatever, and there's flags right up underneath hills.
That's the only use case for heavy souls, is that the terrain is just massively favorable.
A small map with a bunch of hills and a bunch of flags underneath those hills.
Yep.
And maybe, like, you know, not a bunch of warlocks or fetch or something, and then souls can be good. But in this case, I definitely just had a 100% huge miss in the strategy, and it was just really bad. A bad strategy that I'll never replicate ever again in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, you got it from me. I'm the OG of this strategy. It's a terrible idea, came from me. But that's like, I just remember thinking that's like, look, I need to talk to LSO, because he shouldn't just be blindly copying my trades, because like a lot of those trades are garbage now. So.
I think I've probably ever only blindly copied 2 or 3, and the others that I did were mostly melee stuff, and they worked. So I was like, all right, I don't know a trade on this map, so I'm gonna go blindly copy one. And I should have critically thought about maybe why y'all lost that match.
Never copy a strategy of mine or anybody's where they lose the game. You know what I mean? Like, never. Like, there's a reason they lost, right? So.
Yeah, I just thought the reason was someone screwed up somewhere. But yep. Like I said, hindsight is 20/20.
Hot Sauce has Ghengis and Eastwind on Tro, which doesn't surprise me at all. If I was capping that team, that would probably be the 2 Troers I would pick as well. F, I don't see what units you have for Hot Sauce here. I'm trying to click around to find them.
I see mercs.
Like a merc pack or something? Oh, okay. So no already dedicated merc pack, I think?
Yeah, merc pack.
Gotcha. Okay.
Looks like maybe Asmo has a merc pack, you have a merc pack, and Shai does.
Which, fair enough. Like this, yeah, I do merc packs.
And then Thal's on artillery, Limp's on artillery, and then Gekko has a Solus pack.
All right, you guys ready to start it?
Yep. And then we 3-way split Tro.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
And another comment I want to make is I've never played with Karma ever before this tournament. And when he came back, I was told that he was the main Troer for NC and that he was a Troer and should be given Tro. So I gave him Tro pretty much. I pretty much gave him Tro every map that he was our main Troer. But also at the time, I wasn't really into Troing so much. I think something I would do differently now is probably keep it myself, but I really don't identify another Troer on our team. I mean, they definitely have better Troers, I think. In my opinion, Ghengis is better Troer than anyone in this game.
100%. Yeah, Ghengis is like
And
the top
I mean,
prototypical
Eastwind's always
top
been
thrower.
good at it.
LSO, like you're definitely a thrower. Like I don't really
Flag
see. I know Karma was
not in
given
this
throw a
year,
lot,
though.
but
Pretty much 100% because when he joined, I was told that he was a thrower and trowed for NC, and they won a bunch of tournaments.
The
and
thing
I was
about
like, all right,
throwers
that
on
works.
NC is
Flag
like
captured. Flag captured.
they always obviously they had to
Flag
have somebody
captured.
throw, but I don't think they've ever had like a great history of throwers on NC.
Also, there
until
were
Ghengis.
several games like when we played against the lower end teams, Karma would just flatline roll them like 100 kills with his tro, and in rival games, Karma was rolling all over people with tro, and I mean he could do it. He's obviously was good at being really aggressive with them, but I think in these matches up against like Ghengis or something, Ghengis is just a better thrower than anyone else. So
yeah,
I don't think Karma did badly.
Karma with Drow is very similar to Kruniak with Drow.
Yeah, just very aggressive and throw it all in sort of
Flag
style.
captured.
Yeah, like again, I don't think Karma did really ever super poorly
Flag
with them.
captured.
I just don't think we had the same throwers that Limp's team did to be able to compete with it.
What I am going to be looking for in this game and in all tro games is setting up tro RD pushes. That's always a key factor. So that's what separates the actual true great throwers from everybody else is setting up tro RD pushes.
Oh, I decided to give Karma my second throw just to shadow that
Flag
stuff.
captured.
So now Karma and Tirri are throwing.
I mean, you guys
And
are
I'm not
controlling
sure.
the middle.
I'm not sure what I have. Oh, I have a Merc back.
Ars, what's your idea with the souls in the south there?
I mean, they had a melee push going there, and I didn't have any mercs, so I was pulling back to protect the flag.
Oh, I think I remember what happens in this game. Yeah, they have an enormous melee advantage everywhere.
Yeah,
So
and
they're just
I
able to
kind
push everywhere.
of end up floating between mid and south whole game with my souls, and they don't really do anything.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of stuck there because I can't really leave it either.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever
was,
you have a
again-
heavier melee advantage, especially on a flag rally like this, what you want to do is spread the opposing like to really leverage your melee advantage. You want to spread.
And that's
that
what
team
they're
out.
doing right
yeah,
here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I basically just set us up with a bad strategy.
Because if you spread the
losing
team,
strategy.
if you spread the team out that went too many arty, you're gonna find a hole somewhere where the melee just can
Flag
easily rush something
captured.
down. It'll expose itself
Flag
somewhere, right?
captured.
Unless the team will have to turtle up and just give up all their map control, which would then
Flag
just give you a game type
captured.
advantage. So
And yeah, we're basically giving up all of our map control. I have nothing that can stop their west from just running through.
I don't like this push that Karma and Tirri are doing.
There's no
There's
artillery.
no arty
behind it.
with it. So again, this is
Yeah. I mean, my souls are the ones nearest, and I think I remember I was asking on voice whether I should go with them, but I think LSO was very busy.
Yep,
Can't
I'm
split attack.
struggling to live in the west.
Tirri takes a mort shot on his merc. So now all his mercs are one kick to a tro. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I was struggling to hold the map. I think south is in danger. The only flag we have fully protected is the very middle flag, which is very bad.
Karma is gonna probably take this flag. It looks like,
He's going for it.
which would give your team VI, I think, which is actually kind of important. So
Yeah, but it also means
Flag
all our Trow and
captured.
Mercs up there are all going to die,
Flag
basically.
captured.
So they're just surrounded.
Victory is
true,
imminent.
true. It's gonna be hard for them to get out of there. That's the only thing.
Yep. So now our only flag left.
You got VI, which you kind of
yeah.
needed to get VI because you have this like heavy. This is actually a failure on Hot Sauce's part. Like they had a
Now-
big melee advantage but didn't get VI. It's like
Now I think right here the play should be all of us to turtle up on our most defensible flag. Which
Absolutely.
in this case is 4. But
oh,
I don't know.
Karma needs to be getting out of here. He's not exiting the battlefield.
There's way too many mercs on 4. We're gonna lose 4 here, and then our last flag is middle. So
I really want to see Karma just ditch this and get out because they got the flag, the VI. That's all you need. Now,
oh yeah, I
needs
think
to
he
get on
gets.
D.
I think he gets stuck in the corner.
You guys should be D'ing the south flag, by the way. The south
Yeah,
flag.
I mean we're trying.
Oh, you guys are
yeah.
gonna give it up. Oh no! Oh
There's
yeah,
too
you're
many
gonna get
mercs. It's set up with a bad strategy. Too many mercs.
Flag.
Yeah,
I
our
wasn't able
souls
to-
can't do enough to help that.
Victory.
So.
And I
As
couldn't
soon
get
as
there
you
in
guys
time.
got VI, you needed to guard that south flag.
We did. We were heading for it. I was running that way. 2 of the Solus packs were heading that way, but they just had too many.
So now
mercs.
you guys are forced to guard the middle flag.
The
it
middle
looks like.
flag,
Yeah, which
the worst
sucks.
flag to guard, the most pinchable and
Yeah.
surroundable.
It's like there
And
are
Karma-
the hills
Karma
next
and
to it.
Thierry-
Karma is
still
still
aren't out of
stuck in
there.
that northeast.
He's trying, but I guess they're just blocking him off whichever direction he goes. But the good news is a lot of their units are stuck chasing him down, so if they just all ignored him right now and ran mid, they could probably rush it and win before he can get there.
Yeah, 8 minutes left. The VI, it doesn't matter that much. I don't think I would have
Gives them a whole bunch of time
given
to set
all
up.
that aggressive push just for the VI, especially when you got a party disadvantage.
And I think they elected to do that themselves. I don't remember calling that. So, but I also don't remember saying no, don't do that. So it's kind of like I think I realized the Solus were really bad and was like, all right, let's try to get what we can out of this. So yeah, get VI here. Right here, everyone should be heading back
Yeah,
mid.
you guys are down in percent. Let's see what the Tro health has looked like. Yeah, you're down in Tro health for sure too, because Karma's got a hurt Tro, red orange Tro.
Yeah, he sacrificed a lot of health to try to kick that flag.
Yeah.
And they chose the worst path to get out of here, so they're probably going to get pinched and lose a bunch of mercs here. Yep, they turned around.
Karma's already lost some mercs, it looks like. And Tiri's
Yeah,
about to lose more.
his here.
Yeah, they're all gonna get run down. Again, yeah, I don't like. This is why I don't. I'm not trying to talk shit, but I don't really consider Karma and Tirri top tier throwers. You have to give you do need a second thrower on your team, and it would be one of them, I guess, if you absolutely had it to. But you need throwers. Like top tier throwers, they set up arty pushes with their throw. That's the biggest differentiator there.
Well, ours and Argos make a good play here and steal Gekko's Solus Hill, giving us some more ground. But like you said, I mean, there's nearly 7 minutes left in the game, so
You're gonna have to somehow be able to get your souls to do enough throw damage to help salvage the game for you, essentially, to get these souls in the fight. Yeah,
get any damage.
Yeah,
and
'cause the
Argos
souls-
leaves the hill after we take it, so
the souls aren't really getting any value otherwise.
Yeah, and they are also bringing in a white from the north, so we can't really cross over anymore.
Oh yeah, they're gonna probably. Well, your arty could maybe zone out that or pick off that white. Maybe.
our artillery near needs to be helping these Solus keep their hill.
Yeah, they are kind of too stuck on the hill. They should be
I mean, a couple could peel off, and they just need to be creating space for us as much as possible. The more space we have, the less hard we get pinched at the end.
Oh, pick off one white.
Yeah, I guess maybe we thought it was clear after that.
Curious why they traded for whites. That's a bit unusual.
I think it's just for fun kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
we might get
yeah,
a
and
lucky
also
hit.
you can defend the northernmost.
He had
them
flag,
all-
which
that's a
was
good
their
point.
main defense.
He had
flag.
them all surrounding that north flag, so it was all, mined water essentially.
Yeah, use it as a defensive
5
white on the
minutes
flag.
remaining.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is good in that situation.
But they got
Not a lot of
3 of them
situations.
though, didn't they? They got 3 whites.
Yep,
Or no,
one
just-
for each pool around that flag.
Oh, I see.
They're moving them all now because they know they're not under
I think
threat.
that's too many personally, but that's. You have to guarantee that you're going to get VI if you go all that heavy into the
Yeah, it's definitely
flag
a
heat.
contingency thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what Thierry's doing right now. We're just running from this Tro, I guess. Karma's red, orange. Our Warlock should definitely not be white checking right now. They should be conserving mana.
Yeah, we are way too clumped in the middle.
Yeah, I know. I played really badly.
We should have pushed forward to get more space.
Yeah, our
I
artillery
guess,
definitely should have come off the hill to push for space.
Yeah, I guess everyone's just clumping because we know if there's a rush coming, we need to get together.
Yeah, I guess so.
But we did it way too early. So yeah, we should have created a lot more space because it's a lot harder to lose a rush when you have more space. Where if you're already all clumped on the hill, You're nice.
The other mistake
that clumped for them.
The other mistake here is I actually think your team needs to set up a Tro Artie push on one side. Like they're surrounding you guys.
So.
You just need to push out on one side with a Tro Artie push.
Yeah, East is super susceptible to
yeah,
it
exactly.
right now.
Because you could run down their mauls and their Artie units there with a Tro Artie push.
And then we're fine.
And then use the souls to hold off.
That West Tro is too hurt to do anything. So looks like we're trying to do that, but the artillery's a bit slow to get there. Keeps turning around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the right call.
You have to break out of it. You can't just run the timer out and let you guys rush them down at the end without doing anything. You know what I mean? Because like that's the maximum benefit for them.
And since Argos left that hill, Gekko's able to take it back from Arzenic. So now there's even more space for the enemy team.
Busy. Okay, hang on. Just later, okay?
I think we know how this will go.
Thank you.
Yep.
I remember how it goes, but I think anyone watching has a pretty good idea what's going to happen here. We're down 20%, and a lot of our remaining percentage is in Solus.
Wherever their souls are not at, like, the Tro should be trying to push out with some Artie to make something happen. The Tro just can't stand on the flag like that and wait for them to rush.
The only chance our team has is if they have a really disjointed push where one side goes in too early or something.
Yeah, if they somehow really fuck it up, yeah.
It just have to be. They would have to just screw up everything for us to lose this.
Yeah, you guys are down like almost 20%, or 15 now, I guess.
It's rough. And we're down Tro health too, which isn't conveyed in percentage, but it's definitely a factor.
And this is where I also would have consolidated the Tro. Like having split Tro, I don't think is any favor at this point. You should only you only split up your Tro for as many Tro Artie pushes you want, different Tro Artie pushes you want to set up. So at this point, if all the Tro are together anyway, because you're already guarding one flag, you'd only have one Tro Artie push. You'd consolidate the Tro.
The problem now is we've come so far together in the middle that we're literally getting after shot from both sides.
Right.
So you can barely retreat from one side.
And that's why I was saying, like, you need the Tro Artie push to like create some space for you guys. Yeah. They're doing a good job of like.
There go all their whites.
There's like the boa constrictor just like slowly pinching you guys from everywhere. And now they're starting to get some shots off with their Artie because of it. Because you got nowhere else to run to.
The East one's just taking a lot of damage on his Tro, though. That's our only hope. It's over at this point.
Yeah,
then too much
melee just comes in.
Yeah, they brought in the mauls also from there.
Those mauls actually, those mauls should have gone in first, though. By the way, it's a little sloppy, but
30 seconds remaining.
It's way closer than it should be.
It's way closer than it should be. Absolutely, way closer than it should be.
Our Solus did a good job.
Karma's Tro, like, man. He just got, his Tro was like at half health and just got like annihilated by 2 mercs.
Yeah, got stuck there.
Thal,
yeah, well,
what the hell did Thal have? Oh my god.
Artillery and mauls.
Yeah, he got some big damage.
Yeah, I remember very clearly playing very poorly on this map and losing a bunch of units I shouldn't have slowly, and then I just kind of dwindled out. And then probably should have done a better job about coordinating a push at the end or moving artillery out of that nucleus of the flag, like keeping space. But
honestly, way closer game than it should have been, though. Like, you guys still got VI, which is like crazy to me. Like with their melee advantage, they should have never given up VI like that.
Not at all.
Yeah. What did Ghengis? Let's see, Ghengis.
He basically spent the whole match chasing Karma's one Tro.
Yeah, he seemed to do fine. Tirri looks like he took a lot of casualties. Probably most of his merc dying there. Yeah. Don, looks like you got some good rate. You got souls? Yeah, it looks like you got souls.
Yeah, I think I just had Solus that game and 1 Mort, and my Mort just picked off Solus really.
I think at the end our Solus, because their Tro had to push in, our Solus killed all of their Tro. but it just wasn't enough to offset all the melee advantage.
F, I didn't really see what your squad did. Do you remember at all what it did? Were you that Merc pack in the southeast?
I
Was
had a
that
Merc pack, but I think I was mid, and I was kind of just defending the
Okay,
party.
gotcha.
Yeah.
You're
I think
defending
I kinda
like,
maybe-
were you defending Karma and Tirri's push?
I think I might have been up there too. I don't know.
This is a hard game map to play 8v8 because it really only has enough units for like 5 people, really. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you trade
Yeah,
it
with
right with just
with
you
the
should
right
go
trade.
go full melee or like 1 or 2 morts. Yeah. Any final comments before we move on to the next one?
I think we knew where that was going. The minute we saw the
Yeah.
trades.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can see our teams are still competitive enough to bring
Yeah.
it down that even at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end.
yeah.
There.
It was still a competitive game. All right, I'll skim the PT on this next one.
So that's 1-1 starting the series.
1-1, yep. So this is King of the Map, Leagues from Somewhere. Yep. I love this pick, by the way. This is like one of my favorites.
I don't remember this map at all, so I guess we lose horribly.
Yeah, I remember it. It's one of my least favorite maps.
I don't like this map at all either. I'm with Dantski. I don't like this map.
Oh, because you don't like the middle, I'm guessing, right? With the
I don't really know what it is about it, but I just don't like it. The unit combo, the map, the whole map itself. Doesn't really matter what game type it is. I'm just not a huge fan of this map.
Yeah, for me, it's more just it's one of my bad luck maps where I just seem to lose all the time when I play it.
Is this the one? Oh, well, I guess we will see it later.
This one where ours dies horribly.
Ah, yeah, probably. I'm thinking if this is the one where Tirri blows himself up in the middle.
It might be. It might be.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Well, so far looking at the trades,
I think it was on this map on some tournament. I guess we'll see it later if it's this.
It might. I don't remember exactly, but it might be this one. He doesn't have any artillery, so maybe the enemy blew him up.
No, it was like he possessed himself and blew his Zergs or something like this.
Okay, it could be this one then. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But
satchels in the middle.
On the satchels.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something. Yeah.
Well, looking at the trades for King of the Map, Limp gets some max archers in Thrall, which just is just not good for King of the Map.
Yep, that's crazy.
And one dwarf, where we have, we still have a lot of archers. I mean, more than I would trade for now, probably. Yeah, definitely. But we have less archers, more dwarves, and a lot more warriors. So the difference here is in the artillery and the warriors. We have a definitely melee heavier trade and dwarf heavier, and they have just so many archers in Thrall.
So they have the full 24. You got 10.
Probably
15.
18, I think.
I think
15. All right, yeah, 15. There's 3 packs of 5. Yeah, and I think this is still a situation where at this time I was still liked artillery more than I do now, and would probably trade more than I would now. Like I would probably never get more than 12 on this map.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I wanted to ask.
I've changed a lot of
just throughout this.
My ideas on strategy and captaining are a lot different than they were just 4 years ago.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to really. I'm sure when you look at this whole series, it's gonna be like, yeah, I definitely would not do that.
I see how much better I can do now than I did.
I mean,
not even if I didn't even if this were 2 random teams, and it wasn't my experience, and I looked at it, I know what I still know what I would do differently. I'm not just correcting myself because I lost. Like, how am I wording this? I'm not just making excuses and saying I would do it differently now, but I genuinely would do a lot of different strategies. Doesn't matter who the captains are. I don't like either team's strategy in trade here. I would definitely do mostly melee on this map, with the game type, the map, the units available, and I think also the team wanted a decent amount of archers. There are a lot of players on our team that like archers. Like pretty much every map, I think I tried to get PK and Dantski both archer pack.
Yeah, I mean, I love Dantski on an archer pack too, but like I never trade modify the trade
For
I
the
want to do
players.
just for the player, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think I was doing some of that too. And again, I would never do that now. Like I'm a completely different captain than I was 4 years ago.
Totally understandable. I mean, this was just to
My
emphasize. This
strategy
was your
and trade.
first. It was like your second maybe year capping an MWC team. Is that right?
When I first started, I've capped a few bad teams in 2015 and 16 and 17.
Okay.
Like a couple newbie style teams
in
getting better each year.
MWCs or the off season
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, both.
MWC. Oh, sorry.
Like 2015 was like my first year playing in any tournament. We were the sociopathic owls, and it was like me and a bunch of co-op guys I played Gladiators Depredation with.
Okay.
And we lost a deer, like for perspective.
For perspective.
Yeah, like that was my first year captaining. I was as much of a captain, like I was basically just the guy who traded the units and gave them to people, and then we all just ran at them, you know.
Fair.
That was 2015. 16, I tried a little bit better and got a couple better names. Still lost horribly. 17, a little bit better. 18, I didn't captain. 19, I didn't captain. And then this was my first year back full captaining an MWC team.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know you captained that much. That's interesting. But
yeah, from the get-go, I've always enjoyed it. Every off-season tournament you can think about since 2015, I've captained a team in. Every draft team, every winter series. Pretty much every tournament.
That explains
all of them,
a lot more then.
Very, very poor success for the early years. I didn't start winning things until about 2018, some off-season stuff. But
yeah, just so everybody else knows, LSO. I didn't really know LSO like that. You were that big of a captain at this point.
I've always enjoyed it. Yeah.
But right after this tournament, you captained another team. So right after MWC 20,
yeah,
you captained another team in a draft tourney and won. And
rolled, yeah.
And also, I don't recall exactly, but I thought even maybe like your roster was slightly the underdog, maybe or something.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and you showed me a recording of your all's voice comms, and you're like, because you're like asking me for some feedback as a captain, and I was like, I watched it, and I was like, dude, like literally the best capping I've ever seen outside of myself, like that, like serious, and I genuinely mean it to this day. Like you were on top of everything, you were coordinating shit, like, and that's why I was like, okay, I gotta teach this guy what I know if he wants to learn from me, because like you had such huge potential I saw right away. So that's
my strategies have come a long way since I started playing with you, but I think I had the base
your
ability
comms
to captain.
though, like yeah, you're just you were all and that the whole like heavy hitting and capping thing, like you're the only other player I've seen outside of myself that can do it. Like there's nobody else. Like even Asmo, who's a good captain, he doesn't heavy hit and captain. You know what I mean? So like that,
and no one else does.
You're almost giving your team like an extra player on the battlefield that way. And it's like if you can pull it off, it's tough to do. I've kind of gone back and forth on whether or not I should do it too. It definitely makes me play worse sometimes. You got to be more active in the game, because when
there are some situations where you just got too much on your plate.
It can bite you in the butt sometimes. But when you can,
the main factor is having teammates that can shot call and coordinate too with you. Because if you're the only vocal one, then you're done for. But if you have teammates that are vocal and can coordinate, then you can easily do it.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing.
For sure. So going back to this game, Zerks are like Tro almost on this. They're like such an overpowered melee unit.
Possible Tro.
Yeah.
They still have their weaknesses.
They're like mini Tro almost on this. They're just I mean, that's a bit of an
kind
exaggeration.
It kind of feels like the light maps that have the little Heron Guard hero packs or the Heron packs that are just super strong on the light map, because they're so much faster and stronger and quicker
exactly.
and they're healable. So yeah, you kind of have these. You still have to worry about pus and artillery, unlike a Tro, but you really can do a lot with this small unit pack.
So the whoever has Zerks is like this is like the heavy hitting role on this. So we have like Asmo and Shai splitting Zerks. I don't know if I would split Zerks actually if I was doing this, but it can be done. And then you have Tirri on Zerks, and Curious, why did you give Karma and Blade 1 Zerk each?
I don't know. This is probably something where we were team stratting, and they both have gold packs, and they were both like, "Oh, can we get 1 Zerk to make our gold pack stronger or something?" And I was like, yeah, 1 Zerk is fine.
Fair enough. Could work.
I don't really genuinely remember why. I think if I were to do it now, I would keep all 8 to 1 player and just let 2 gold packs be 2 gold packs. But I think they both
it's not a bad idea if you run into like a warrior pack or something. Then you can clean up the past units easily.
Yeah, it does make the gold pack a lot stronger than it would be. So I think them each asking for 1 Zerk was like,
Zerks do go well with goals too, because they're almost the exact same movement speed. So yeah, it makes sense.
When the majority of it is goals, a couple Zerks is fine because those goals set the pace. But a majority Zerks and a couple goals, you kind of have to wait on those goals a little bit.
And again, you could kind of draw the analogy to like Tro. Like Tro, you always want to give your Troers some lesser melee to cover them up a little bit. So you have the goals with the Zerks is similar, right? So yeah.
So they split their Zerks and Warriors into equal Zerk and Warrior packs. So they do mixed packs, which I would never do here. Because Warriors are just way too slow to keep up with Zerks.
Yeah.
And then everyone else on their team either has... Yeah, everyone else has Archer Thrall squads, and then Limp keeps a gold pack. And then look, there's 6 for Gekko, 6 for Eastwind, 6 for Ghengis, and then Thal and HMP each get 3. So that's kind of weird.
And you see HMP with his lone dwarf.
Yeah, okay, oh, you do get the dwarf, the 1 dwarf. But I would at least probably do, like, I don't know why 2 players would get 3 archers. That's just kind of... I would do squads of 5 or 4 to make everyone more impactful. Yeah, you can't really do a lot with 3 archers.
Yeah, I agree with that. In general, I don't do archer squads less than 5 because, and the reason for that is, if you just think about the geometry of it, when you set up that archer line, what makes the archers effective is having a wide archer line so that when you shoot the volley of arrows,
angles,
they're getting different angles, so it gets you much more of a shotgun effect. It's harder to dodge. If you can hit, if you could guarantee that your archers were going to hit almost like very accurately at least 1 arrow every time they fire, that's actually pretty good, right? And with just 3 archers, it's just too hard to hit anything.
You're not getting that at all.
Yeah, it's just too hard to hit anything. So it's usually just not worth it.
It's effectively giving you units just to give you units. It's not really an effective role.
It's the effect of having 8 players rather than 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Although they could have split off that dwarf to a separate dedicated dwarf melee squad of
dwarf player.
I'd probably do like a dedicated dwarf warrior squad or something like that. Because like again, the warriors with the Zerks is a little awkward. So.
And then on our end, ours and I each have a warrior pack, like a dedicated warrior pus pack, and then Tirri has the dedicated Zerk pack. Blade and Karma are gold packs, and then everyone else has an archer dwarf melee combination. Which I like our trade and distribution better than Limp's.
Yeah, I do too. Although it's not a huge difference, unfortunately, because it's still pretty heavy archers. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. I was just saying, like, yeah, I think that was part of like the psychology of like the distributions has to do with how strong of a roster this was. So it was like, no one wanted to like these are all good players. Like there's no, with 8 good players, there's just very little room for like giving people a lot of units without giving anyone like a shitty squad kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't approach it that way though. Personally, like I would still approach it the same way. Almost, I very rarely let the roster influence anything about my decisions in trade or distribution. What I would just do is like rotate the players out. It's like I always look at like who's having a good match. Like everybody has their good matches and bad matches. So like it's like whoever's having a good match, they're on it, they're like kind of on fire or whatever. I start like leaning as the match progresses. I just start like leaning on them more. If somebody's having a bad match, it's like okay, I'll just that's how I play. It's not just like okay, if everybody's 5 balls, they're still all going to perform differently because some people are going to be kind of on and some people are going to be off, right? So
someone's hungover and someone just had their vitamins.
Exactly. Like the performance always is different every single match and game in real time. So that's just how I think about it. It's just a little bit different, but
Yeah, and even then, like, you have 3 players with 6 archers, and then 2 players with 3. You could just take 1 archer from those other guys and give it to the ones with 3. So everyone has, like, if you're all great players, then you can divide the archers up a little more evenly. There's no reason to have 3 players with a huge pack and then 2 with a tiny one. Like you're getting the same effect out of all of your archers if you're still going the same directions. But
one thing I would say, LSO, is I would have really liked to seen you keep that Zerg pack that tirri has, because that's a great role for a captain. Like having that fast roaming melee, I do that all the time as captain, because it's just like that's usually the really complicated role of like they need to know how to maneuver around the map, and it's like if somebody else is doing it, I would have to be like giving this person like a bunch of orders if they don't necessarily know exactly what to do. Whereas like if I just do the role, it saves me the time and hassle of having to give any orders, right? Because I just already know what needs to be done. And what I also want to see in this game is Zergs. They really the role of the Zergs on this is really to be trying to push into the backfield. A lot of players are too scared to go into the backfield. This is one of those roles where you really want to be into the backfield, getting some flag pressure back there to help with the game type. So,
yeah, I think part of my mentality here is that when looking at my roles I have to distribute, my primary heavy hitters are tirri and Ars, so I'm going to find roles for them first, give them what I think are the most important units, then myself like the 3rd spot because I'm captain, and then onwards. So I think I just looked at it and was like, probably asked who wants the Zerg pack, got feedback, and then probably decided on tirri that way. But I understand what you're saying.
I think at that time you weren't really thinking about the difference between melee players and arty players, you know?
Yeah, true.
And that's a pretty important factor, because there's a lot less good melee players than there is good arty players, and there's a pretty big difference there.
Well, I had Ars on melee packs pretty much throughout the series. Ars and I both. If there's pretty much 2 melee packs, Ars and I got them. So that was kind of. We don't have a lot of. Comparing the 2 rosters, we have a lot of players that are really good at artillery versus melee. And they have more melee-centered players on their team. Kind of weird though to give their Zerg pack to Shai and Asmo. I think I definitely would have given them to Ghengis.
Yeah, Ghengis on melee for sure. Ghengis is by far their best melee.
Or Eastwind, maybe.
Yeah,
but
I agree with you.
I'm ready to get into this one and see what happens.
Yeah, let's start it. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, going.
Yeah, I really don't genuinely remember how this game ends. I think I have a good idea, but I also want to see where I send everyone, because that would also change in my captaining now. How I give orders, who's going where. That deal.
So we got both Zerg packs on the same side.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
So they're splitting them and sending them the same direction, which is...
Flag captured.
I mean, that kind of defeats
awkward.
the point of splitting them.
Flag captured.
Unless you have one going really wide and
Flag
one staying kind of
captured.
short on that lane. It looks like we're doing pretty much opposite of them. We're sending like all of our artillery south. They're sending all theirs north.
I really don't like tirri
captured.
Zergs going mid. They should be on the
Flag
flank.
captured.
They're just going to get tied
Flag
up in the
contested.
terrain. You want that
Flag
speed to
captured.
be out in open terrain. You know what I mean?
Flag captured.
Now maybe he's just gut checking middle, in which case I like it.
I think
gut
so.
check middle and then go to the flank. That could work.
Flag
I hope that's
I
what
think
he
that
does.
was the idea, but
Flag
you might get
lost.
caught up trying to kill
You
this
might
goal
get just
back.
too distracted and too committed to middle, for too long.
Flag contested.
Notice I'm laying a satchel
Flag
trap.
contested.
Oh,
Flag
okay,
captured.
yep.
Flag contested. Flag
Co-op
captured.
style.
Co-op, yeah.
Flag contested.
Karma's
Yeah, so I
Zerg
guess
does help to
contested.
control the northwest flag.
So Blade and Karma here are just supposed to distract those archers and play back as slow as they can now.
Oh yeah,
Well,
just ignore
yeah,
those
everyone else
archers
is
for
everyone
sure.
else is pushing on this
Push
end.
south and middle and ignore that
Flag
north. That
captured.
huge archer force north.
Flag contested.
Looks like Spoon's going back around to help tirri push.
Tirri is
maybe?
still middle. I mean, he's got to get out of there.
Flag
I mean, it's
lost.
just use
I
the
think-
goal to contest. You don't
Flag
need the Zergs
contested.
there anymore.
Flag captured.
Oh,
Flag
Okay,
lost.
so he's gonna.
not a good puss on
Flag
tirri
contested.
because he still has most of his Zergs alive.
There's not well,
So
just because there's no
wasted puss
follow-up
from Thal.
damage. That's why it's a bad puss. Yeah.
Yeah, if he got all of the Zergs.
If all the
I mean-
archers were in range to like wreck those Zergs, it might have been decent. But
So it looks like Spoon's just going back to hold a little bit with tirri, I guess. But everyone else should be pushing right
Flag
here.
lost.
Tiri's still committed to the middle. Okay, I also don't like what the hot sauce Zergs are doing.
Flag
Like
lost.
they should be trying to get on
Flag
the outside.
contested.
I don't know why Ars and I are backing up. I don't know what I was doing here. I think we
Again,
should have kept
this,
going.
This is why you don't put the warrior packs in the hands of the Zerg guys, because like it's slowing down the
Flag
Zergs so
contested.
much. Okay, Asmo handed off 2 of his Zergs to Shai to give him a little bit more force. Like if I was Shai, I'd be diving into that backfield
contested.
hard, like trying to get into the northeast even. But yeah,
Oh,
nobody's
Shai
going
has
for
a
it.
lot of the Zergs now.
Yeah, he's got 6 of them. Yep.
But I have an extra pus, so I don't think he can push me there.
So LSO, your team is up on time.
But now
Down
we're
in
losing.
1 flag though.
We should be pushing somewhere here.
Flag contested.
Yeah, I think we start to push out.
So start to
south now.
push south.
Flag
Yeah.
contested.
Yeah, we should have done it earlier, but
Yeah.
It's kind of keeping their Zergs kind of wrapped up. I like that. It's like
Flag
you
contested.
don't
where's
want those
tirri
Zergs
now?
on
Okay, so
defense.
tirri went north, which is good.
Good.
Flag
Yeah.
Well-
lost.
But he's
better
still,
than
he's
middle.
still not going in the backfield though. Like he should be diving into that
contested.
backfield. None of the Zergs are diving into the backfield.
Karma's trying to dive right now.
Flag captured.
Okay, Karma got a goal in the backfield, but lost 2 doing it. Okay, he gets 2 goals back there. Okay, kind of good play from Karma. Good idea from Karma, but not the greatest
Flag
execution. He could have just
contested.
ran around, but
Flag contested.
Pretty close game. Percentage, flags, and time.
yeah, and I don't think they can really push anywhere because all of our archers are on hills.
Flag
I don't know why
contested.
tirri's running
Okay.
from a goal back.
Flag
Ours
lost.
and well, just
Flag
ours, I guess. He's
contested.
doing a pretty big push in the south
Flag
with Don.
contested.
Don Edos already scored.
Flag captured.
I probably should have kept
Flag
going with ours.
contested.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah,
what
you're
I'm
going
doing
middle where you're just gonna get bottled up by the terrain. Yeah, the melee really needs to find
Flag
open ground.
contested.
Here. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. Oh, okay. I think I wanted to help PK push here.
Push into what? The middle?
Yeah, I don't know.
contested.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just as confused as you are.
Don
I know
takes a
this
big
was
puss.
me. I know this is me playing, but I'm just as confused.
Yeah, you're a very different player back then.
Flag lost.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow, that Zerk just gets right through in the south.
This is gonna be one of those
Nips are-
another one of those games for you, Don, where they just get killed by puss.
Flag contested.
Oh, ours taking a big puss. They're getting a really effective puss shots on you guys. But there's no follow-up though.
Contested.
Well, we're starting to get some follow-up. now.
Flag lost.
Nah, I think I'm here to save it.
Ours didn't take too much follow-up damage.
Yeah,
No.
I was close enough for them to not be able to just destroy him. Yeah, they end up just losing a bunch there.
Contested.
Lost the Artie pretty much at
Flag
this point in the
lost.
south. Still,
Flag.
still
Yeah, but they lost
even,
a bunch of melee.
even
Flag
game.
lost.
Oh, their archers are
Flag
getting a good
captured.
push with Ghengis. Yeah, Ghengis is kind of
Oh,
outpowering
we're
Spoon.
down on.
Oh, you got a big
Yeah.
mismatch of Ghengis
Contested.
against Spoon.
Flag.
Yeah.
We're also
lost.
we're losing flags in the north. We need to be doing something
Yeah,
in
the
the
north-
south.
Yeah, and again, whenever the Zerks are on the back foot defending your own
Flag
backfield rather than
captured.
diving into the opposing backfield, that's
Flag
never good. And that's what's
captured.
happening in the north with Tirri
Flag
Zerks.
contested.
Luckily, Blade gets through, but they have enough thrall to just kind of sit on every flag.
Tirri
Flag
really should just
lost.
dive, like try to get around those archers and just dive straight into
Flag
the backfield.
contested.
Like we're not playing the game type. Like people are BCing instead of playing for flags. Like you want to form pressure on
Flag
them through the game
captured.
time, not through BC.
Looks like ours gets kind of in the backfield though, and Blade is there with his.
Yeah,
gold
ours
back.
is
Flag
playing smart.
lost.
Like he's setting up the push south,
Flag
and now he's
contested.
going pushing more again.
Flag
Like yeah,
lost.
I like what ours is doing.
Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag captured.
LSO,
Yeah, we
you
need
fell back
flags here.
too much on D. I
Flag
feel with your warrior
contested.
pack.
I think
Flag
so too.
contested.
You're just guarding 2 Zerks at that
Flag
point.
contested.
I think I'm
Flag
too worried about
contested.
defense. I'm worried about Spoon.
Flag
I'm worried about
lost.
PK.
Like their whole northwest is
minutes
like
remaining.
wide open. It's just like so wide open.
Flag lost.
I think I might be trying to
Flag
save. Yeah, I'm
lost.
calling Tirri to rush
Flag
Ghengis right now with me.
contested.
Oh, you're trying to pinch him.
Flag
Yeah, okay.
captured.
Yes,
that's a
I'm
decent
trying to
call.
save Spoon.
Flag
That's a decent
I think that's
call.
what.
If you could kill him really
Flag
quick,
lost.
it's got to be fast because
We should. Oh yeah, we're pinching. Look, PK's coming in, or PK
Flag
should be coming
contested.
Here comes Spoon.
Yeah.
Spoon's getting back in. Yeah, PK's coming in. Yeah, good pinch. Good pinch. You got like a
Flag
4-on-1.
contested.
in. We're
Yeah.
gonna kill Ghengis
He's
easily
definitely
here.
dead.
Yeah, we are super low on flags at the moment.
Yeah, but you're giving up a lot of map control for that pinch.
Flag
It's gotta be
contested.
fast and be done with it quick.
Yeah,
At
Blade's
this
gold
point,
pack was in the
Tirri
backfield.
should get out
Flag
and not deal with those
captured.
thrall and let you guys mop up the thrall. Like, the Zergs don't need to deal with those thrall. The rest of the units can deal with the thrall. The thrall are gonna get run down by somebody anyway, you know?
Flag
So
contested.
he's gonna take a bunch of damage on thrall.
Yeah, I don't know.
Flag captured. Flag lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Flag
Blade's got a gold
contested.
pack in the west here this whole time. He could have been taking all of these north flags, contesting all of these north flags. I don't know what Blade's been doing.
You guys got a percent advantage. There's almost 4 minutes left. But they got 9-minute time lead. You guys really need to start capitalizing on flags like right now.
Flag
feel it- yeah.
captured.
Okay, Tirri finally goes. A bit too late, but
Hopefully he can get into the backfield
Flag
and stop kind of
lost.
like getting bottled up on
Flag
his side of the map.
captured.
yeah, because their team doesn't really have the capability to push us anywhere, and we have all this melee. We should be spread out everywhere.
Flag lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Flag lost.
Like,
Flag
they have a bunch of
captured.
archers that are like pushing
Flag contested.
you guys off, but like you
Flag
could just
captured.
harass for flag
Flag
time with one
captured.
melee unit. Like, the archers
Flag
can't
contested.
push things off the flag very effectively.
Yeah.
Like, if you just had harassing melee
Flag
on all these fucking
lost.
flags, like, you'd pick up a bunch of game time.
Flag contested. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured.
Okay, now,
Yeah, I think
now
we
you
end
guys
up-
are gonna BC the middle.
contested.
I
Flag
think we end up
captured.
like I think I remember how this one goes. We end up
Flag
killing them everywhere,
contested.
but they just had more flags.
Flag
The whole
Yeah,
time.
I think so. I think that's what
Flag
happens.
contested.
We had a better trade,
Flag
and but
lost.
we just got too focused
Flag
on fighting
lost.
people instead of.
I agree. I'm not
Flag
seeing nearly enough
lost.
focus on the actual game time.
Flag contested.
Really by both teams, though, not
Flag
just your
captured.
team.
Flag
I
lost.
think Tirri's gonna blow himself
Flag
up.
captured.
Yeah, I think this might be the moment. I was.
just waiting for it.
Oh, does he die in those satchels? Oh,
I
geez.
think he blows up somehow.
Oh, well, then that
Oh, yeah,
kind of
plus-
cost you guys the team. Then yeah, he just blew
Flag
himself up.
captured.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh, he could have easily killed that stuff.
Oh my
Flag
god.
contested.
That kind of cost you guys the game right there.
Yeah, there's still 2 minutes
Flag
left, so
lost.
we could have like
Flag
wiped.
captured.
Yeah, that's game
South
changing.
flag.
Contested.
Totally
It's
game
8 minutes
changing.
difference at this point.
Contested.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
but we have so many more
Contested.
flags. If
Yeah.
he were to
No,
run
no,
through
that
that,
makes a difference for sure.
I mean, look how few flags they have, and we're
Flag
about to tag the rest
contested.
of them. I think if he had a stronger pack, he could kill
Flag
Thal there.
captured.
yeah, he would have picked up another 2 flags for sure
Flag
with those Zergs.
lost.
Mhm.
Flag contested.
Because look, we got the whole map here. We're up like 15%.
We'll see
One
how
thing I
close it is
noticed,
in percent or in
Flag.
time.
PK never moved off that flag the whole game. He just archer fought the whole game.
Yeah.
I think I remember being
Flag
frustrated by
captured.
that.
Oh yeah, he's been stuck in this hill in the
1
southeast,
minute
yeah, the
remaining.
whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Flag
think PK
contested.
somehow goes into that mode.
Yeah, there's nothing challenging him.
Focuses on the micro too
Flag
much.
lost.
Yeah,
bit,
there's
maybe.
nothing challenging him.
Flag
Like, why isn't he
contested.
pushing for that south flag or something,
Flag
right?
captured. Flag
So
contested.
yeah, we are at the moment we are 4 minutes behind.
Yeah, but we're up, like we're catching up.
Yeah,
We're
so
10 minutes
three and a
I
half.
think actually, yeah, I think actually we
Flag
might have won.
lost.
I think you guys would have won
if he
too.
didn't blow
Yeah.
himself up.
Flag
Because we're on
contested.
every flag everywhere.
Yeah, and we would have the south flags by now also.
Oh, for
with
sure.
the Zergs.
You would have mopped up that entire those three
Flag
flags south that
captured.
they had the whole time. You guys would have got those basically.
Flag contested.
Yeah.
Flag contested. Flag lost.
Yeah, you guys are only down less than 2 minutes.
Flag
For sure,
contested.
you guys would have had it.
We're up on flags. Like 30 more seconds game time, and this is
Game.
Super close
It's just
game. Wow.
ridiculously
I
close.
remember it being
Yeah.
super close.
Ours, I
Yeah.
think you're almost like MVP, dude. Like I really liked your plays, and you were all over the map all game. That was really
I
great.
mentioned it before we started that ours definitely. I remember very distinctly from this series. Every time I wanted something to happen and I would go to tell someone to do it, ours was already doing it, like on his own account. And I just remember ours being incredible with positioning and making the right plays, pretty much in every game. Like never had a negative, never blew himself up mid, never
Yeah.
never a negative complaint about what ours was doing with his units. So I
Well,
definitely
there's-
think you were my MVP. You were the MVP for our team for the series, probably for the
I mean,
tournament.
there's always like things you could have done better.
Of course,
yeah.
I could have played better. Tirri could have not
Yeah.
blown himself up. I mean,
Yeah.
there's always things, but
One thing I think is really noteworthy is you had, let's see, Asmo, Tirri, and Shai on Zerks, and not any one of them dove into the backfield. Like I really, I don't know if people just don't understand that, like on King of the Map, especially with this unit set where the Zerks are so OP, you really should be pressuring on game time. Like, okay, the trades were a little messed up, sure. Like, I would have gone probably no archers, at most 5 on this, right? Because you want to be playing through the game type, not through BC. Like, I mean, imagine, like, if you just have, like, a 10-minute lead over the other team, like, it doesn't matter that you're down in percent. They're still going to lose on game time, you know what I mean? Like, so, I don't know. Yeah, in the future, if this is played, pro tip, Zerk guys should dive into the backfield on King of the Map. It's a very common thing on King of the Map that you should do with the Zerks on light maps like this. So, any other final comments before we move on?
Yeah, I want to forget about this game.
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah, Dantski, you get really unlucky. I gave you these artillery packs, and then you're the #1 target for being rushed so far with having an artillery set. Like,
I mean, it helps everyone else succeed. So
that's 2 out of 3 maps where you have an artillery set, and the enemy team calls to pinch and rush you, and you just get hit by 4 pus and a bunch of heavy melee.
I mean, Dant still had decent like damage ratios,
and he lived with what he had too. Yeah, I'm not saying anything negative about Dantski, just how unlucky he is to be.
No, I played like trash this game, so.
Yeah, I mean, you did get 3 archers hit by a pus, which is never good.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a more spread formation? Do you know?
No, my formations are fine. I think in that situation I was attacking something slightly out of range, so my archers grouped very slowly.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
That sucks. Now we have 1.8.4, so our intelligent archer formations or whatever.
Right. Yep.
Yeah,
that's a nice little fix.
Oh, this I might actually remember.
This again is so recent, but it's so vague. I have like a vague memory of every map.
Yeah.
I think Tirri Suicide's here too, but I don't remember.
In general, like, I don't know, I've never capped Tirri, but if I ever did, like, I'd give him Artie. You know what I mean? Like, Artie all day. Like,
I think he has such extreme reputation. And
yeah, no, I mean on this map, I mean, well, I guess only other person you could run FG here is LSO, I think.
I mean, no, LSO for sure should be taking an FG, but I mean, if you were having a great match and like you did a war pack last game to good effect, like I'd be giving you even FG or something at this point.
I think I offered it to ours and he didn't want it.
Yeah, I don't really like playing FG.
I think I offered
I
offered one to ours, and he said no thanks. I'll take a Zerk pack and an artillery piece. And I said okay, well.
But even like the Zerk pack last game, like if ours is having a great match, like I just start dumping the melee. Even though like ours is like ours is a hybrid player. Like I still gave ours plenty of melee packs when I captained him. So yeah, I mean ours still does melee.
Well, right here, I think the difference in our trades is they have 1 more Mort.
Game
and
on.
I think we have a couple more Thrall, maybe an extra goal.
So this is Terry's. So Terry's does favor more Artie.
Oh, they have more goals. Oh, did they not max Zerks then? I'm confused what the difference is because they have a couple more goals. They have an extra mort. They might. It looks about the same thrall. I think the difference is they took less Zerks here.
Yeah, we've got a lot more berserks than they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
They must have traded Zerks for goals and morts, which is an interesting. I would always max Zerks when they're
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
melee
me
option,
too.
but-
Yeah, they got max. Well, you know what? Thrall Elite are pretty damn good too, but yeah, tirris,
I mean, I know
you
that
you gotta be careful on this. On any tirris, you gotta be careful of like the whole just stalling and running the timeout and then playing for flag rush at the end with a heavier melee force. So that's.
But I mean, the maximum Morlocks there are in this map are 3, and both teams have it. And then I got 3 morts and max Zerks. I think that's still plenty of artillery to be able to push around.
No, for sure. And they got a 4th mort. That's the other difference. They got an extra
So
mort.
it's a minor difference. Somewhere someone will be at a disadvantage, but like there's no Tro to push with us morts, so they don't have the same impact.
So they got Ghengis and Eastwind again as their 2 primary like Tro FG people, which again, excellent choices. Karma and tirri, yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Ghengis is kind of known as like the top like Troer, almost in the game pretty much. So definitely
giant player.
And yeah, giant player. Yeah. So I definitely would say they have the advantage possibly in that regard. But hey, every game's different. Everybody can fuck up. So we'll see what happens. Nothing noticeably huge. Not a huge difference in the trades or distributions. I don't think so.
So it looks like Spoon's back out and Argos is back in for this one.
Do need to point out the houses in the middle of the map. That terrain is going to be very important.
I think the play here, if I recall, is to take the hill on both sides, but because most of the flags are in the middle. But we might have sent a southeast flank. We'll see here in a second.
Yeah, I think we go quite heavy southeast.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
At least it ends up like that. I don't remember how the game starts, but I think there's like a decent amount of units from both sides there. But let's see what happens.
All right, you guys ready to start?
Okay. Yep.
All right, going.
Looks like I take our 3rd bus. Yeah, okay. Who takes their 3rd bus?
Yeah, you got to be
Gekko.
careful about putting Artie in the middle of the map on this, because those houses will just block line of sight on all the Artie units. So
I'm interested to see who takes their 3rd pus, because I want to see who has large pus to watch.
I think it's Gekko.
I think Gekko's going for it. So both teams we pop 2 whites. It looks like they're popping 3. I think the whites must be free. We both have 4. It's a lot of whites. Yeah, so we're sinking
captured.
2 and popping 2.
Flag captured.
There's sinking 1 and popping 3. So they have a lot more small pus if they want. Yeah, okay, both 4 shines do start mid. That's what I thought.
Flag captured.
I think that's the best play to go for the hill and get the
flag captured.
terrain advantage.
And it very much looks
Flag
like our team goes
captured.
all middle and then just kind of fans out from there.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the idea.
Flag captured.
And having the hill in the middle is pretty good because it helps you attack the flanks a lot easier when you have that high terrain. I think that was probably my thinking.
Yeah, you can see on the source side, they've got a bunch of berserks heading south.
They do, and I think that's what ours remembers. He probably goes that way to match them.
Yeah, I think so.
Flag captured.
So yeah, this is going to play out like a BC fight for the first until the last.
Oh yeah,
2 or 3
Homer was
minutes.
another player on their team that they didn't play in the finals. So Homer, Zach, Garrick, Retless, Clank, 5 players sat
Flag
for their team
lost.
in the finals.
Flag
They didn't
captured.
play anyone.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
And they have a lot of stuff southeast, so I actually think what we probably should have done was ignore that and push their middle here, because it would take too long to come support. They have a lot of Thrall and Warlocks in the east. They're too far away from everyone else, so if we use our Zerk advantage here to push the middle, Let's see. Neither team's really pushing the middle though to get ground. Yeah, so ours does go back south.
Flag captured.
Yeah, I think this kind of becomes like mostly from all middle to all southeast at the end. Because each team like keeps reinforcing the flank. If this is the map I'm
Flag
remembering.
captured.
Or game.
I think the morts are a lot better than the locks middle too, because of
Flag
the way the morts can
locked.
shoot over some of the lower houses. And the locks have to shoot straight shots.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good idea for them to send more of their locks southeast, but there's nothing really to push southeast. Yeah, a lot of their army is down there. I'm glad we're taking space in the north.
I like your kind of splits with the melee a lot better.
Than mixed groups.
Yeah, I agree. In
Yeah,
general,
me
I
too.
like
Because
your...
the thrall are so slow and they can't match the zergs, and then you have to match the pace of whatever your slowest unit is. So by giving everyone thrall and gas, you're all moving at thrall and gas speed.
Yeah, in general, I like your squad distributions better. I think the trades are pretty similar, but I do like Hot Sauce's like kind of team coordination, execution a bit better, maybe.
Yeah, I think a difference too in these teams is a lot of their teammates have been playing together for years.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah, for sure.
I'd never played with PK
Your
or
team
Karma
definitely
or
has
Blade
less
before
experience
this.
together, no doubt about
I'd
it.
played out of all of my teammates. I'd played with tirri once and none of the others anytime
Right.
or Argos.
Exactly.
So
and that makes
we're
a big
all-
difference. It takes
I mean,
it takes a
tirri and
couple
ours
years
and-
for a team to gel. So.
tirri and ours and Karma and Dantski have probably all played with each other in tournaments before, but I had never played with any of them. So
That's
it was
not true. I played with you in a previous tournament, LSO.
And what was it like?
It was one of the winter tournaments, I think.
Okay.
It was on a rage quit very quick.
Oh, well then you didn't play.
But no,
Yeah,
I played
okay.
the full tournaments.
That Merc rage quit.
Yes.
Oh yes, you were there. Okay, so I had played with Dantski once, tirri once, and Argos once before this,
Gotcha.
and the others
Flag
0 times.
captured.
Or maybe I was on a team with PK before, but at most one tournament with everyone else in the team. I think ours maybe for a winter tournament or something. But my point is more of a cobbled together team where theirs was a nice gelled. They were doing like scrims and practices too as a team, playing secret games together. I remember in this tournament too, the care level was so high in Limp's team that before the finals they were playing each other on TCP/IP, so we couldn't see them online playing.
Wow.
They were
Wow.
faking their care level, yeah, making us think they were all just offline and chilling.
F, do you
And they were
remember
playing
any of
on-
that?
They were playing on TCP/IP.
I don't know. I remember there being something about that, but I don't remember if we were playing on TCP/IP or like that was some mind game that like.
Oh, but does Blade get a white here?
That we were.
Oh, Blade whites that warlock in the south, but no one's close enough to shoot it.
Yeah.
I was just going to try, but it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, I was too late there to
Flag.
react
Yeah,
to that.
and not yeah. Hey, it's a good try though. I mean, Blade shot when as soon as he got in range.
He probably could have waited a little bit though. He probably still would have had a shot.
Blade, what is Blade's Mort doing mid? I mean, he has all these thrall and stuff south. He needs to be coming to help you. You're getting pushed very hard here. Yeah, this pretty much plays like I remember it. It kind of boils down to just a long artillery fight everywhere.
Yeah. It's a BC fight for sure, yeah.
Oh, does Gekko lose his pus here? Oh, so close. You're kind of in a sticky situation,
5
Ars.
minutes.
You really need support.
Yeah,
from
I'm
someone.
kind of
This is where you need a ball.
I'm kind of just stalling because you have
Okay.
to preserve mana.
PK is coming back. Someone needs to be coming to help you.
I
You
think
have-
Blade comes from mid at some point.
Yeah, Blade is moving now.
But he's so slow. He's got thralls and everything. It probably should have been PK to come help you with his Zergs.
Yeah,
And it's
ours-
way too
ours is
late. They should have
2v1
already
here.
moved.
Thal
Yeah,
and Gekko are 2v1ing ours.
Someone definitely should have moved to help you, and you're moving
Ours
into
is
the
making the
corner a
wise
little
move,
bit,
though, to
too.
get out of it and just not fight it and run.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, he's got mana, so he just has to preserve it. Because if he's down to 0, he's
He's
super
got good.
vulnerable.
He's preserving good distance too, so he should be okay.
Yeah, they're not really pushing the issue too hard, so.
Yeah.
So I think I give my Mort to Dantski here, and I just start going north for flag control. Oh yeah, I kill a bunch of Zergs north. Yeah, so I'm going for map control. It's 4 minutes left, so I'm starting to make. I see them pushing south, so I start to go north to get some of our own map control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just gave away my artillery and moved to the Zerg pack.
By the
Ghengis
way,
calls it out.
one thing I want to point out on this is that the Zerks are actually the more offensive units on this than the FG. The FG are actually more of an anti-rush defense. They should be used more defensively. So
Flag.
that's
Because
why
right now
they're
I have
getting
a plus on my Zerg pack, so if they send a forest giant up there to try to slap me, it's super vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly.
It
Like,
needs artillery
as long as
support.
the Zerks have some pus with them, they are safe from the FG.
They
so.
can chop it up in seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, see, he's going up there, but it's really not going to do anything
So
to me.
I like your move definitely. I would like to see more of that. Like whoever's got Zerk should start to be pushing on the outside of the map for flag control. The FG should be used purely as a defensive force. This is actually a map where you could have given the FG to your weaker players.
Flag.
Karma's,
they're not gonna do much.
Karma's in the backfield alone right now with his forest giant.
Yeah, he's got no pus, so.
He's just got to run all game
that's,
again.
That's not great.
Another Karma's giant is in the corner
Yeah,
running.
see,
from
again, I
someone
don't
again.
like that
Flag
though. Like the
captured.
FG, again, as I just said, the FG are not actually meant to be offensive units. In my opinion, that's not how I use them. So.
I think up north, if I remember correctly, this is where Shai loses his luck because he fails a block.
Flag
Oh, yeah.
contested.
It looks like it.
Where's this? Oh, north.
Flag.
Right here, middle north, I
Yeah,
think.
I saw it.
Flag.
Good-
Don,
good
you got
stuff.
his lock there. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We
now
should be pushing.
Don has a clear angle to push in the north. He just needs some time. 2 minutes.
I think we are kind of pushing on all the sides. At
Except
this
for north
point.
now. They
Yeah,
brought
I mean,
artillery north
I
and
do like
pushed me and Thierry
LSO.
back.
I like LSO's position. Team's position better. Eastwind is just
Yeah.
shadowing Karma.
Karma has a pus now too, so it's not as effective.
Okay.
Yeah, and
now able to
Argos
push
has just
back.
doubled up and Shai
Flag
north. He's lost
lost.
all his artillery.
Yep.
Flag.
And
Yeah.
PK is still holding the middle, and they're desperately trying to send their north into our backfield now.
Yeah, you guys need to
we
just
have a-
hold. You got 20%
Flag
advantage. You guys
lost.
really just need to kind of like not screw
Hold
up.
position
Hold
everywhere.
position. Yep. You will win the game.
Flag captured.
I think this is where Thierry
Flag
dies soon here in a
lost.
minute to Ghengis.
I mean, Karma's got his FG pus, but now the small pus comes in on Eastwind's FG and he's just out.
Okay. So
Oh, Karma's
Karma's gonna win
wins.
the engagement on Eastwind. That's nice.
That's
for him.
huge, actually.
Yep, that's big. Good job,
Flag
Karma.
contested. Flag captured.
And looks like
Flag
PK's
captured.
rushing for some reason. He's rushing
1
pink.
minute remaining.
I don't
It
know
kind
what
of-
Ghengis
kind of
is
works.
doing here, because LSO, you're oh, why did Thierry slap the pus? That's
I guess
don't
he's
know,
like-
Man. I told you he dies here. Or maybe
Yeah,
I saved him.
wow, he just slapped it.
I understand the play in principle, because if you after that freeze both of the giants, you come out of the freeze earlier.
Flag
But he just
contested.
misses his own pass
30
on the
seconds
FG.
I think I trade here.
contested.
Yeah, LSO ends up trading.
Yeah, I traded him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that pretty.
Flag
He
captured.
he suicides, and then I had to trade for him.
Yeah.
But we pretty much
Flag
we're up 40%
contested.
with the entire map. This is a very convincing
Flag
victory.
I
contested.
wonder if
Yeah.
what Thierry was thinking
Flag
was if he
lost.
slaps the goal, the pus will go flying away and not blow up in his face.
It's only if it's not facing if it's facing away from the
Flag
force giant that's true.
contested.
But if it's facing the force
Yeah.
giant, it just blows
Yeah.
up.
That's such a great
Sudden
point.
death.
I actually don't think I even knew that, by the way. That's
If
that's
it's
really-
facing away, it'll fly out of the goal. If it's
Okay.
facing the giant,
Contested.
then it'll just blow up
Flag
on the
Interesting.
spot.
contested.
Interesting. Good to know. I actually
Oh,
did not know
sucky
that.
dud for Blade there.
Flag contested.
Their team has a lot more flags than they
Flag
should have right
lost.
now.
Flag contested.
Yeah, I think that might have been what Thierry was thinking there. I think he thought the pus would fly away, and it didn't.
Yeah, but even though if it blows up, you can still trade the FGs or like pass them both with your own
Flag
pass.
captured.
But Genghis' FG was not going to be pussed.
Flag
It was not in range to be
contested.
pussed by that shot. So
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't mean
did-
their own, but we had two
Flag
pass there, or
lost.
one small
oh,
and one
you mean
big.
like
Flag captured.
yeah, but okay, I see what you're saying.
So
I
if
see
the
what you're saying.
FG goes for the kill, then
Flag
you pass them
captured.
both, and then you come
Flag
out of the
contested.
pass.
And he thought LSO
first.
Zergs were
Flag
going to be able to
captured.
defend the other two
Yes.
Zergs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt like he
But,
was a little too far from LSO though for that. But
Flag.
yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
I was.
Yeah.
Once I
Flag
committed everything,
captured.
Genghis also had a couple of Zerks that were hitting too. So
Yeah, true.
they were
Yeah.
just hitting way too
Lost.
quickly. I mean, I traded. Well, I did what I could, but I couldn't save him there. And I think he
Yeah,
probably thought,
yeah.
Over.
Well, this
Maybe
is
if he
actually the
waited a
first
second
dominant
later.
win of the series.
oh yeah, we just wiped him here. Dantski winning a fight. I won a fight. Karma won his Force Giant fight. Ours and I mean, pretty much just everyone won their fights.
Yeah.
Everyone just won, and
I
everyone on their
agree with
team
that,
just
yeah.
lost.
Other than Tirri kind of died, but
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah, that's usually FG for you. You
FG is like it's a little bit of
Yeah,
like
you
a
ta-
coin
you-
toss. Yeah.
yeah, you tail their FG whole game, and then you engage at some point, and who gets better pass wins the fight.
Well, that's why I really like using FG. Like I will literally hand, I'll hand like. I almost wonder. No, did I try this one time? I almost wonder if like you could have success doing like RD and FG squads together, like and just have the lone FG as the one melee defense. Like I don't think it would be. Maybe you need a couple Zerks with the FG just in case the FG gets pussed. But like it's such a dominant defensive unit to defend against rushes. It's great for that because the RD, the synergy is that the RD zones out the enemy puss, right? So that you know when that if the FG needs to be used as a melee defense, the RD zones out the puss for the FG, and the FG can just slap everything, right? Also, the RD forces the enemy melee to spread out, and if the FG can get one-on-one engagements with a bunch of straggler melee, it just kills everything easily, right? So I think there's a great synergy there. I like to use them more defensively in that sense, and I like to see the Zerks and the Puss more offensive on the flanks with that. But we saw a little bit of that with LSO's flank. I liked that. But yeah.
Karma lost his Force Giant after he won somewhere.
Oh,
I didn't see that
Yeah,
happen.
it's just a little bit further south. It looks like from where he killed Eastwind, maybe. Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Yep.
Dantski
Well,
had a strong game.
0 loss game.
Yeah, kind of dominating the North. I mean, everybody had a good game. For, almost everybody had a great game on LSO's team. Shocking. What happened? What went wrong with Team Hot Sauce? Like they just kind of like lost the BC fights.
They were
everywhere?
so focused on pushing south, I think. When our team came back to hold it, they didn't have anything mid to deal with. I mean, I think what opened up the North was Dantski getting that shot. I think that's such
Yeah,
a small thing
I
like that.
agree.
He shoots the Warlock, and then he's up 2 artillery pieces.
Yeah, Shaister kind of
And-
collapsed in the North. I don't know if he was getting 2v1'd or what happened, but
And then
yeah.
Ghengis and whoever was with him, I think Asmo, felt the need to push me and Tirri real hard, and then I killed Ghengis. And then in the south, I think ours backed off so well. He gave them all that ground, but no kills.
Mhm.
When he was ready to push back, like he and Blade were able to just push them back south. Yeah, I really just think everyone just won their fights. It's as simple as that. They just artilleried better, meleeed better. Everyone just won their fights this game.
Any
Good
other
place from
final
ours.
thoughts on this one before we move to the next one?
I mean, I think everyone knows how a Force Giant game goes. Just like this, you spend all game going back and forth until someone gets pussed, and then or shot. It's game over. So what is that? 2-2 now? Yep, tied
4
series.
games. Yep, tied series. You're right. Yep. Close match. Wow.
I don't like this game.
Oh yeah, this is this one.
I'm switching to just my phone.
So on this map, we'll see it develop, but I just want to bring it up. it's a strategy that I didn't even really think about being possible. Is they commit all of their Stygians mid under 2 players to take the mid hill, and as soon as they do, then they redistribute into regular melee packs.
Okay. That's
So
an
they literally just
interesting
have
idea.
some players holding warriors waiting in support, and 2 players rushing the middle with Stygians. And once they take the middle, their artillery comes up, and then they redistribute, and then they have that middle hill is huge on this map.
Right.
This is so overwhelmingly right there.
Yeah.
And I remember that happening pretty clearly.
Yeah, I guess we could almost speed run this map because I don't remember anything happening here until the end. Once they
Is
get
it
the
very
hill.
campy?
Yeah, because
they get the hill,
yeah, they get the hill and basically own the river crossings everywhere, and then at the end they just push.
They rush us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So winning that hill was very big.
Once it gets campy, we can go to double speed.
But so far, I mean, looks like we got, what is this, 15 archers split up into 3 packs, and they have, for once, less archers. They have 12 now.
So
split up into
CTF is the rushiest game type that there is. So I don't. Again, it's this heavy archers for me.
There's so many points here that I think both teams maxed out warriors and Stygians and goals, and there's still enough points for dwarves and archers.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think so.
There's
also.
Both teams have maximum heavy melee and goals, and then
I might have still opted for more thrall though. I mean,
you could go for a big thrall push. Yeah, I mean it's still
okay.
viable,
So
but
definitely, like, if you guys, it sounds like at least you'd want 5 archers. 10 at the most, I would say. 15 plus seems excessive to me, but because like I like their play of like rushing mid, and then I'm assuming they set up their archers to control that mid from there, or at least some of their archers.
They control 3 river crossings with all the archers.
Yeah, and then if you imagine if you could just hold that with just archers, thrall, dwarf, and now your fast melee can spread out to the flanks. You just have so much more powerful control with that. I don't think you really need 15 archers, but it's not that big of a difference, I suppose. Minor detail. Although, like LSO, you guys only got 4 thrall. I mean, it's like it's CTF and 4 thrall. Like, oof.
Yep. Dedicated home defense, I guess.
Let's look at these squads a little bit real quick. So we got Eastwind and Shaister on and Thal. Oh no, Shai has a dwarf. Oh, okay. Oh,
Eastwind and Thal have their Stygian rushing.
Oh, okay,
packs.
gotcha. Yep.
Shaister and Asmo are holding the warriors.
Yeah, you're
Once
right.
they rush, the 4 of them will split up their melee evenly to have even Stygian warrior packs.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what they do, and then everyone else has archers and thrall and some goals. It looks like. Yeah. Archer, dwarf, thrall packs for the other 3.
And
Limp a little gold pack.
Some archers and thrall. Archer thrall pack.
But no goal.
With 1 plus.
But no dwarf. No dwarf though.
Oh, no dwarf. Yeah.
Just 8%.
Pretty similar distributions overall, I would say.
Yeah, fairly. We have 3 archer players, and then everyone else has melee and dwarf. And then Karma has a goal pack, which this is such a small map. I don't think it gets the same impact it could get on a larger, wide open map.
I would agree with you. It's tough for a dedicated goal pack on this. It needs more room.
He's just kind of closed in everywhere.
I really wonder, LSO. I think if you and I did this today, we would probably do our archer thrall gold pack push somewhere, probably middle maybe, but
the mid hill is so strong.
Yeah, probably middle. That's probably what we would do.
And there's that big pit in the west. It's hard to push through. And the east is relatively open. Northeast, I mean, that southwest is kind of hard to push through. It's just one little lane, and then a big pit that splits into 2 lanes.
Right.
The mid hill is strong here.
You guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Don said BRB. So
Yeah, I'm back.
Are you back? Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
What time are you at now?
15:51.
Okay.
I mean, I do like their mid push idea to get control of
Yeah,
the middle hill. It's a really good idea.
I like the strat they used.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't do that little like all Stygians and split back afterwards thing. I would probably just give the people the melee they're supposed to have and then rush it. But kind of, I think an over-engineered detail there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the like redistributing the melee is necessary, but
It probably
I-
felt genius to them, but I think it's a little over-engineered.
Yeah. I call these like strong mid pushes just for the beginning, usually just to get mid control early on. I call them gut checks. It's a common pattern I see or do, so it's a good idea.
Yeah, already they
usually
have,
do
like,
it when you want to get control of a mid hill like this right at the start of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, they're already on top of it as we're approaching it.
And they got they didn't get any. They have like pusless goals to help them get control of it as well. So.
And our archers won't be able to do anything against those Stygians.
Right.
Yep. So we just immediately hold our position, and what you're looking at now is what probably the next 10 minutes of the game look like.
Yeah, if any of the games want to get sped up, it's definitely this one.
I remember this one pretty well. Yeah, just
Do we want to speed it up right now?
we can in a minute. I want to see what they do Southwest just to remember.
Yeah, I think Southwest is mostly where there's a lot of posturing, but
Look, just that little hill gives them a lot of range, and it's such a small map. Like, look how close they are to our flag already. There's nothing I can do middle. So the only really place we could push here is like northeast is pretty flat. So if we set up a push northeast, we could probably push. And we got Karma going around, but like I think Dantski and PK need to be shifting there like right now to try to get some territory.
yeah, this is where I need to take most of the blame for this game, because I think you and I think maybe ours as well were both urging me to push north, but I really wasn't comfortable doing it.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah, ours and I wanted the northeast to push, and
yeah, it was like badly communicated because we didn't call out that we would do a similar push on middle at the same time, so you wouldn't get like pinched. So that was I think that was the idea, and then Dantski thought that he would be pushing alone, basically up against the hill.
Yeah, PK, Dantski, you, and who is this, Spoon, all in the northeast, and Karma. We have a huge percentage northeast, and they really have nothing that can hold all that up there.
Yeah, we definitely should have been more aggressive at this point,
but
since it was still possible.
Yeah, but now Limp's there, shadowing the goal pack. We just needed space, because they have all this space on us. We needed a front, too.
I totally agree with you guys. Like, you could have turned this around on them because, like, yeah, they got that middle hill, but that middle hill only helps you for, like, the first few seconds until you get in range of them, right? Like, and if you can just, like, dodge the first few volleys while you close the distance, that middle hill is a little tight. And if you start clumping them up because you're, like, pushing on it from a little bit of multiple angles, you could kind of turn it against them in that sense, right? Definitely... Yeah, I definitely think that would have been the right call to make. Otherwise, you're just basically you're just playing for tie, and you're knowing that they're gonna get the first hit on you and be able to push you at the end while you can do nothing.
Yeah, look how flat this northeast is. Like, if Dantski keeps pushing north here and PK pushes with them, and they shift instead of push. If they all shift up there, then start to push across, that hill does nothing for the enemy team, and we have enough melee to push with them.
Yeah.
I guess Spoon moved south already. Like, I think we should have pushed across that northeast, and then when they're doing that, then our mid
you get like a nice angle to
mid.
be able to pinch their mid, right? Is basically
that's what we wanted to do, but I think there was some miscommunication. Dantski really didn't want to push, was telling us he didn't want to push. But like it's all gone down. Now they're even everywhere.
I see Dantski's point though, because he's got Shaister's like melee pack and Dwarf like out on an angle there, and yeah, ours is with Dant, but
Spoon was up there too at the beginning. Spoon and Karma were both over there
too. Yeah, you're right.
The Spoon's now in the south. It's like too late to. I mean, we had enough, especially if PK shifts up there too. We have 2 dwarves, 10 archers, a
This is,
set of melee.
by the way, this is exactly what less archers would have helped you with. You know what I mean? Like, if you just had a bit... All you really needed was 2 archer packs to form the pinch. And then you would have more thrall, more meat with your archers to feel safer doing that play.
Yeah, what you're looking at the map right now is basically how it looks.
Yeah,
for most
I think you can
can
speed
double
it up
Let's
now.
let's
yeah.
do double time, yeah.
Yeah,
just doubled
so we really should have pushed and taken some space there, but it's
Yeah, because we can see
turned into-
Gekko did move over far more east, but
but way late. Like if we had coordinated that early, it would have.
Yeah,
Or
not
maybe
a-
we're
not an
still
exciting
doing. We're
game.
still
Yeah,
trying
honestly-
to.
yeah, honestly, I think this is partly because of how heavily I was pushed in the previous 2 light games.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
want to do it again.
Oh yeah,
You
you've
wanna
been
be the
getting
one
pushed
to-
badly. Yeah.
spearhead
Yeah.
and die.
Don, I really feel like you need a wider archer line spread than what you're using here.
Yeah, maybe it's just I like to be able to fit into spaces without actually having to clump my archers and stuff like that. So this is generally what I've been using.
Because
Yeah,
if
for
you
that
spread out
reason-
that archer line, you're going to get a wider angle on your volleys, and also you won't be able to get pussed more than 1 archer at a time.
Yeah.
I have 2 different archer formations. One for tight spaces.
Me
that
too.
looks like
I
yours
use
now.
exactly. Like
And then a
your
really
archer
wide one when it's
formation's
open.
good for a lot of situations, but look at how much room you have on this one. So you want to have 2 archer formations, I think. Yeah, just like LSO was saying. That's what I do too. I have one.
Like right
that's-
now, my archers, the way they're sitting, they're in my smaller one, but I
yeah,
have a larger
yeah.
one.
Your archer formation looks like my smaller one too, but I have one that's a lot wider than that one too. LSO, I've seen you use a much wider formation too, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is
Yeah.
my smaller one
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
game right now. Yeah, some miscoordination. I'm trying to get them to push north and me push mid, but I don't know. That was a bad push.
I don't see
up
really
the hill
anybody
right there.
using a much wider archer formation. I'm surprised to see that in 2020. I would expect to see more
So,
spread out archers.
Right there with that little check that I just did, I just proved that you could push uphill if the north pushes at the same
100%
time.
you can push. Like people are too
I could
scared to
easily
push
have-
uphill against archers. You can just dodge. It's hard to
pushed
hit
up
anything when
against
you're dodging.
Ephemeral.
You know.
I have an extra archer. I had Karma with me. We could have pushed up there.
You got to remember, like, even though their archers will have a range advantage, archers are less accurate the further away they shoot because it's more time to dodge the arrows, right? So you can't be too scared of it either.
I'm still pushing up the hill.
Yeah,
at him a
I
little
see
bit,
you. Yeah,
back
you
and
are
forth.
pushing. You're having.
Yeah,
I
think
have no
yeah,
melee support.
Yeah, I think we had definitely bad comms here because every time we were gonna push somewhere, then the other side said that hold on just 30 seconds, we are gonna
5
push here
minutes remaining.
when we get there, and then it kinda every time it stalled
Back
out.
and forth, back
yeah,
and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's because we could have pushed here with our
Yeah.
archer advantage.
And now soon we are at the point where we don't even have time
No.
to get the flag, even
Yeah.
if we win the fight.
We could always play for tie.
Yeah.
Let me
I'm
know
pretty sure
when
we
we
got
should
to
go
this
back to
point.
1x speed.
You're gonna go back?
Well, near the end, once they
Yeah,
start pushing,
yeah.
let me know whenever that's going to happen, if you guys know.
Maybe at like 3 minutes or something.
Okay.
Well, I think we'll see them all start moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here, PK should be shifted up to Dantski. And then I can push mid with some melee support. Karma should still be north.
Is it 1x yet?
No, they haven't. Nobody started pushing at 2.5 minutes.
All right, let's 1x it now. I think they're going to start pushing.
All right, where are you at?
223, 22, 22, 21,
All right,
20,
all right.
19.
We're fine. Yeah, I think they're about to set up their push here.
Yeah, because as soon as they start seeing HMP push out, that's the sign to me that they're pushing.
Yeah, they have more melee coming mid now. I mean, Spoon and I could have held against that stuff, but they're supporting their mid, and we don't have any support.
I'm really seeing a lot of clumped up archers. I'm really surprised to see so many clumped up archers.
Just microing different
Ghengis
stuff.
is about to get... Okay, he did a B. Okay, he did a B at the last
Yeah,
minute,
we have
but-
no one helping me and Spoon mid here. We need help desperately.
You guys are winning the archer fight pretty good in the
Where, north?
But middle,
Yeah, but
middle's
our
in
north
trouble.
is.
Oh yeah, middle. You guys are in big trouble against that melee.
Yeah, we need huge
No
help.
dwarf there. What? Oh, Blade needs to fall back. Oh no. Blade and Tirri both are out of position. They need to fall back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, LSO, you're gonna get mopped
1
up by
minute
that.
remaining.
I think I did a pretty good job of living for as long as I could. Oh, all that
I'm
pus
really
goes down.
surprised to see neither one of them fall back. It's almost, I don't know if they're, yeah, I don't know if they're just not.
Because we
what
were
the
up
comms
10%
were, or
just a
what?
minute. We were up 10% like half a minute before that, and now we're down 10%. Oh, it's even again.
It's evenish, yeah.
But our north is the one that's winning, and they're the
Right,
farthest from the
North is
flag.
definitely doing really good.
30 seconds.
Okay, Gekko's got a nice spread, kind of a nice spread, but he's still losing the archer fight.
Yeah, flag's in big trouble here.
Right.
Blade needs to be
Flag
going straight back
contested.
for the flag. My archers are gonna get ran down. I have like no help on.
Tirri finally kills the dwarf that he was fighting against in the south the whole time.
Nope, they just pussed themselves. Eastwind pussed himself.
Blade, he's trying to defend that dwarf. Yeah, the archers
Yeah, I
need to
think-
help defend the dwarf.
Sudden
Ooh.
death.
I think I'm microing my melee.
Oh man, those stigs are gonna do so much damage on the flag. Oh my god.
We were winning that too.
The dwarf's not throwing. Oh my god. Okay, you got one shot. He's about to die.
You might get a second shot.
One more shot. Go, one more shot. Oh.
You can't decide what to do with that.
Yeah, he's still alive though. He's still alive. Well, just throw. Just throw. Oh.
This is
my
like
god.
watching that 2000s
Oh my
finals
god.
right now.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Bullseye is dwarf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite as
Oh,
bad as
Tiri's
that,
dwarf
but-
goes down too.
Yeah.
but
yeah.
Tiny North is going back to help as well.
Right. Here
Oh,
comes
do we
ours,
tie
the
this?
dwarf. Still could tie.
Oh yeah, we're fine on the flag for now.
Flag
Once
contested.
Dantski gets back, I think we tied this.
Yeah, this
Probably.
is a tie. But the main issue is that we didn't even have a chance to win.
No,
Yeah,
it was
they-
winner
they
tie
had-
the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was loser
Or
tie,
Loser tie, rather.
yeah.
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 Winner tie for them.
Or do we? Oh, it's so close on the okay, we do win the melee.
Ours, you just torture on sticks.
Game over.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Dantski, you had a big game. You had a big game there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
pretty much held the north back.
Crushed the
Yeah,
north.
but I was the worst.
Yeah.
I was the worst player. That's why I don't think stats tell you the whole story.
Well, why do you say you're the worst player? I didn't
Because
see
he
that.
didn't do the push
Oh,
that we
he
were
didn't
trying
do
to
the
set
push.
up.
But that wasn't. I mean, that wasn't just you.
Ours has been generous. Ours has been generous. I just didn't want to push.
We had something set up. We were trying to coordinate together, and everyone was down for it except for Dantski. So
Yeah, pretty
it
much.
just
So that's
didn't
why
happen.
That's why I'd say, yeah, my stats look good, but my choices in this game were bad.
Fair enough.
And I mean, there's no saying we would have won that or not, like if we pushed, but it would have given us a
Yeah,
chance
we
to win.
Yeah, we would have had a chance instead of just being a tie or lose.
Yeah. Fair enough. Any other comments before we move to the next one?
The next ones suck.
Okay. Moving to the next one.
Oh, I hate this one.
Oh,
need
I
to-
remember this. I have a lot to say about this one.
I have a lot to say about it too, about how bad it was, but
it definitely, I can
it's
see
it's
why it would
another one of
suck
those
from your
maps.
perspective, but it's a really interesting one to talk about.
it's another one of those maps I would do nothing the same on.
Yeah.
I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be
All
back
right,
in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Well,
I'll be-
let's do a bathroom break. I could do that too.
Yep.
Hello? Hello?
All right, I'm back. Anybody else back?
Oh, I didn't know everyone was gone. I thought my thing was broken.
I'm back also.
Don, you
Right,
here?
go back.
Okay.
Oh, I came back and said hello and heard nothing. I was like, oh shit, something broke. I didn't
No,
know.
you're
Yeah.
all taking a piss. All right, so LSO, you already traded. I'm just looking at the trades here a little bit. So we got, again, Tirri and Karma on Tro. LSO, I'm really... You were told not to heavy hit at all? Is that what happened this match series, basically?
Pretty much, but also
Okay.
at the time, I really wasn't a trower. I'd never really done a lot of trolling by 2020.
Okay.
So I just felt more confident giving tro to people who
Fair enough.
said they were trowers,
Fair enough.
you know, and who were elected by the team.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair enough. What I really want to see from the Tro, though, is like the Trowers, like Tro and Fetch. I'll say it every single time we watch a Tro and Fetch game because we don't see it nearly enough. The Fetchers and the Trowers, they really got to be setting up those Tro Fetch pushes together. The synergy is so powerful. So that's what we want to see. And then Ghengis, I really like they got Ghengis with all the Tro. I mean, that's gonna work out great for them probably.
Look, I'll say something about this that I remember very distinctly, which was just a really bad idea in hindsight about me heavy hitting while captaining. Is on this map, I guess this is one of those we really didn't know what to do. And I guess we came to a consensus and decided I was kind of, I don't know, pushed into it, but I ultimately agreed with it. For me to take like south by myself, and I'm really trying to remember exactly the reasoning behind it, but I think there was something about like I just won that 1v1 series or whatever. There was like a lot of talk about me being a great micro player. So I think I'm just going south alone with a bunch of random shit just to try to win south alone. And it's a really bad idea. But I have like a single fetch, a bunch of Solus, a single warlock, melee, like, and I'm supposed to just go south and win whatever fight there is south. And I would never do that again. I would never keep all those 3 random unit types, like, you know, in one, like I should have never had a single fetch.
Yes.
There should never be Solus just going south alone to fight without any Tro to support.
Yeah, so if you're
anything,
doing,
south should just be like a warlock and some melee here, and that little pinch.
If you're doing split Tro, then you would want to make sure
Each
that
Solus
there's
pack goes with the Trower.
Yeah, that there's fetch and souls
probably.
on both sides with the Tro.
And then here we could easily do 3 and 3 fetch, put those with the Tro, and then if I wanted to be alone south or whatever, I could take some spiders and some mercs and a warlock or 2, and be the south player.
There's really,
But
I don't know, because this has only been played like once, I think, for this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't remember it really being played much at all.
I don't think it was, because this is the variant that Limp made for 2020.
Right, so it was brand new in 2020, and even since then, I don't think it's been replayed. This is King of the Map. So there's really 2 ways I see that a team could play this. You could either play for the middle, you can either fight for the middle, or you can give up the middle and play on the outside. You're either playing in the inside and the middle, because there's the 2 soul hills there, and it'll give you arguably some greater map control possibly, or you give up the middle and you set up like two very different Tro fetch Tro RD pushes, like wide apart on the north and the south, basically trying to bait them to Tro push into your souls on one side, and while setting up a Tro fetch push that's undefended on the other side, right? That's kind of how I see this. Like the two ways you could go about it. It's on their team. It looks like they're much more just based on the distribution with all the Tro on one player's hands. It looks like they're going to play for mid control, and they're probably going to get it. And once they get mid control, it's nice because it allows you to like push one side and then just turn right around and get, once you're kind of like committed to defending one side, they just turn right around and push the other side, right? And just go kind of ping pong back and forth until you kind of like, until an opening exposes itself. So Probably the mid control is the safer strategy to do, honestly. So we'll see what happens. Any other final comments before we start this?
I would do everything differently.
Yep. Anybody else?
I don't remember anything from this.
Oh, well, there's a reason you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not you specifically, but there's a reason. This game has left your memory forever.
All right, with that, we'll start it. All right, 3, 2, 1, going.
Game on.
Another thing is it just pains me to give tirri Tro on a fetch map because I actually think he's like one of the best fetch players like ever. He's just a monster with fetch. So I would always try to give him fetch, but yeah, your team definitely is struggling in the like dedicated
Throwing
thrower
department.
Yeah, and a lot of teams struggle with that. That's kind of what I was trying to get at with that whole NC
captured.
thing too. Like that was always like the
Flag
weakness of that team
captured.
is they never really had like standout throwers.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
And throwing is just like, yeah, having at least one like great thrower on the team is pretty important usually. So yeah, the tro fetch pushes, just keep an eye on it all game. Like that is like the thing to look out for.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
Could be tro lock too. There's locks here.
Flag captured.
Does Ghengis get some kicks here?
Flag captured.
No, he backs
I'd be
up a little
surprised.
bit.
If he
Okay.
did.
No, okay. Everyone
Yeah,
backs
ours
up.
is
like
ours
they're
is coming to
supposed
defend it. He sees it. Ours sees it.
Flag contested.
Where's tirri now?
Flag
Okay, tirri's
captured.
middle. So if
Flag
tirri had fetch here, he
contested.
could do a lot of work.
Possibly, yeah.
Like, I mean, with him, if there's a fetch player here with him. But those Solus getting those
Flag
hills is probably the
lost.
right play. I should have never sent all these Solus
Flag
south.
contested.
They're useless down here. I'm not gonna win anything. They're just gonna
Flag
back up
contested.
So there's a fight for mid
Flag
control. Both teams are
contested.
trying to get control of mid, it looks like to me. Now,
Flag
they have better
captured.
soul control on
Flag
both hills
contested.
right
But our Warlock should be able to shoot.
now. Yeah, you can
Ephemeral
fight.
off
You can
the
push them
hill.
off for sure.
Flag
Yeah.
contested.
Spiders too. Although,
Oh, they have Solus south too. That's insane. Why do both
Flag
teams have Solus in the
contested.
south? Okay, that doesn't.
Flag contested.
okay, we got a fetch battle coming up here. All right, so
They have more-
together. That's good. I like the locks
They
on the
have more-
outside. Blade does a great job helping his team get map control, middle, punking them wide middle a little bit.
Flag
Yeah, I would like to see more locks on the outside of middle to help push that mid.
Yeah, ours has a lock here.
Blade is
So
doing
ours
a great job
focused on-
zoning. Blade? Ooh, Blade
Oh,
missed.
good shot. Almost got him.
Yep.
Flag contested. Flag lost.
I think one of the issues you see here, though, their souls are getting
Flag
shots off on
contested.
our fetch, whereas our souls
Flag
aren't able to get theirs.
Yeah.
Flag
Yeah.
contested.
Their
There's
Solus
not
have
as
a
much
strong hill.
soul pressure on them for sure, yeah.
Flag
Like, we need to. This is where having a stick in mid would help just for contesting a flag.
Was there sticks on this?
There are.
Yeah.
Oh
you can see
yeah,
source
I
as
definitely
well.
would have had some sticks for sure.
I have,
Oh yeah,
like,
they
one on
got
the
a
flag.
stick. Yeah.
Oh, Ghengis is
Flag
rushing to kick this
captured.
north, and I don't think.
I don't like that
Karma
play
can help.
honestly because it's a bunch of spiders. Like what? He's gonna get a lock. He's gonna take a bunch of tro damage. I actually don't like that play. If
Flag
Ghengis goes for it.
lost.
But here comes Thal supporting
Flag
him.
lost.
Oh wow, we could have easily trapped Ghengis here.
Yeah, you could have done something.
What is
for sure,
what is
'cause-
Argos doing? They
Because
could've
Ghengis
trapped
has
him.
no arty support up there. I don't like that play by Ghengis.
Flag captured.
So our team's actually in a pretty good
No,
spot.
he didn't
here.
take any
Oh,
damage.
they have a
He didn't take any damage.
they have a
so-
spider bat going into our backfield.
Flag contested.
Okay, now Ghengis is about to set up a tro fetch push in the north. That's very dangerous. Now
Flag
Ghengis is setting it up.
Yeah,
This is what makes him
tirri,
such a great
where's
thrower.
Tirri at?
Flag
Oh yeah, tirri
lost.
needs to be mid pushing with our fetch right now.
What did I say about like the top tier throwers? They always set up the tro arty pushes. This is it right here. Ghengis is setting it up.
Yeah, and tirri needs to be pushing with our fetch, but he's not. He's just running around.
Flag
Yeah, he
captured.
needs to either push with you guys' fetch or help the north or something. Like, yeah, he's not doing anything down there. Great push by Ghengis. Picks off the
Flag
lock.
lost.
That's enough even
Flag
on its own right there.
captured. Flag captured.
There's
There's
a
probably
spider
not
back in
much
our
else
backfield.
Ghengis.
Flag
Well, he
contested.
can. Yeah, Ghengis is going to try and run down those mercs. That's what he's going to do. He's still get the fetch close enough that he might be able to get those
Flag
mercs to turn
captured.
around enough times to get
Flag
the fetch back in
lost.
range.
Flag lost.
That's what he's going to try. That's what Ghengis is trying to do in the north right now. He's just trying to get him to turn
Flag
around.
captured.
Okay, now he takes some good tro damage there. So he did take a little too much tro damage there. Okay, he's going to take the melee engagement and mop it up. He's got the merc support, so it's not a bad engagement for him. Good
Flag
throwing by Ghengis.
captured.
He took a little bit too much damage on the troll there, but it's
Yeah, the
not
enemy
that big
team
a
just
deal.
has huge map control right now from that spider pack too.
Yeah, Ghengis just gave his team like a
Flag
10% advantage
captured.
right now.
Oh, tirri's finally there.
Flag
Yep,
lost.
that's true. Okay, and he's gonna be able to maybe rush these fetch. Let's see what happens. He's got to spread his mercs out. He should go
Oh,
in.
he's scared of them?
He's got a clear advantage. He should go in.
Contested.
Scared of them? He's scared of them.
What is he?
Flag
Oh my
captured.
gosh.
He's not being
He should
aggressive.
go in. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, or he should have just pushed with our mid and helped kill
Now-
their entire mid while
now
Ghengis
it's
was
not a
rushing.
bad. Now it's a bad time for him to go. With all the throw removed, and the spiders are coming to reinforce. He was too. He missed his window.
I think he
Flag
doesn't even go
captured.
north. I think what he should have done. Oh, Karma's about to get trapped up there, isn't he?
Flag lost.
The spiders are here to support it. It's such a bad engagement in the north by both
Flag.
Tirri and Karma. Terrible engagement.
Yeah, they'll
Flag
kick those
contested.
fetch and
The
suicide.
spiders are going to get
Flag
engaged on this.
contested.
Ghengis didn't do. He could have done better too there, but whatever. He's up in tro health now.
Yeah, I think the move there was once Ghengis rushed our north, Tirri should have connected mid with Dantski and PK. And with his one tro, our 5 fetch mid could have destroyed the enemy
Yes.
team's mid.
Yeah,
and
you
we
guys
would've had
need to counter
entire
on the other side of the
backfield.
map. I totally agree. Absolutely.
But now it's way too
Lost.
late. We're down 20%. We're down
Flag
flags. We're
lost.
down time. We're down map control.
Flag captured.
just
Ghengis
down
set up the
everywhere.
tro fetch push, and it was just kind of made the game. for
We
itself.
should have counter pushed because their mid was super vulnerable
Flag
after Ghengis
lost.
left.
Yes. Yep.
Flag
It wasn't
captured.
a capitalized opportunity.
Flag contested. Flag captured. 5 minutes remaining. Flag captured.
Tirri's about to
Flag
die in a corner,
contested.
I think.
Flag lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, hot sauce is up a full tro.
Flag captured.
That was a terrible engagement. In the
Flag
north.
lost.
Yeah.
Again, no arty
yeah.
support. Like, you see what I mean? Like,
Contested.
the top trowers know that they have to have arty support.
Yeah, so-
Otherwise, you're being wasteful with the tro health. If
So
you just-
Ghengis rushes north and then pulls Karma to him, and then 3 of their fetch see that and go support.
Yes, exactly.
And what
And-
Tirri
and
should have
Karma
done
and
is
Tirri have no arty backup with
Flag
them. They're trying to
lost.
use the tro as like roaming melee with no arty
Flag
support.
captured.
yeah, Tirri should have rushed the enemy's mid when Ghengis left. He should have pushed with our. Or when I say rush, I mean push with our fetch. But
It's like really tempting to like use your tro advantage as like this like faster,
Flag
stronger melee
lost.
force that can just roam around and
Flag
like muscle
captured.
through. The thing is, you're going to be less efficient with the tro health, and that's not optimal. Like the tro are powerful units, but their health, conserving their health is still super important, even if they have a high
Flag
health bar.
contested.
Oh, have you guys noticed the Solus and Fetch work differently on this map as well?
Flag
Like the Fetch
captured.
don't destroy the spears; they just deflect, move them elsewhere.
Oh, really? No, I did not notice that at all. Was that?
oh wow, they do.
Is that something that was talked about? How do you know that?
I
Don?
think
Just
it was an
noticed it or what?
accident.
Yeah, I've just been watching the
Flag
game.
contested.
Noticed it.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even notice it when I played.
Flag
You're right.
contested. Flag.
I don't know who
lost.
gave Argos to fetch, but that was a bad idea.
Flag
Just watch him
captured.
shoot his own
I'm trying to wait to
spiders.
see it.
Flag contested.
Because I actually didn't notice
I just
that.
saw it in the south. You're probably not going to see it here.
Does
DK's
it,
about
does
to
it
die.
move the soul spears? It like moves them?
Yes, it redirects
Okay,
them
redirects
elsewhere.
them? Yeah, okay. I actually like that better. Did Limp make that change to the
Flag
map then? Or
lost.
I
something,
don't think
or what?
he probably didn't. I mean, maybe Ephemeral can comment if you have to like actually intentionally change that, but I don't know if it was purposeful or not.
I don't think it was. I don't know though. I feel like it probably wasn't.
Purposeful?
Yeah, I think it was probably on accident.
Interesting.
It might have even been left
Flag
over from like
contested.
the original map.
Flag
Okay.
captured.
I don't think I've ever recalled playing the original dark variant of this map.
Flag lost. Flag lost.
Yeah, the game is basically done.
Oh yeah, we're over. We're done for. We had a bad, yeah, just a lack of Tro knowing what to do on our team.
Just bad throwing, yeah. I would just say out-troed. Out-troed is essentially
Flag
what you could say about this
lost.
whole game.
Yeah, they're just mopping up now.
Flag contested.
Yeah, really, I'll mention it one more time. So Genghis rushes north. Karma shadows. They have
Flag
3 fetch leave to
contested.
follow Genghis. In
Flag
that moment,
captured.
Tirri has
Flag
the ability
contested.
to push mid with Dantski
1
and PK
minute
our
remaining.
fetch. And set up a
Flag
Tro fetch push on
captured.
their mid. With ours souls too.
Flag
That
contested.
we had a considerable percentage of mid that could have pushed and killed their mid and opened
Flag
up their entire
captured.
backfield to be tagged out.
I totally
And it would have
agree.
isolated their south too, and I would have been able to pinch their south.
Also,
Our north could have done
the
a
proper defense of the north was to have a soul pack there. If just one soul pack was there, you would have prevented
Or-
the Tro fetch push.
In the situation they were
30
in,
seconds remaining.
all they were Tro fetch pushing was that one
Flag lost.
Argos is one warlock.
Flag contested.
So once it got kicked, they could have just ran away with the rest of their fast melee. Like-
No, not necessarily, because Genghis
Flag
was running it
captured.
down. He had the 3-2 Tro advantage, remember? So
But there was a ton of melee, and
yeah,
like,
but he had a bunch of mercs with him too, and so Genghis
just mean
was trying
they
to.
keep running.
He was trying to
Just
run down the rest of the
contested.
melee, and he did eat some damage because of it.
Game
But
over.
his initial engagement was good, but it wasn't game winning. What was really game winning was Karma and Tirri taking that bad engagement, trying to kill the 3 fetch. That's
Yeah.
what was just destroyed everything. Yeah.
But I just mean, while they're getting pushed north, if Tirri and Dantski set up a push mid, that north just runs and kills as much time as they can.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I would have liked. I just would have also liked to seen a soul pack go up there to help defend it too. You know. Because you had 3 soul packs, I think, plenty of souls. Again, improper shadowing of Tro by the souls too. I would say, the souls need to be laser focused on defending Tro, and if they only have 1 Troer, then how is it you have 3 soul packs and not a single one is on the Troers? You know what I mean? On the 1 Troer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really a huge miss there. That should never happen, really. So.
Yeah, I think what happened there was I initially went north to defend, and then we wanted to set up the push middle, so I went back with my souls to take the hill. And
Which
once
was
you are,
fine at the time,
Yeah,
but then Genghis
yeah,
went
but-
north again, right? Yeah.
yeah, but you are kind of so slow with the souls from that point, so it takes a super long time to cross back north. Once you're already on the hill middle.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the souls south were probably the most out of position. There's no Tro south the whole game, so
Yeah, that's what
they
I
don't need
said
to be
from the
down
very
there.
get-go.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was a horrible idea and would never do it again.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Genghis basically, he has great stats. He basically won the game for his team, so.
Yeah, I got the next one loaded up.
Okay.
Yep.
Going to the next one.
I'm done with that game forever.
Yeah.
It was just bad from our whole team.
Yep.
What's funny is the win before that, we just decisively sweep their team off the map, and then we barely tie, and then we just all take turns shoveling handfuls of dirt into our mouth for the entire Lycan game.
So they're up a game at this point, right?
Yeah, they're
So
up
you guys
one.
need to win this
If we,
to tie it?
if we win this, it ties. Then we do the overtime map, and that determines sudden death.
Right. You guys were coming in
So
from the
for
bottom
us-
bracket, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we lost to them 3-2 in the previous series. Yep. So we're bottom bracket. We have to win this. Then we have to win the overtime map, and then we have to win sudden death. So we have to win like 3 little separate series to win the tournament. So we were already, starting from a poor position. I think we absolutely wrecked bottom bracket finals though. I think we seriously handed it to Paris's team.
Also, we can still finally see that Zell's raid has ended and he's finally joined us for the last game.
Yep.
Zell is here.
Oh, Zell's finally here. Who did he sit? I guess Spoon and Argos are out and Zell's playing. Which is probably a bad decision since Zell was coming in cold in the final game. Probably should have kept Spoon in. But
I think Zell ends up doing pretty well.
I wanted to be a benevolent leader and let everyone that I put on my team play, unlike Limp. So when Zell showed up, he got to play. So looking at the trades here, looks like I split my. I don't know why this was the decision, but both teams have a bunch of Solus, which are just really bad on this map, and I get no Thal.
The no
And
Thal,
really,
I think, is a bigger issue.
I should have a bunch of Thal.
I mean,
especially on a flag rally. Yeah.
You have to remember also, we just played this in the last year's finals.
Yes,
which we just covered with Asmo, and we went no souls, and Asmo didn't go heavy souls, but he went light souls.
That's
worked
what
out
I'm saying.
Very well for them. So I think
literally
some
what I
souls
said.
is
The
fine.
problem here is I got a bunch of souls and no Thal. It's like the main thing I see immediately.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's see. They got a bunch of souls though too, and they did get Thal. So what's the difference? There's something else that's different. Goals. Yeah, obviously,
they have 4 goals,
I think
and
their
we have
trade is
max
definitely a
goals.
lot better. They went no. Oh, they
got
went
4
no
goals,
pus.
and we have
Interesting.
max goals.
They only went 4 pus. I actually think
Which
this
should
is
have been
really
a huge
creative,
advantage for us.
I think this is a really creative trade by Limp. Full props to him. Going light pus on this, because usually the default is to max pus, but every now and then there's an opportunity to go light pus or no pus on something that you wouldn't normally expect. And if you look at this map, it kind of makes sense to me, because there's only really like 1 or 2 unit types that you can pus on this. The Thal are not great pus targets. They're pretty resistant. Like, they don't stay pus for very long. And there's only locks and dwarfs, but there's so many souls, and the terrain is so like choky. It's hard for the pus to be effective. So actually, I really.
But
like
it can
this
help
trade.
you win that melee fight if both teams have Thel and Herons, and then one team has 10 pus and the other team has 4.
Yeah, but you can also
decisive.
just like mitigate by avoiding that situation. You know what I mean? Like, just do a little bit of mitigation issues on and then you end up saving a bunch of points for your team to leverage other advantages like more Thel and souls. Which I really actually like this a lot, and I wouldn't have thought of it probably.
So he has 1 Heron pack and 1 Thel pack, where we split our Herons into 2, and then everyone else on the team, I'm guessing, has a mixture of Warlock, Souls, and Thrall. So a bunch of mixed artillery squads.
Based on this trade, I really think it's gonna be a strong. Like, we know that they win, but I'm guessing it's a strong win. Like, just based on the trade, it looks pretty dominant to me.
Yeah,
We'll
for
see.
trade, it's favours hot sauce, but I don't like giving all the herons to one person on this map.
I would agree with you on
want to
that.
split them.
Oh wait, they split them. The colors are just effed up. Oh wait, no, never mind. You're right.
No, they're all
They're
East
all
Wind.
East Wind. You're right.
There's one of them that Limp keeps. I don't know what for.
And then Shai has all the Thel. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
So they
I
have
would
2,
agree with you on that
and they
one.
rush somewhere, which is the good plan, or the better plan for this game type. Is good for this game type.
Especially with 8 players, you don't need to have so many. You can.
So everyone else gets like a handful of Solus and a handful of Thrall and a melee artillery piece. Gekko, Ghengis, and H&P Solus, Asmo, Limp, Ghengis, Thal on Warlocks.
I like seeing
or
ours
split
on the
up a
Herons now. That's good. So yeah, I would have used ours more as a melee guy for your team, probably.
I mean, he had melee every. I mean, that one map the one map Thierry had Zerks and ours had Warriors. So it's the only one where ours didn't have the main melee.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because he did have a lot of melee packs this match.
I was giving ours melee the entire series.
He just didn't have giants though. That's the only thing. Yeah.
No, ours didn't want giants, which was the thing too.
Ours probably.
Yeah, just wait until the end and then rethink your position about the herons.
All right,
Thierry doesn't blow himself up on this one too, does he? All right, yeah, I'm ready.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I honestly don't think their trade is really much better. I'd still like having all the pus. In the right circumstances, I mean, even if you don't...
Flag captured.
Even in the initial engagement, the enemy is so worried about your pus goal, it makes fighting harder if you have
But they can
times
just.
as much
The
pus
thing
as
is,
them.
with their trade, with the less pus like this, they get
Flag
an arty
captured.
advantage, and they can now leverage that arty advantage, and the melee can be more
Flag
defensive,
captured.
so that the pus your
Flag
pus is never going to really
captured.
get a good shot off.
But the thing is they really don't have an arty advantage. The advantage they have is the Thal versus
Flag
no Thal.
captured.
That we have pretty much
that's a
the
good
same
point.
artillery.
That's a good point, but it is flag rally,
Flag
right?
captured.
Yeah,
that's
which
gonna
I said
get
was
them-
better. The melee was better for flag
It's going to
rally.
get them the
It was
game
right-
type advantage, yeah.
Yeah, so Eastwind has twice as
Flag
much as ours here,
captured.
so ours is going to have to back off a 4. Thierry's mid. I don't remember why we sent Heron's mid, but probably a bad idea.
I think Eastman's going to get that flag maybe in the north.
Yeah, that's what I've said. He's going to have to be able to... ours is going to have to fall back. He's got twice as many
Flag
Herons as
captured.
ours does.
I might
But I
have
gave ours a
baited
warlock.
Eastwind into a fight because your lock was so close. Ours, like, you could have at least gotten a lock shot off.
Well, that was a good shot right there. There's one of their 4 pus down.
Flag captured.
Yep, Eastwind and Shy are immediately deep.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's super smart. That's exactly what you. I would have loved to have seen this type of play on that Leagues of Somewhere King of the Map game. Like, this is exactly what you should be doing with your fast melee. Dive into the backfield. Yes. People are often too scared to do it.
Okay, okay, so Eastwind's out of pus now. Zell and ours killed Eastwind's pus, so he's just Herons.
Eastwind's getting a little. Okay, I think Eastwind's gonna back out. He doesn't.
He is. Ours has him zoned off with that Warlock. I mean, he's too scared to take shots.
By the way, Eastwind could have taken that flag if he was aggressive about it. He could have. But
Yeah, because he could zone
just,
out the Warlock
Yeah,
with
he
a
could just
blocker.
block and heal through that Warlock like no problem. Shy is gonna make a great play in the south here. It looks like he's gonna end up taking this flag. I think.
Did Karma shoot him?
Actually, there's a lot of thrall.
Karma should have shot him. He's too focused trying to kill that Warlock.
I don't think Shy can do it because there's too many thrall elite here.
What is Karma? Oh, Karma could have saved his Warlock there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
could
should have just shot and ranked.
Yeah, he could have saved that lock for sure. Okay, I think Shy.
Oh,
maybe
nope, he's too spread out.
captured.
He's played it badly. Shy's gonna be able to take it now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Karma
that was
misplayed
bad-
that for
bad.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, Thrall Elite are very strong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Thrall
but
are
Shy
very
had
strong,
a
I agree.
bus, so Karma failed that.
He could have done way more damage against Shy there.
He could have. He could have won it with that Warlock if he got
Yeah.
another shot. He had his Warlock in the middle of his thrall. They were gonna save it, but he
Yeah.
just kept turning around with it. So
Eastwind ends up backing
Oh,
all
I
the way out.
remember.
Ours is now pushed onto their side of the map. I like the push
I
north
rem-
going on for you guys.
I remember this map, Ephemeral's dwarf. Just watch GKG look straight south and see that one dwarf right there, HMP's dwarf.
Hang on.
Just
yes,
keep
yes,
it-
yes, I see it.
Yeah, keep an eye on that dwarf throughout the game.
Okay.
Just check in on it
Oh
every minute or so.
yeah, I remember you telling me about this.
It's
Yep.
it's insane, crazy
Flag
what happens,
captured.
Yeah, you guys.
Karma
you guys,
dies, but-
you guys see it there. It's like it's in sight. You could have seen it there.
and it easily gets forgotten about. I'm sure.
Yeah. Because now you guys are gonna stop scouting the south.
Someone should be calling Shy's Thel going through right here, which are all red but one, so they're not that strong. I think I'm sending Thrall back, but it'll be tight. Okay, so Tirri and ours are now pushing the north together, which is good. We need
Yeah.
some sort of offense,
Yes, for sure.
but they have to win
But
this.
they got a good defense there too. It's pretty even, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty fairly even. Like almost the exact same number of units for both teams. Oh, good puss. No follow-up, but ours almost gets that dwarf.
I also think
no follow-up though.
They have all their locks north. 4 locks north. And you guys are down a lock because Karma lost his in the southeast.
I think I'm sending mine north, but it's going to take a minute.
So yeah, we got Shy and HMP's Dorth still pushing in the south.
Okay, ours sends 2 herons in, but nothing behind them.
Well, he's trying to set up a push. You know,
this
is similar to a Tro Artie push. He's trying to set up a melee Artie push.
A bit uncoordinated.
Here. It's a little out. Yeah, a little.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good idea, but a bit uncoordinated.
Yeah, I guess my idea was just to.
He didn't take any damage though.
Try to make them use their mana so we could then push.
The thing is, their units are stuck right on top. Like you guys are like literally right on top of their flag. So I would just.
We should have sent another. We should have sent one of those 3 dwarves to that northeast flag. It would have made a world of difference.
You guys can just milk this northwest. You got 6.5 minutes, and they're gonna overcommit to defending it.
Look far east.
Yeah, you got nothing to answer that dwarf. Yep.
Nope. We should have sent a dwarf back or a Puskull or something or both.
Yeah.
But now if a dwarf tries to cross now,
they're gonna get VI, and VI is huge on this. Yeah.
Yep. That one dwarf is game changing. If that one dwarf wasn't there, we had the potential to push them and push their northeast or northwest.
Well,
I think HMP wins the series.
This is what F was saying. He's a creative player.
Yep. I think F literally wins the series here by sending this dwarf around. Literally uncontested. I don't think anyone expected the ninja dwarf to go all the way around the corner of the map.
Yeah, Shy's there to defend it too. Well, you got
puss. Oh, bad puss by Karma.
Oh, nice.
Bad puss by
defense. Karma. And then another puss, but Shy is still. Oh, it's one chance to kill it.
Nope.
Oh, it does hit, but it hits the thrall too.
No follow up. Yep, that flag's screwed. The response from PK is too slow.
And you wasted 2 puss on it too.
Yeah, I think PK went the wrong way.
PK should have went straight to the flag.
Yeah.
Instead, he's focused on fighting these solos in the corner.
Oh, yeah, he did.
See, PK's a strong microer, but he has these problems with 2-team games with position and knowing what to do. He'll sit there and do this all day. He's pushing Solus uphill and dying. Instead, like
imminent.
He just suicides into him too.
VI and you're down 10%. It's not looking good.
Most of our armies got a poor push in the corner. And there's really nothing on our last flag right now either.
I don't know why PK pushed into HMP's souls there too. Like he just.
Yeah, he should have. If PK went back to flag 3 straight immediately, we could have saved it.
Right.
Or it would have been closer, you know.
Your team is like pushing uphill everywhere on the map. It looks like.
And at this point, I know we're getting desperate.
Ghengis has got a really nice soul position in the northwest, and he's just like.
We're basically telling tirri and ours that the entire game is on their shoulders right now.
Yeah.
Good shot from tirri. They're down a couple herons now. But we gotta go. Yeah, Zell and Blade might kill Ghengis here too in the corner.
Yeah, finally. I like that push. Yeah. They needed to do that. Can't just let them milk that height advantage. It's a great push.
Yeah, so we're gonna get 9 here. Alright, 9's tagged.
Zell and Blade, great push on Ghengis.
And the percentages are much closer now. If our home is 2.
I'm curious why Ghengis even got that squad, because it's like he's like their top player, and
I don't know.
He got like a weak squad. It's weird.
Good puss from tirri. Excellent puss from tirri.
Great puss, yeah.
Yeah, our team's evened out the percentages. It's closer than they have VI, but we have a good push going. We're mopping them up.
Only 3 minutes though, and you got a lot of ground to cover still to get to the other flags. That's the problem.
I mean, there's a lock southwest that's just completely surrounded.
Yep, I don't know why my lock is there.
Yeah,
I really don't remember sending it there.
How did you get down there without? Did you not have
I don't know. I don't know how the lock's there. How it's alive. I really don't know. Oh, my Thrall were with it. My Thrall got cleaned up.
I think you just tried to do the same as HMP, but
I think I
Yeah,
tried
it's
to.
like-
Yeah, I think I tried a desperate corner attack to try to get the second to last flag, and in desperation it loses. Yep, the lock's screwed now.
Yeah.
I killed what I could with it, and then. Yeah, I really don't remember doing that. That's.
I
Yeah,
feel
but we
like
have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to attack that last flag.
I feel like pus on dwarfs is kind of a waste too. Even. Like you guys were forced to use it in the northeast, but
If Tirri rushes right now, he can take their flag if he blocks those shots.
yeah.
No,
maybe.
East Wind's getting close though. Yep. Okay, too late.
It was too tight of a window, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, a couple seconds ago, ours was on East Wind, and Tirri could have.
Oh, Eastwind's right behind him now. He's gonna get pinned.
Yeah, it's too late
It's a
now.
really bad position. Yeah.
East Wind's gonna rush his lock
yeah,
too.
his
I think.
lock is screwed.
I mean, he kills all those.
Oh, but he got hit by the back.
He kills all those herons. Yeah, but ours still has to go down to the corner flag because we still have 2 flags
Yeah,
to
the
go.
thing is, trying to get that freaking last flag on the hill with all the dwarfs and Thrall is just like a nightmare. Yeah.
And they're gonna turtle up on it.
You
with
need
everything.
the lock advantage and the soul advantage to be able to push uphill like that. Yeah.
I mean, it's still a pretty close game considering the circumstances.
Yeah,
Same
close.
percentage.
this is super close.
Flag.
I think
captured.
we're basically forced to rush
Victory
right here
imminent.
into a whole bunch of artillery. I don't know where Tiri's going though, honestly.
I think he's just trying to get us around.
Go on the other side, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, what a shot on Zell
1
stuff.
minute remaining.
Well, your team is forced to try and push harder and sacrifice some health. You know, what's happening.
Probably a bad shot from me.
Oh, you got the dwarf, I think. Oh, yeah, you got it.
I should have shot the lock though.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, see, I think the only good use of pus on this is actually on the locks. I don't think even pus on dwarfs is that great. Because the dwarfs are not that valuable of a unit on this.
Hey, look, we gotta go right here, right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's now or never.
30 seconds.
They just have so much
There's just too many
artillery.
Thrall to hold off that. And ours is out of roots.
And our artillery won't be able to get in and help.
Yeah.
It's like our own flag is going to be tough to hold as well.
Right, yeah. Your guys' last flag's about to be given up too. Possibly.
That was a good
I mean,
shot.
we
but
fell
nothing.
about red, so
If you had
If
more
I- if I-
time...
if-
Sudden
Oh, but they got it, didn't? Oh no. If my warlock was safe, if we have like 2 more herons here, we can win this.
Super close
Yeah.
game. Super close game.
Yeah,
Oh, Tirri should have hit that. Oh, Tirri should have.
I lost one of the herons kind
Oh, he walks.
stupidly.
If we were able to just save a couple more herons, we could have contested until my warlock was able to shoot all those Thrall again.
Yeah.
But
They
really,
were all of them were red.
Thal
Super close.
and Ephemeral taking that corner flag was huge. With that
Yeah.
secret, I'm telling you, that secret dwarf. If it wasn't there, we would have held on longer, and our push would have been fine.
Yeah,
That
I
one
think
little
so.
dwarf changed the series here.
Yeah.
I think I gave Ephemeral MVP of the series for that dwarf play. I think it really changed everything.
Game on. Flag captured.
It was such a
Flag
close game
captured.
too. Literally
Flag
1% difference
captured.
and 1 flag difference.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think if we
Flag
played a different
captured.
set of game best of 7, we
Flag
could have beat them.
captured.
Yeah, I thought their trade would give them a bigger advantage because, like, a full Thal squad against no Thal just seems
See,
lopsided
if Karma
to me, but
if
it was
Karma
close,
played a little
super
bit
close.
better, if Karma played a little bit better on his warlock, he could have killed those Thal too.
Agreed.
If we sent a
Agreed,
dwarf
you're right.
northeast, we could have held that flag too. If PK went northeast instead of rushed someone uphill, we could have held that flag too. Like, there's several just little things that stacked up that gave them the win there.
Agreed.
Some bad
agreed.
plays.
Like, because I think your team had more Thrall, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Karma said too, like, oh, I screwed up. We lost the corner. Like, I
Yeah,
I
you definitely
died.
could have done more damage for sure.
Yeah. I also remember kind of forgetting how strong the elite thrall are because you don't usually see them that much. They are not that common unit in general.
Yeah, so you attacked them and then was
Yeah. I was trying to vet up some of my herons before the final push, so they would be like a bit more effective. But I mismicroed and lost one of the herons, like kind of uselessly. So even with that one more heron, it might have been pretty close to getting the flag at the end.
Thrall Elite are resistant to soul spears too, I believe. Yeah, they're pretty strong.
Yeah, they are strong. Yeah.
Yeah,
Such a
maybe
close
the trades
game.
were not as lopsided as I originally thought.
I really didn't think so because
You're right.
it in slight minor differences, Karma could have held that flag, and the Thal would have not really been able to do anything.
I do think it's a really interesting idea to go less pus on that, though, because there really isn't a whole lot of pus. The only good use of the pus is the locks. Now, granted, the locks are arguably the most important unit on that, but it's really hard to make effective use of the pus, I feel, on them.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless you're trying to bottle pass, but then it's going to be difficult to make your bottles on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think can you even make bottles in the lava?
I mean, you can't. I mean, you're just going to be doing it on the ground anyway.
Oh no, you can make bottles in that lava. Like you can bounce them out of the corner, right? Or do they?
Probably. I would think so.
Those little lava pools, I'm sure they have just the same physics as water, but
Yeah.
you can't walk in them
Yeah.
because I don't think there's actually a lava physic in the game.
Right.
So I think it's just red-colored water that you're not allowed to walk in. So I think you could probably make bottles on the edge of it. I'd never really thought about it before.
Yeah, I've never tried it.
We're discovering things still.
Yeah.
Such an amazing game.
Yeah, this was I think this was the closest finals I have ever played in Myth
It
World
was
Cup.
so frustratingly close too.
Yeah,
We could have. The ones we lost. Other than like the Lycan map, we were seconds away on the league's map. We were 1 flag and 1% away on that map. What other one did we lose? The one we tied, we could have done better on. But I mean, like
Yeah.
most of our all but one of our losses were super tight close, and a lot of our wins were super tight close too. It was such a back and forth tight series, but they were able to wrap it up at the end.
2018 was pretty close, though, to ours, because you guys
Oh,
won the
yeah.
initial series, and then it went to sudden death.
But then we got the Kirk
Yeah.
It was still a good series though. I mean, I look back at that and just think about all the things I would change.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Well, it was your first time capping a finalist
Really
contending
good team,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I did well enough for the situation I put myself in.
They definitely
but-
had a roster advantage in the fact that you guys
And
made
Limp's
the
been
match that
captaining.
close.
Limp's been in MWC since 2003,
Yeah.
and that was my first like finalist opportunity.
Their team was more experienced with each other, and their coordination was just a little bit more together.
I think
Had
I
throwing
genuinely
advantage.
think if we could get those same 2 teams together to play another World Cup or series, we could win easily.
Yeah, you're a lot more experienced now, both as a player and as a captain.
And I know not to rely which players not to rely on as much as I did then, and which ones I should rely on more. Well, for one, I would probably now take throwing roles, and I would probably take more direct, involved, heavy hitting roles. All of my strategies would be different. Arzenic would get melee every round. I think actually you still did get melee every game, but
I think I mostly did melee.
Actually, I don't think I messed up what I gave you. More coordination too. There were several times where we had our artillery pushing out, which was unfortunately in the hands of Dantski, and then it got pinched super hard and had no melee support. Not anything Dantski did wrong, but just poor coordination for the team in general.
Yeah, it's like you asked me earlier what type of player I am. It's passive, but when you give me archers, I am aggressive.
And it could have worked. It could have worked I mean, yeah, if you just had melee support, it would have worked. But and I see things the way I played too, that I would change the way I played as well. I'm a different player than I was then. At that point, I was already really good at micromanaging, and I won the 2v2 and the 3v3 and placed second in the free-for-all tournament and all that stuff, but I still had a lot to learn from captaining and team strategy and 2-team play.
Yeah, this match reminded me that ours is actually more of a melee player. I have to remind myself of that sometimes. I would be curious to try ours out on Tro more. I don't know. Like, to me, if you're good with melee packs, it should translate to Troing too.
I mean, I've done a bit of throwing, not in like the finals. I don't think I've done, but
Did you have Tro throughout that series?
No, I don't think so.
I think it was pretty much Karma was the main thrower that entire series.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't mind it, but I just usually because usually the maps with throw, they have also like fetch or locks or something like that, which I think I'm more like used to playing. So
yeah, but I think everybody's more used to playing those units rather than Tro.
Yeah,
Usually,
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is about Troing, but like, yeah, it's something about the myth community where like, it's like we only trust the Tro with this certain select group of players, right? But because I guess they're the important units or whatever. But I really feel you got to try out some other players, like if somebody's good with melee, I would always try that person out on Tro too. Like that's like the learning path forward. Like anybody who's good with a melee pack should be good with Tro too. It's no guarantee. There's a few differences, but like usually the danger in giving somebody going from melee pack to Tro is that they're too aggressive with the Tro. That's usually the danger. But I don't think ours would be like that, you know. So
yeah, as long as you remember that you had to fight with artillery, then you're fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't need to be like the best like microer BC wise with the Tro, as long as you know you're kind of like smart with them and you know to be efficient with their health and fight with RD units and stuff. Like, yeah, that's the key thing. We'll wrap it up there. I mean, well, before we wrap it up, final closing thoughts. We did kind of go over time, almost. Well, yeah, 4.5 hours or so.
Yeah, it's
a
ridiculous amount of time.
Thanks everybody for hanging in there. Final closing thoughts. Anything at all?
Well, this was for me. This was like maybe top 3 finals I've ever played. It was
that's good to hear.
Yeah, super fun team, super close games. Yeah, I had a good time.
I'm sorry. I think that was, in terms of fun, the most fun I've ever had in MWC because of primarily COVID locking everything down. So we just played with each other all summer. We were playing games all day. We were scrimmaging, and I think most of the teammates too. Like they were all pretty like Karma, Tirri, Blade. They were all going back and forth all the time. So it's pretty fun. Like the team got along really well. I don't think anybody had any problem with anyone else. We could have played better, but I think in terms of like just how enjoyable it was like definitely the top MMDC. Not the most competitive team I played with. Not I mean, there's different kinds of fun, and that one was definitely just like a fun World Cup. Everyone was playing all the time, so
it definitely,
I feel like it was definitely a low drama team.
Oh yeah,
like a low drama tournament in general.
Oh yeah, they were all messing with each other all the time. But then, as soon as match time came around, all locked in and ready to win.
Well, both finalist teams like were kind of friendly towards one another, right? Like they're used. A lot of these players on both of these teams have played with each other many times, so there was not going to be like big beef between these two teams in anyway, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you could completely switch half the players and put them on the other roster, and it just would look like a normal team.
Yeah.
There's a couple of the players on their team that would never team with me now, but I think at the time we were all still fine. So I think that statement still rings true.
Is that, yeah, can you, not to dig up too much myth drama, but like, is that because they didn't like your capping in this tourney that things turned sour, or it was more just the beef with Limp and the falling out there?
I think it was more Limp being a huge bitch at the end of the tournament and having a complete falling out. And then, I mean, I take a lot of blame for just being a huge douchebag most of the time anyways, so there's a lot of players that don't like me because I've just been I'm like half everyone's age, very loudmouth.
Yeah, everybody's a lot older than you. Like we had our loudmouth, obnoxious.
So everyone's just playing, and I come in yelling at everyone, trying to show off and all this. And I've made a lot of enemies doing that over the years. arguing a bunch, being just a straight asshole to people after I win, stuff like that. So I definitely severed a lot of what could have been decent myth relationships, but Limp was just a huge loser after everything was over.
Limp, unfortunately, not here to defend himself to those comments.
Well, he probably wouldn't want to, anyways. He'd just go slink and hide somewhere. I'm not gonna get into negativity.
You already kind of did, but all right, let's leave it there.
I'm stopping myself. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, though. I'll become very negative very quickly. But I think at the time in that finals, if you had switched a bunch of people around, everyone would have teamed well together. So,
F, do you have any final closing comments?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really fun series. Definitely one of the most memorable.
And you got a sick trophy from it too.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, you got a trophy?
Oh yeah, the winning team got these really nice, like, what was it, like, dirty gold trophies of Soulblighter with their myth names engraved in them.
Nice. Is that from Garnish?
I think Garnish put it together.
Yeah, Garnish.
Yeah, I want to credit the right person. Here, I have a picture of one right here. I'll post. I think they were. Oh, never. Wait 1 second. I think they were. You could buy them, but the winners got their myth names engraved in them. So it was something special. I'll put it in the general chat of this server.
I can link it
So
in the video.
they're pretty large too. They're really decent. Soulblighter holding like a tournament cup up above his head.
Yeah, it looks nice.
All metal. So yeah, they won those trophies. We were supposed. Garnish put one together for the most recent this year's tournament, but I don't think anyone's yet to receive any. But these are this was definitely, I think, the first time anyone actually got a physical trophy from winning a World Cup. So like I said, Limp put together a really nice, fun, competitive tournament. There was a good atmosphere in the summer. Everyone was playing. There was the trophy prize, very competitive nature. Karma and Clank put together all those side tournaments and events and stuff. So there was just Myth. It was just a good year for Myth.
Yeah, it kind of MWC 20. Even though I wasn't very active, in fact, I'm not sure if I played even a single game really. But
you played a couple, like random pub games. Yeah.
I thought you and I had like a 1v1 series one time around that time. I don't remember, but
probably maybe we've 1v1 several times. I've yet to win one, but we have.
Really? I thought we had some close ones.
I win games off of you, but you always win the series.
Oh, do I? Okay, I don't remember.
Yes, I've never won a series against you. I win games,
I thought we basically tied several of them, but also I would just say that
probably still not a win though.
We're avoiding the bigger maps where like that's kind of your kryptonite, right? So
yeah, I don't have 20 years of 1v1ing on like desert or Tro or whatever.
Yeah, the bigger maps are not as fun to 1v1 on for most people, for sure.
I just don't have the experience of it. It's not that I can't handle the units, but like when I did that with you and Adrenaline, I didn't know there were certain tactics that were already well developed and just got whited a bunch on desert and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
I can handle all the units more or less, but.
All right, we'll leave it there because I don't want to drag this on for the European guests here that need to.
Yeah, it's like midnight for ours now.
But it was really fun. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope we can maybe get everybody back for another one sometime because we have several years that we're in finals together on. So could definitely do it. Yeah. Thanks for showing up, guys.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. Yep. Was fun.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Until next episode. See ya.
Bye.
All right.
Hey, see ya.